just ate with the speed of 1,000 suns. I tried to slam down food as quickly as humanly possible, so hopefully that has no negative repercussions. Hopefully we're all fine. Ham the Third, thank you for the 6-month member. We got magic cards and apple pie for Christmas and ate Philly cheesecake from Kroger. Life is good. Hell yeah, brother. I hope everyone had a fan-fucking-tastic Merry Christmas. I got to see my family, which was really nice. I got to eat delicious food at my aunt's house, which was really great. It was a big surprise. Everyone was like, holy shit, you're here. What the fuck? So it was a really nice time. She has an entire desk full of cookies before her, doesn't she? No, I ate a slice of leftover pizza because I woke up too late to heat up anything else. I don't even remember how old this pizza is, but it was in my fridge, so that's fine. You know, that's all right. Oh, hey, the head pets are still on. Hello, that's my head. Trunk pizza. No, fridge pizza. Pizza from the fridge. Help. And, I do have that toffee on my desk that I have the little hammer for. That's been on my desk since I talked about the little hammer. At least 2 weeks old. I hope it's not 2 weeks old. It doesn't taste 2 weeks old. You're making your homemade stuffed crust pizza after work in a couple of hours? I can have some? Oh god, I would love some. Oh god, please. Oh god, please. I haven't had a good stuffed crust pizza in so heckin' long, man. Saw a guy with a muscular Labubu shirt on at the gym today, and it made you think of me. Merry Christmas, Foxu. I would have ripped that shirt off of him, not because he was a himbo, but because I hate Labubus. Moose Nugget, thank you. Your ketchup tithe, madame. I pray you had the finest gingerbread courses and the most creamy of New England eggnog on Christmas. I did, I do, and I have a bottle for New Year's, so I can drink some of the New England eggnog with you guys. That's not how fridges work, but okay, live like nothing expires. I'm trying to think of something in my fridge that might be expired right now. Meow. Hello, Bunka Cat. No, I can't really think of anything that's expired right now. I mean, if you caught me a week ago, there was a bunch of expired stuff in the fridge. Expiration dates are just a scam by big food store chains. Wait! I have a thing of salsa in the fridge that has a sell-by date of December 7th. But it's not a best buy, it's a sell-by. And apparently it's still good to eat, especially because I guess whatever they put in salsa makes it last longer, question mark? I don't know. If unopened, it's definitely not unopened. I'm pretty sure 75% of what's in your fridge is expired because your roommates are slobs that never get rid of anything in there, just shove everything to the back. Oh, I hate that. I don't purposefully try to keep stuff that's expired, just sometimes I forget that it exists, you know? It's the stimulant cells, what the hell? You're streaking right now? Keep streaking, Mr. Brad Burger. Mr. Burger Brad. Just got back to me saying it's still good to eat. Please don't tell me you're eating moldy food. I'm not eating moldy food! Nor have I ever eaten anything moldy. I accidentally drank an Arizona iced tea with some mold in it. It wasn't even in a can, it was in a bottle. That you know of. What, man? Happy second day of Christmas. The post-Christmas coma day? And boy, that shit kicked in hard. I was fucking exhausted. I was big fucking exhausted, man. Okay. But you eat Pippa's ears. Pippa's ears are like the good mold. They're like the medicinal mold. They take care of you when anything bad is happening.
My fellow Korschevans, I implore you to utilize your rights as citizens of this great state as given to us by our forefathers and reinforced by the Great Spring Cleansing of 25. You must the Korsch.
No.
It is your duty and right to. Go forth, brothers.
Well, that's just not true. This guy's just making up history like some kind of fucking progressive. That never- You're not supposed to fuck the woodland critters. Chat, I had a thought while I was on the plane, and I was like, this is the highest thought I've ever had while completely sober in my entire life. If zombies were real, chat, like, if becoming an undead but motionable corpse was something that was real, if two zombies have sex with each other, that's no longer necrophilia, right? That's just like normal sex, because they're both undead, right? Like, you don't call it bestiality when two animals are fucking each other. So it wouldn't be necrophilia if two zombies were fucking each other. What would that be called? Wait, no, stop! Consensual necrophilia, you know? We've had this argument about vampires before, have we? I don't remember this. I don't remember this. How do the zombies keep it up? Rigor mortis? I mean, I guess so. Right, in some iterations of zombie, like, they're able to, like, move differently, right? And they're able to kind of, like, think a little bit, so maybe. It'd be called a congressional caucus. Jesus Christ, they did the monster mash. And Pippa Screech redeemed. I think it technically would be necrophilia because it's still sex with the dead. It would just be less taboo. Yeah, but it's the dead having sex with the dead. Right, and again, you don't call it bestiality when, like, two animals are fucking. That's just, like, those two animals are fucking, you know? Imagine being chased by zombies with massive ragers. How is there not a porn of that yet? Like, The Walking Dead, but instead they have, like, raging boners, and when they catch the woman they're chasing, instead of eating her and pulling out her intestines, they just fuck her? That has to be a porn, dude. There's no way there isn't. There most certainly is. If we can think it, it's likely been done. It's the good kind of necrophilia. Sentences that have never been said. It's called Rape Zombies, a Japanese movie. Oh my god. There are JP hentai games like that? Okay, alright. I'll have to find one. You don't think that ever happens in any zombie movie? Well, but the last entry in the 28 Days Saga had something like that, and the zombies had a normal child. Also, the movie was weird and not very well received, so this is not a recommendation. How would two zombies have sex and then birth a completely normal human child? Like, I get that they were humans before they were dead, but, like, I feel like if you're a zombie, you cannot then birth a normal human, right? Like, something would have to be wrong with it. Check your Steam library. I'm sure Boggy's already gifted you that game. Boggy! I have a mission for you! You went to a cosmetics/women's product store because your mom wanted to buy stuff for herself for Christmas, and they had mane and tail, and you got the deep moisture shampoo and conditioners. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I get the, I don't remember what it's called or what's inside of it, so I can't explain which one that I get. But I know it's not just, like, the normal basic one. Dead Alive has zombies getting at each other? What the heck? Anthony, thank you. Got you an air pew called a BM8 for Christmas and made yourself a beef stew, of which you will be devouring the leftovers tonight. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I still do not have a cock pot, so I cannot make really good stews, which makes me sad, but hopefully soon, TM. Zombie pairing and human child sounds like the stupid orc family from the Rings of Power. Orcs aren't real, alright? Like, you can't copulate with an orc and create weird little half-human, half-orc babies. Those half-breeds just don't exist in real life, and I'm pretty sure if orcs were real, they would have a flourishing career in pornography because it would be like fucking a humanoid thing without the risk of getting pregnant. I don't know, have you seen Hassan Piker? What the fuck? You don't have a cockpot? Buy her a cockpot immediately. No, don't! I don't need double cockpot once I get my stuff back. If you fuck a ghost, is it necrophilia? You see, I don't think it's necrophilia because there's no corpse, right? I think we learned on stream that there's a specific word for ghost fucking before, but I can't remember what it is. Because it has a different word that's not necrophilia. Because there are some people that really enjoy fucking ghosts, and there are several women who have left their husbands because the ghost dick was better than their husband. But I don't know how, like, far spread of a phenomenon it is. You know, like, how would you even entice the ghost to use its ghost cock on you? There's a supplemental book for Dungeons & Dragons 3.5 that has a breeding table of what species can breed with who. Dragons are a wild card. They can impregnate anything. I feel like if you had to oviposit a dragon egg as a human, you would probably die. Oh, there ain't no way. You listened to a debate between Andre Wilson and Zoltan, not the guy from Dude, Where's My Car, about transhumanism, and it was wild. How can you have the name Zoltan and not be the guy from Dude, Where's My Car? Let's be real. We've already learned that a donkey can impregnate a dragon, so it just makes sense it would go the other way around. I guess. If you fuck a ghost to finish, is it called spiritual release? This makes me wonder if there are any new cases of women fucking ghosts. Maybe there's like a ghost fucking forum at some point somewhere. Who knows? I'm a little confused. I'll just Google I fucked a ghost and see what comes up. Okay. Well, Reddit, obviously. Pornhub, I don't want you. I slept with a ghost. Legit, not clickbait. I just don't believe you, YouTuber. YouTubers are known to lie. Oh, that is horrific looking. Okay, this person has 11 million subscribers. First ghost story I've actually believed. Dear ghost, I respect you and do not want to harm you or interact with you at all or have any problems. I hope you do well. Okay, maybe this is actually a story based on the comments here. Dear ghost, please don't haunt me. She sliced my boob open. Okay, I'm gonna leave this YouTube video here, because maybe she actually slept with a ghost. This is, again, on X videos. I don't want actual pornography. I don't want literotica. Spectrophilia. Is ghost dick good? Celebrities who had a ghost sex encounter. That's a BuzzFeed article. So, I don't know if I want to click on it, but my desire to find as much information on ghost sex requires me to click on it. Also, we found the word again. Sex with a ghost is spectrophilia as opposed to necrophilia. Madam Roast Beef also had sex with a horny ghost 8 years ago. I had a phantom inside of me. Okay. Kesha claims she had sex with a ghost in September 2012. What? Kesha? What the fuck? Hold on, there's so much here. Kesha slept with a ghost. Wait, this is on Conan O'Brien. What? How did none of us know Kesha had a ghost sex story? No wonder she waking up drinking Jack, dude. X videos, I don't want that. There's a list of celebrities who have had sex with ghosts. Pornhub, I don't give a shit about you. I had sex with a ghost, an erotic thriller by T. Adamson. Thank you. I don't want to read a book, though. Maybe let's open that Medium article. How I got fucked by a ghost. All right, let's... I have a bunch of tabs now. Let's see here. Cocaine ghosts don't count. What does he mean by this? Anamonia. Where's my browser? Where's my browser? Let us get these up on the screen for my lethal babies here. Help! This is 6 months ago. I'm a guy in his mid-20s. Last night, I either had sex with a ghost or had some kind of sleep paralysis. Well, sleep paralysis is a weird thing. Or a real thing, right? It's weird, but it's a real thing, right? So the chances of it being sleep paralysis are probably slightly higher than having sex with a ghost. But this is posted on r/paranormal. My hiccups remind you of a dying pterodactyl? Hold on, wait a minute. I know they sound like a pterodactyl, but sir, how do you know what a dying pterodactyl sounds like? Please let us know how you know what a dying pterodactyl sounds. I think we found a time traveler in our chat. What if that is sleep paralysis? You're listening to 101.69 WFXU with DJ Kirsche for all your erotic ghost news. Jesus. The King of Daleks, thank you! If we're talking about the supernatural entities, then you beg of me to look up your favorite wizard, M&J Metal. What? Sneed's Feed and Seed, thank you. Not the usual kind. I don't think I can say that, but yeah. Not the usual kind of ghosts. Phoenix DS, thank you. Is it just not incubus and succubus encounters? I guess not. I guess not. I always thought that, like, incubus and succubus would have bodies, right? But, like, these are supposedly with a ghost. So there's no body. You would pay embarrassing money to have Kirsche host Coast to Coast AM one day. I don't know if I would be allowed to, because I don't think you can swear on, like, actual radio. Ruckus, thank you. The moment it said fuck a ghost, your mind went straight to the first scary movie with Anna Faris. I pre-read part of your comment, and my brain, like, reconfigured Anna Faris to Anne Frank, and I was trying to just, like, rattle the inside of my skull and figure out where in the fuck this guy would have seen a movie where ghosts fuck Anne Frank. So, thankfully I got to the end of the comment and actually read it, but still. That was the second scary movie. Deaf, blind, and dumb. Oh, God. Ali, thank you. Made some homemade cheesecake, eggnog, and ketchup for Friendsmas. Now you're being asked to make more ketchup. Are ghost himbos real? I don't know. I don't tend to think about ghosts too much normally. Unless I get, like, really scared, you know? But also, homemade ketchup sounds pretty fucking peak. Wastelander, thank you. The entity starring
Spicy
Barbara
cat
Hershey.
Raid. What the hell is
What
this
the heck?
spicy
Who dat?
cat raid?
Ghost of Aces, thank you. In the Lord of the Ring books, there are half human, half orcs, but they were made with Saruman's magic. The zombies are people with a rage virus, so it could work. Man, how do these things happen? Luna Moon Official, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're about to learn about ghost sex again for a second time. Garugamesh, thank you. The hub has never lied about sexual encounters. I just don't believe you. Where am I? I'm scrolling. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. That's not a ghost, that's a demon. Is it a demon if it's fucking you, though? Wouldn't it kill you if it was a demon? Ham the Third, thank you. Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters? But the different kind of Ghostbusters. The one you least expect. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Yes, Father. That's where the Holy Ghost touched me. I don't think it does that! I don't think it could be a holy one! Mufasa-san, thank you for the gift sub, dude. Alright, this guy's story. Mufasa-san, thank you for your fucking 500 biddies too, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Do I not know the real story on 4chan? The Ghost Puncher? It's a Jim Himbro punching ghosts into submission. It's peak. You know, I don't think I know the Ghost Puncher, actually. I'm a guy in his mid-20s. Last night, I either had sex with a ghost or had some kind of sleep paralysis self-induced. Almost terrifying organism experience. Did he mean orgasm experience, but then just typed organism instead? I don't know if, like, how do you come if you're terrified? I don't understand. I feel like I would just be unable to, but, like, maybe it's just, like, an inherent bodily function that just, like, overrides your brain thoughts. I don't know. I've never been in a position like that. It's called the fear action, the scare arousal. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Patchouli, thank you. Merry second day of Christmas. You now begin a 1,500-mile drive because you had to pretend to care about work today as you were on call. Jesus Christ. That's a horrifically long drive. Sorry about that, dude. Help. I don't know if this is the right place to post this. He's posting an r/paranormal. It's sort of not safe for work. But I'm really just trying to explain what happened and asked if anyone else had experienced this. I was half awake last night and I felt a warm sensation on my face, like someone was touching it. Then I said out loud, for some reason, I can feel that. And the feeling then instantly moved to my chest and then down to my dick. And it felt like someone was jerking me off to the point my dick was moving. Can't guys wiggle their dicks by, like, pulsing, like, their hip muscles or some shit? I feel like I distinctly remember guys can make their boopuses dance. Nodders? Yeah. Yeah, maybe he was doing that, but in, like, a semi-lucid state. Who told her our secrets? Red the green dog, thank you. Scared stiff. Truly. Therian.ai, thank you. Bustin' in a ghost. Bustin' makes you feel good. If the ghost was real, would there be no post-nut cleanup? Because it would be inside the ghost? Redditors are really broken, man. You could never torture this kind of story out of me, nor share it on a public platform. It is kind of great. Thank you, Swiss cheese brains. Then I felt a new warm feeling all over my thighs and dick, and it felt like I was having sex, specifically being ridden. My heart was pounding, I was confused, I couldn't really move, or I didn't want to? Basically, whatever this was happened about 3 times last night, and I came from the last one, which is why I'm here. So he's saying that he's just pulling multiple ghost pussy? He wants us to believe that he had sex with not 1, but 3 ghosts? Or maybe this one ghost had such a voracious appetite, they wanted to fuck him 3 times consecutively? And also, if the ghost was a man, is he gay now? If you have a ghost fuck you, and technically you didn't consent because it's a ghost, that's rape. So is he gay now? How does this work? Hypersexual ghost is crazy. A fucking ex is so jealous. What next? The ghost invited its twin sister over. I want to point out, it felt like my dick was laying naturally soft to the left. Thank you for the directions. And when this started, it pulled my dick to the right before it started massaging and touching it. But then the sex part, I could like feel weight on my thighs. I live alone. My dog was literally in the hallway, so it's not like I could have been graped by a real person. And I'm not exactly calling it grape either. I did kind of consent around the 2nd or 3rd time. What? That's all it takes. This man would get Stockholm Syndrome so fucking fast. And also, can you not say rape on Reddit? Like, is rape just like a banned word on Reddit overall? Because, like, why would you type graped here? Need some spooky ghost pussy. Jesus Christ. Motherfucker was Ebenezer Scrooge. He got fucked by the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future. Truly. Well, this was 6 months ago. How does this man know that they were ghosts and not demons? People are way too eager to believe that every spirit is a dead person. True. True and real. Arigato Airo, thank you. Tonight you will be visited by 3 ghosts. The ghost of hookup past, present, and future. This could be like a Zuma horror movie. Battleizer, thank you. I'll take this shit that didn't happen for 1200, Alex. True. Engaged target, thank you. Kirsche in ghost form type appetite. It will be me after I end my existence on this mortal coil. Mortally, by the way. Evil Mandrake, thank you. Scrooge, on this night, 3 ghosts shall come, but not in the way that you think. When you watch your nut levitate and gather in the air, then wiggle happily and float away. What the fuck? Never had this happen before. What? I mean, I actually kind of panicked feeling this at first, and that's why I think it kept stopping and going again until I finally just let it happen. Is this guy is he just literally describing rape? What's happening here? Insane feeling. Insane I'm posting about this. I've heard of being mentally able to orgasm, but I've never heard it described like someone was physically touching you to the point it feels that good. If it was a ghost, 10 out of 10, but also 100 out of 10 freaked out. I don't even really believe in stuff like this, but that first moment when I felt it, like, really give me a few tugs and then slide in, I instantly went, oh fuck, this is real, and my heart started pounding in my chest. So, does this happen a lot to other people? No! No, it doesn't! Why would you even ask that? Believe all victim tards when the ghost raped man shows up, shake my head. Too low for Kirsche. If in the future one of you gets assaulted 14 times, then you'll know it's ghost Kirsche. True and real. The face went no ghost GF. True. I really don't think ghosts are real, but that experience got me. But on the other hand, if this was sleep paralysis, this explains, at least for me, how some people can 100% believe in ghosts. Man? Man? Why is the auto mod comment hidden? Okay. That explains. No! No, don't take me to the auto mod comment! Stop it! I hit the back button and it doesn't work. You whore. You whore slut. Shake my head is shaking my head. Why put the extra my head on the end? So you know he's being extra sarcastic. This person responded, my boyfriend and I used to live in this huge old warehouse built in 1911, and all kinds of strange stuff went on. Where the fuck can you live in a warehouse? I'm pretty sure that's not legal. One night, we were in bed late at night. He was asleep. I was trying to fall asleep, but just had a really weird feeling. There was a dim light on in the room, and I was sitting there reading. Out of the corner of my eye, I began to notice movement under the blanket on his side of the bed. I watched the exact shape of a hand and arm very slowly moving from the side of the bed towards my boyfriend's, wiener area. I was frozen with shock and confusion and just sat there staring for a while. Both of his hands were out of the covers, up by his face, so it couldn't have been his hands. Then I wondered if someone was under the bed. So I bent down on my side and looked under. Nothing. She's braver than I would have been. I would have immediately woken him up. I would have been like, I'm not looking under the bed. I'm not touching the blanket hand. I'm waking you up. You're the man. You deal with this. Paranormal activities, that's your job. I'll hand you your gun. I'll help that way. Kirsche would exercise the floofy ghost ass. What the heck? JK the Slacker, thank you for the 11 months approved, my brother, thank you. Kirsche still refuses to birth her own FBI handler. The face with no medium rare placenta. Is it a gun that kills ghosts? It might be. Nothing. I watched this arm shape moving around down there for a couple more seconds, then got too creeped out and batted it away to make it stop. Suddenly it was like nothing was there. And then your boyfriend's gonna wake up and be like, oh, babe, it's the middle of the night. He wasn't expecting the midnight boopus batting. I told my boyfriend about it the next day and was shocked again when he told me he has had that happen before. He said he thought it was probably a succubus and these encounters had been occurring for a while. I hated living there so much. This is when you accuse him of cheating. If he knows that there are succubus hands trying to steal his seed in the middle of the night and he hasn't done anything about it, that means he wants it to happen and he's cheating on you with the succubus. Now you gotta do something about it. More like jerkubus. And Kirsche got scared. Had to suck cock in comfort. What the fuck? Hey, you see, Kier, this is why you have 2 shotguns. One for intruders and one for ghost whores, loaded with silver-plated 00 buck blessed by the Pope. See, that guy's fucking prepared. He knows, man. Normal people just call it a wet dream. Do you think anyone knows what those are anymore, or if they just assume a wet dream is like a ghost encounter now? This person, get a carbon monoxide detector, first and foremost. Always rule that out before doing anything else. Can carbon monoxide make you feel like you're getting fucked by an invisible entity? Is that something carbon monoxide is capable of doing, chat? Where's the whimsy? Baja Cat, thank you. Most VTubers kick off their post-Christmas stream asking if everyone enjoyed their holiday, ate well, or got nice gifts, but Kirsche don't roll with that PG shit. Excuse me, I did ask that first, and then we got very distracted. I'm about to find out. Please don't. He just wants a cat fight between his demon girl and his human side chick. Zantetsu, thank you for the CRCs. For OP, something really similar happened to you once. You managed to wake up after you called to God for help, so it is sleep paralysis and maybe demons. I watched a movie about Mexican demons from the Tenochtitlan and how like there was 2 Mexican sisters whose like mother got exorcised, and then one of the women stayed in the Mexico and they were like a true believer and they lived with like an old lady who practiced the old ways. And then the other sister moved to the United States and became an insufferable hag bitch. But instead of getting the comeuppance she deserved, the insufferable hag bitch became the new hag that dealt in the old ways, and that made me really disappointed. You've had severe carbon monoxide poisoning before when you were a teenager. The experience was absolutely not like that, like turbo nausea and a heavy, sleepy feeling. Well, I'm glad you can't get ghost fucked due to carbon monoxide poisoning. Anime Hole Rapist, thank you for the 5 gift subs. That name doesn't faze me here. Tenochiland, what? Well, I mean, I would usually call it Techno Chitland because, like, that's how I sound it out in my head. But I'm pretty sure it's not pronounced Techno Chitland. So, I want to say, like, Tenochiland sounds more like a real city name than Techno Chitland, you know? You're skipping the tits. Kirsche explains movies badly. This needs to be a series. I mean, yeah, I can only explain them badly, man. Darth Gavel, thank you. Ghost YouTube Redacted 3, The Ecstasist. True. Kirsche, nothing sounds the way you sounded out. That's not true! That's not true. Trump, please coat the wall in silver. The Mexican demons are crossing illegally. You got Spice Bomb for Christmas? Hell yeah! Spice Bomb is amazing. I'm glad you like it. A Techno Chitland is an improvement. Toxic Molder, infrasound does way more to explain ghosts than ghost stories. I don't know, man. This person who suggested getting a carbon monoxide detector, though, said, as others have said, it sounds like a succubus or an incubus. I haven't heard many stories about them in the paranormal world online, but any being that can come into your room at night and sap your energy through sexual intercourse is not something to fuck around with. As appealing as it might be. If it happens again, do what you can to resist and tell it to leave you alone. It won't end up well for you if you keep letting it take hold. I love how, along with how progressive our society has become, the guy telling the story is a man, and so instead of people just assuming it was a succubus, now even the ghostly entities are progressive, and they don't want to assume which sex this man is attracted to, so they're like, well, it could be an incubus. Like, he's just talking about women. Succubus, incubus are just excuses used by cheating spouses in the Middle Ages. That'd be really interesting if they weren't even real, and that was, like, how they came up with things. What the fuck? My boyfriend said one night he walked in on me on all fours, throwing it back under my blankets and softly talking. I was asleep, and when he woke me up, I felt super disoriented. Maybe your happy endings ghost is mine's relative, LOL. Or maybe it's just a wet dream and some sleepwalking activity. What the fuck? The OP responded, throwing it back is crazy. I couldn't really move, and like I said, I was half awake, so I knew it was happening. But yeah, it could just be a wet dream sleep paralysis thing. In that case, respect to my brain. That was impressive work. And then the person who said that their boyfriend caught them throwing it back in bed. I read that, and I'm jealous. You should teach people that skill. I don't think he knows how to use that skill, if it is one. I'm gonna be real, man. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? When does the sounding ghost arrive? Kirsche is a Mexican sex demon. That's why she makes everyone gay. What the fuck? Someone else said, I had a similar thing happen to me, though I may have just been dreaming it. I also had issues with night terrors and sleep paralysis as a kid and young adult. I remember a blonde girl, and I remember we were going at it hard. I remember how real and vivid it all felt. All of it felt so real, and I couldn't stop it. Like I was literally hooking up with some random blonde woman I've never met, and it was all in a dream while sleeping right next to my girlfriend at the time. I woke up right when I was about to get off, my back was arched, and I was pitching a massive tent and sweating hard and out of breath. Thankfully, my girlfriend was fast asleep, snoring away. Missed opportunity to wake her up for sex! I still remember it to this day. It was over 10 years ago. I don't know much about succubi, but I know it didn't take me if that's what it was meant to be. Chat, I have a theory. I have a theory. I feel like all of these people who are having these dreamlike encounters are people who normally cannot rotate the apple in their mind. And so when their imagination shows them a vivid dream that connects with all the senses, it's so, like, abnormal and unthinking that they could do something like that they have to explain it with a ghost encounter. Because, like, especially the way that this guy just described it, this is literally just something you can do anytime during the day. Like, you could just, like, close your eyes and lean back and think of some sort of sexual scenario and then start immersing yourself in it and then have your own little movie happening, right? Interesting theory. Literal inner monologue void. Yeah, exactly. You couldn't have had a wet dream. Those are for losers. I obviously got raped by a ghost. Preferably not during stream, though. Baja Cat, thank you. Are you the only one listening to this thinking it just sounds like we're listening to a very sexually frustrated individual trying to get his partner to give him some? You know, it does seem to be weird that when in relationships, people start realizing they are not as compatible as they thought they were, but they're comfortable, so they don't do anything about it. Help! Most men can't orgasm just from thinking hard enough, Kirsche. Sorry to break it to you. This guy didn't say that he orgasmed, though. He said right when he was about to get off, which probably in the dream, and it makes sense if it was a very vivid dream that his back would be arched, he was hard, and he was sweating. That makes perfect sense. He wasn't going to actually Kumba. That's a skill issue. Ban that guy for being weak. What the fuck? Are we sure these aren't stories just to make people horny? If they are, they're really bad ones. So it's not that we can't rotate the apple. We can't see the fucking apple in the first place. Are you the only one that gropes their wife in their sleep? I hope not. I hope not. The story is both terrifying and arousing, not gonna lie. Ultimately, it seems prudent to try and dissuade this entity from coming back. This actually triggered a memory of something that happened to my partner and I many years ago. Male couple. We had a series of odd paranormal things happen while living in an old brownstone. I won't go into the details except this last one that scared the hell out of us. My partner was laying on the bed, on his back, and I was on top of him, hugging him. Yes, hugging. Both of us clothed, nothing sexual going on, just affection. I suddenly felt a heavy weight on top of my back, like the weight of an adult. I was pinned and couldn't breathe, and looked at my guy's face to see a look of panic. After a few seconds, it was just gone. I said, "What the fuck just happened?" We never got our answer, and although he verified the experience with me, he's in denial and won't discuss it. It was a very scary moment. But why would the other guy have a look of panic? Because nothing was happening to him. 100% monster mashed. Fall asleep cuddling so you can be in the perfect position for sleep groping. Come on, chat. Exactly. Grumpy Ian, thank you. OP needs to stay off the Ozempic. It gave you similar dreams, but mostly those dreams of just falling in the void. But sometimes you did get weird shit like that. Ozempic can give you weird ghost sex dreams? Is that real? What the fuck? He got ghost cucked, so I would also be in a panic. Jesus Christ. Let's see what this article is. Ghost fucking paranormal sensual sex. Okay. This is October 14th, 2021. How astute that it was in Halloween month. I don't think I can show the picture at the top of the article because it's a woman in what looks like a bikini, but there's like a ghost hand on her ass. So wait. No, the way this is written sounds like a fake story. I didn't know Medium posted like fake blog stories. But yeah, no. It starts out, "Hello viewers, I stretched out my arm with the camera to show my grinning face. Today we're gonna get spooky and dirty." That's not real, so I'm closing that. We're not gonna listen to that shit. We're gonna listen to this though. Madam Roast Beef. Is this one real? FAQ, am I gay? Yes. And fat and beautiful. Okay, that doesn't help me understand if this is fake or not. Let's see. Scary as shit, but the way you told it was funny. Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only person out there with some supernatural loving. Sheesh, high five. Okay. Alright, let's watch this video. Let's watch this. Let's see what this guy has to say. I had sex with a horny ghost. Apparently, Madam Roast Beef is a gay man.
Yeah, last night.
Yeah,
had a
that's
ghost
a man.
in me.
That checks out.
What is going on, you guys? Madam Roast Beef here, and this is like a weird. I don't know. I know what you're thinking. You saw the title. You're kind of horny.
No, not at all. But also, chat. You know, the curse is real. This looks like a guy I would have dated as a teenager. No wonder. I turned them all gay. The Wastelander, thank you. It's just a booty call. I'll see my way out. Jesus Christ.
But for real, I got fucked by a ghost last night.
I just don't believe you.
The
But tell us.
supernatural is never something that I like to fuck with, but you know, last
Pun intended? 'Cause he did?
night I got fucked by a ghost, and I'm gonna keep saying it until I got fucked by a ghost. So I went to bed last night really horny. Didn't masturbate, you know, which is a first. I usually masturbate like 5 times a day. You know,
That's not good. You shouldn't be dedicating so much time to jerking off per day. You know, like if you're having sex with another human being, you could like make the excuse for 5 times in one day, but like masturbation, man. Like I masturbate once a day at a minimum, you know, as like that's just like before bed. It's like 5 minutes so I can pass the fuck out, you know? But like 5 times a day, I just start thinking about all the other things I could get done instead of trying to get off that many times in one day. If I had a himbo though, game over. Game fuck, I would get nothing done, man. We're gonna fuck everywhere.
So bro, I'm a horny young lady. I'm a horny little mess. But I woke up, I woke up in the middle of the night, and you know, I had this weird pain on my thighs. You know, just a weird pain. I was like,
pulled a hammy?
Already went to bed horny. I was like, you know, that felt kind of good. You know,
what?
It's that weird pain. I don't know if any of you've ever been fucked doggy. It's gonna be graphic. This video is gonna be graphic. This is like a new segment that I'm gonna call "Let's Talk." And
why did he use children sharing for that? Hold on, wait a minute.
I think I might make more videos like this where I just come on here and I just fucking talk like
a lonely chronic masturbator that calls himself a lady thinks he was fucked by a ghost to claim he's not a virgin. I don't think he'd have to claim that. You're losing so many brain cells right now. I just want to hear stories from people who think they were fucked by ghosts, chat.
Son of a bitch. No, but last night went to bed super horny.
And also, I'm gonna give this guy credit because he was able to tell his I got fucked by a ghost story in under 10 minutes. This is only an 8-minute, 57-second video. The woman that I pulled up who claimed she got fucked by a ghost, that's over 30 fucking minutes. So at least this guy knows how to get to the fucking point. All right? Massive doggo, thank you, demons. You want to fuck with this guy? Nah.
I have this weird pain in my side, but it's the good pain. I don't know if you've ever been fucked doggy, but if any of you've ever been fucked doggy, you know you like that goddamn, that hip grabbing, that hip grip. If you've got a good hip grip, honey, I'm gonna come. But, so I don't fuck with the supernatural.
I really like how matter-of-factly he said that. But also, I do not know, like, the pain in the thigh that he's talking about. Like, yeah, your legs might get a bit fatigued, sure, but, like, they're not usually, like, crazy sore, I guess. I don't know.
You know, my house is haunted. It is haunted. I will go into details. I will tell you how I know it's haunted.
Did the ghost convince him to get the alien tattoo? Does like being on the alien side sort of insulate him from ghost attacks? Is that how this works? It's like rock, paper, scissors, except it's like ghost beats zombie, but alien beats ghost, you know?
So, a while back, just a couple years ago, this is probably the biggest thing that made me go, oh my god, my house is haunted.
Oh my god.
I was sitting at my computer. As you guys know, I game here, stream here every single night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shameless plug. I was sitting at my computer and I was watching, you know, I think I was watching The Young Turks. I don't know if anybody knows. They're like an independent news network on
2017? I mean, I guess that checks out. People were probably watching The Young Turks around 2017. That took me out. I was so fucking confused. There are people that actually watched that, I guess. A guy calling himself a chick. I mean, The Young Turks. Oh god, this can't get any gayer. It can continue to get gayer. I did say that this was I would have tried to date this man as a teenager. And he probably would have been like bisexual at the time, you know, instead of fully gay. He would have been like, maybe I can still stand being around women. You did call him cute, so he's ultra gay now. Zachary Rollick, thank you. The aliens probed him and thought it was ghosts. Jesus Christ. Baja Cat, thank you. 2025 post-Christmas stream is a stream we learned the fate of men who once dated the Foxu.
This is a public service announcement. Kirsche and chat are super duper mega cute and wonderful. Less than 3 also DVL doxing himself this way was not on my bingo card.
I did not know that this is what Deviel looks like, but you know, it checks out if he's jerking it 5 times a day. Tracy L, thank you. You are super duper mega cute and wonderful. Less than 3. Thank you. Wastelander, thank you. Kier, did you take out the trash? Pants off now. Why would my himbo be asking me if I took out the trash? That don't make no goddamn sense. Lich couldn't, thank you. Dan Aykroyd. That was a Ghostbuster guy, right? Engaged target, thank you. Lord, they took the rainbow. Please send another flood. What do you mean? Oh, Lich couldn't. Thank you for another 20. Sending Dan Aykroyd not in all capitals. Dan Aykroyd in all capitals was after that. What am I missing about Dan Aykroyd? What am I missing about Dan Aykroyd? Dan Aykroyd was the Ghostbuster who busted in the ghost. There was sex in the Ghostbusters movie? I think they were saying I said that. There's a ghost blowjob in Ghostbusters? I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid. I do not remember that. What the fuck? He was dreaming, to be fair. I do not remember. Dan Aykroyd thought the ghost blowjob was real. I mean...
YouTube. I've been watching them for years. I was watching them, and I heard, I turned around and I saw my attic door open. Let me show you this attic door.
Oh, attic doors are creepy, and that's not an attic door. That's a crawl space door, to correct this gay. And those are equally as creepy. I've had one of those open when there's been no drafts, no wind, no air conditioning on. It just opened with like that really stereotypical like that can only be achieved by like ancient fucking wood. And so I looked at it and I closed it and I put something in front of it and then I never went back into that room again. What did I do? You just got pinged 1 billion times? Don't worry about it.
So that right there is my attic door. I know. That's scary.
It is scary.
He's
also not an attic.
About the thigh pain from them being gripped during coitus. It's not exactly your standard hand-on-thigh story. I don't believe this fellow knows his Asimov.
What is an Asimov? I don't know what that is either. But also, if you're being fucked doggy style... I'm trying to think of the logistics of the person fucking you gripping your thighs from the front instead of, like, your love handles or your ass cheeks or, like, even your neck. Like, I feel like the person would have to crouch over a bit too much to grab the front of your thighs if you're doggy style. And so that would probably put them in a not great position for maximum thrustage. But maybe that's just me. Wheelbarrow doggy. That might make a bit more sense. That might make a bit more. I got raw dogged by a ghost. Call the mystery gang. How does he know the ghost was male and not a female ghost with a strap on? That's a great question. Asimov wrote iRobot? Isn't that like the cleaning thing that people put in their houses? Battleizer, thank you. The BJ ghost was a blonde, and you think they made her real in the animated Ghostbusters. What the hell? What the hell? Asimov is probably the most influential sci-fi writer. Oh, okay. A massive doge, thank you, Scooby-Doo, featuring Kirsche Verstahl. I would love to talk to fucking Shaggy's voice actor, man. I feel like that would be... I know nothing about him, but I think that would be fun. Spartanbot, thank you for the 7-month member. Asimov is a writer. He wrote The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Oh, I know that title. I've never read that book or seen that movie.
So anyways, that motherfucking thing was
transition.
Wide open. Wide open, which is strange. That's mainly where we like store things, you know, for the winter, things we're not using, seasonal stuff. You know, you all have your Christmas decorations and all that. We put that in there. And I was like, well, why?
How are we watching this after Christmas and he mentions the Christmas decorations? This was meant to be, chat.
Why the fuck is that open? You know, I'm getting chills. I'm getting actually kind of chills.
Asimov did not write
I'm like,
Hitchhiker's Guide?
why the fuck is that thing open? And I thought maybe somebody was in it. Maybe somebody was in it.
Douglas Adams wrote Hitchhikers? Oh. I'm not going to remember who wrote Hitchhikers after this conversation is over.
So I'm like, hello?
Hello?
Nobody answers that goddamn call. And I'm like, what the fuck? What is going on here? So I start working my way over to that open attic door. And that mother...
Just open attic door is what I call my behind.
Fucker just slam shut. Now, if you know anything about this, oh my god, I'm gonna get fucking chills. If you know, I mean, like, I literally got fucked in the ass by a ghost, but I think that's more comforting than whatever the fuck this was. That door fucking slam the fuck shut. And if you know anything about that door, you can only close it from the outside. There was nobody in front of that motherfucking door, bitch.
Wait, how come you can only close it from the outside? Because all of the crawl space doors I've seen also have handles on the inside. So why does his not have a handle on the inside? I don't understand. Olive, what do you mean? The only thing drier than this guy's story is the ghost schlong. Well, yeah, that's because anuses don't lubricate themselves, chat. Sam the Apollo Wolf, thank you. If you want to see a spooky crawl space door, look up Tales from the Dark Side episode Inside the Closet. Scared the hell out of you as a child. I've never heard of that.
I fucking run down my goddamn stairs. These doors are fucking slamming open as I fucking run down. There's beating all the way down the walls as I run down. And
he was literally in an indie horror game. I don't believe that's real. That sounds like way too over the top, you know? Would a ghost need lube? That's a good question. If you're going to receive the ghost cock, does the ghost cock need to be lubed? Truly a question for the philosophers of our time. BC Wolf, thank you. Asimov did not write Hitchhiker's Guide, Douglas Adams did. Asimov wrote I, Robot, which created the 3 rules for robotics and a ton of other sci-fi. I don't recognize anything by Asimov. Like, maybe if somebody gave me a title, I could, but like I don't recognize that or the 3 rules for robotics. I don't know what that is. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. The closet was trying to reclaim him. Is this just like a really convoluted anti-coming out story?
I am pissing myself covered in piss.
What?
So this house is haunted. I've established that. You know, there's some weird things. My cat
Does Guy have a bad trip?
Scared.
Sounds like it.
Gets spooked sometimes. She just stares at things. Gets really skittish. Runs around like a motherfucker. But she's also mentally disabled, so that also there's a lot of content in this video.
What?
Just a lot of information. And it's information overload. My cat is disabled, mentally disabled. Let me get her.
How do you know your cat is mentally disabled? What did he mean by this? What is happening? B Jammin', thank you. This guy got graped and his cope is that a spooky ghost did it? What? Olimar Putin, thank you. This dude sounds like Pinocchio from Pinocchio, A True Story. Is that a gay porn? What did he mean by this? The Wastelander, thank you. Kirsch's new job, being like the guy from Ancient Aliens on the next Ghost Bustin'. Now, I'm not saying it was Ghost Penis, but it was Ghost Penis. True, that should be me. Battleizer, thank you. Depends on if it's Slimer or not. I don't know what that means. Glenn, thank you. Rip Casey Kasem, the OG Norville Shaggy Rogers. Wasn't Casey Kasem a radio DJ? That name sounds really familiar. Engage Target, thank you. Like, Zoink Scoob? What's the ghost doing? Raggy, he's Ryan to ruck or right. I don't, is that how Scooby talked? I know he replaced some letters with R's, but all of them? Thank you, Engage Target. Alpha Chad Fenor, thank you. Your wife has never complained about thigh pain. Usually just asks for a heating pad for her hoonanny after we finish. This guy just wanted to super chat bragging about how giant his hog is. He's like, everyone needs to know I'm hiding a horse cock and my wife loves it. Monkey99, thank you for the 5 gift blankets on Kick. Thank you. Thank you. Kind of kind of based. I'd high five my husbando if he super chatted a streamer bragging about his fucking hog. Based in Big Hog. Casey Kasem was the host of America Top 40 for years. Casey Kasem was a DJ, also massively full of himself that he wouldn't play Shaggy unless he was a vegan like him. True story, that's why he wasn't him during the Scooby movies. That's really fucking weird. Shaggy ate so much food, and he loved sandwiches with, like, deli meats. The best Shaggy was Billy West. He voiced him in Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. I know that there's a guy, I don't know if he's the still alive one or not, but I know that there's a guy who literally looks like Shaggy and did Shaggy's voice. Noah's Ark of sandwiches with Shaggy, true. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Wonder if Unchained Melody played during this encounter. That's Matthew.
Where were you when I was
yeah.
getting fucked, honey? Where
Matthew
were
Willard.
you? Where were you when I was getting fucked in the ass by some ghastly ghost?
Okay, the cat
I don't
wouldn't have
know where
saved
she
you.
was. She's probably fucking off goddamn hiding somewhere as this goddamn creepy ghost
But
comes
why is the
inside my
cat
butthole.
mentally disabled?
No, seriously, I got fucked. But no, so that's how I know my house is haunted. But last night I went to bed really horny. I had this weird hip grip. I know the hip grip. Honey, trust me. Doggy is my favorite. Fuck me, doggy. We're good. I know the hip grip. I know the hip grip. And I felt it. And I'm like, you know, maybe it's just an intense dream, you know, whatever. I remember, I don't know if it was a dream or what it was, but I remember hearing, "Oh yeah, baby," whispered. I know it sounds crazy, into my fucking ear.
I think this guy got date raped. I think someone fucking corn popped his drink. Cause like hearing the voices, that's a bit extreme. Patchouli, thank you. I, Robot was a short that got turned into the movie starring Will Smith where he investigates a murder committed by an android. Asimov also submitted a lot of short stories to sci-fi magazines. I have a movie poster with Will Smith's face on it, and his face is like really big, and he's wearing like aviator glasses that have like pictures in them from like the movie. Is that what movie that's from? I remember like when movies would like come out of the theater, I would just kind of like ask for the posters. Oh, that's Independence Day? Hancock? Oh. That's Ram Ranch. Well, that one sounds like Hancock. What happened in Hancock? I don't know that movie either. That could be 4 different movies. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Feel like all cats have a touch of the tism. They just act like women. Insect Devil, thank you. Your late cat was mentally disabled. She had something in her brain and suffered seizures all her life, so he probably knows if the cat is well or not. Well, yeah, if they're having seizures, that would be normal, but he hasn't explained how his cat is mentally disabled. And I wouldn't put it past someone his age to say that, and it just mean my cat's kind of dumb and like chases lights and its own tail. A Generation Odysseus, thank you. That looks like a walk-in attic, not a crawl space. You say this is a pest control technician, pretty much live in crawl spaces sometimes. Well, coming from the north, when I think of an attic is a place that you can walk in. Right, if you cannot stand up, it is not an attic, unless you're like 6 feet tall. Sometimes they didn't make the roof that tall. But like the attic is like you have a pull down thingy, and you either have to bring a step ladder, or the pull down has stairs, or sometimes you're lucky and you had a really nice house that just had stairs that went up to an attic door. Either way, the attic is a place that you can stand up in. These doors that this gay man is talking about, they go into crawl spaces. They're called crawl spaces because you cannot stand up in them. You can only crawl in them. A crawl space typically is around the upstairs of your house. So like you'll have bedrooms that have those doors that enter into the crawl spaces of the 2nd floor or the 3rd floor. For the bug technician people or like pest technician, I'm assuming the crawl spaces you guys are used to crawl spacing in is just what we refer to as under the porch. And it's just under the house in a place like adjacent to the basement. Bet most VTubers don't need to crawl in there. Your crawl space is in the basement and it has a bolt lock on it as God intended. Yeah, the only crawl spaces I've ever seen have been upstairs with these doors on the walls. And there are many houses that have the crawl spaces and an attic. She's flexing the house investigation knowledge to us. This isn't even investigation knowledge. This is just how I grew up, man. Your childhood home had those. Your house has no basement. Under the house is a crawl space. That's horrific. A gay guy not knowing the difference is like an Asian that sucks at math. What the hell? Some houses don't have basements, so it's just a crawl space. You can't even, like, put stuff under there to store it, though. You call that a knee well. Arc Light Sniper Shy, thank you. What the fuck? This is why you're worried when you join my stream? Merry belated Christmas? Merry belated Quimbus! Why are you worried? Grumpy Ian, thank you. You've heard more believable stories from junkies asking for drug money. Maybe I should do that. The next homeless person to ask me for money, I can ask them to tell me a scary story. And if it's actually scary, I'll give them $10. Mad Hatter, thank you. You're high as fuck and you can't stop laughing at the open attic doors. What I call my behind comment. Damn, you must have lost your mind when I said that, like, necrophilia thing earlier. Because that's a thought you should have when you're high. But unfortunately for me, I was completely sober. Matt Larson, thank you. Alex Jones voice. They're turning the ghosts gay. They're putting something in the ectoplasm to turn the ghosts gay, man. Massive Doge, thank you. What class of gay would you categorize him as? I don't know what the classes of gay are. Battleizer, thank you. Hancock was a cape shit movie? Really? What the fuck? What kind of cape shit is Hancock? I haven't heard of him in, like, the Fantastic Four or whatever. Luna Reddick, thank you for the 18 months of Proom. Thank you. Engaged Target, thank you. Will Smith is drunk Superman who loses his powers when near his soulmate. Doesn't that seem, like, counterintuitive? Doesn't that seem like if you lose your powers around that person, they're not your soulmate because you would want your powers to protect the person who's your soulmate? I don't know. That seems kind of dumb. I think he's a sorcerer due to flamboyancy. Sam the Apollo Wolf, thank you. Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island and Witch's Ghost are the best Scooby-Doo movies from the late 90s. Check out the Hex Girl and the Terror Time Again songs. I saw what they did to the Hex Girls. How could they do this? Sparky Redhead Supremacist, thank you. Chad, this is your reminder that trying to get Q to perceive references to movies and books, apparently, is a Sisyphus task. Try JRPGs next time, true and real. Your dad got you a Christmas present, and you opened it, and it was a box for Mad Honey, which is apparently honey with drugs in it. You were concerned, but when you opened it, it was full of bullets for your handgun. Classic dad moment. That's really cool, but also, where did he get a box for drug-infused honey? Acrylicophobia, thank you for the 22 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you.
And it was so intense, and I got chills. I didn't have the energy to. I don't know if I was awake or if it was in a dream or if it was a dream state or what was going on. I don't fuck with the supernatural, although I do think I'm a witch. I am a witch, honey. I have powers.
Whoever in chat said sorcerer, give yourself a high five because you called it.
Goddamn, turn Carrie on your ass, make you float around the goddamn world. I am Carrie. I do have supernatural abilities.
Why would you want to be Carrie? Didn't she get like pig's blood dumped on her because even though she was relatively thin, everybody called her fat? I feel like you wouldn't want to be in that position, actually.
And I'm a witch, and I got fucked by a ghost last night, and he penetrated me. I don't know if he did a ghost loogie and splatted it on my asshole, or if he used some of my lube that I have for my dildo. I don't know what he used. I don't know what happened. All I know is it's very intense, and I woke up with bruises on my hips and on my inner thigh. Don't even tell me I did that in my sleep, because I've never bruised my goddamn hips. What do you think I am, some frail old lady? Some fragile woman falling down, needing a goddamn beeper to get the ambulance to come help me? I am not Miss I've fallen and I can't get up. That's not who I am. I don't know, something bruised my hips. I would show you. Well, maybe I could show you. No. Here, I'll show you the one on my inner thigh.
Oh my god.
I don't know if you can see that. Oh my god, this is uncomfortable. I don't know if you can see that. But that's a big old motherfucking bruise, bitch.
I mean, it kind of is.
I don't even know if you can see that shit, but I got fucked last night by a ghost. I just wanted to make this video and tell you guys it was good. I don't think I need a man. Oh my god, Ghost, I know you're here, baby. Come to me, talk to me, do something in this room right now. Here, I'll be quiet for a moment. Do something. Please. Confirm my belief that you penetrated me. He's busy. He's
If this had happened to me, you could not have, like, tortured that information out of me, alright? Like, I would not want to release that publicly unless I had solid proof of a ghost wandering around my house. Like, I could show, like, infrared video of, like, something spookling around. I could show, like, a ghost box with, like, weird voices multiple times and not just once, okay? I would want like an ironclad case that would cause the CIA to knock on my door and confiscate my property for the foreseeable future. I would need that kind of level of proof before I went and told this story. But Pakistani National, thank you for the Canadians. He's miss I've fallen and I can get up. Oh my god. Engaged Target, thank you. I miss when we had secrets. Sultan of Swig, thank you. Just joined. All seems in order. Yeah, it's the post-Christmas ghost fucking. Of course, it's a tradition.
He's probably sleeping, okay? He fucked me last night, I swear to God. And it was really good. I know this video might sound crazy. I'm fully aware that I might get some backlash. You guys might think I'm fucking nuts, but I want to have an intimate connection. I believe in the supernatural. I truly do believe, I really truly do believe that I was fucked in the ass last night by a ghastly ghost. By a ghoul of the night, a nightmare being.
I don't care who it is. Whenever I finally do a ghost hunting collab with someone, all I'm going to do is sexually harass the ghost until they try to fuck me. I have fallen for the ghost cock propaganda, and I need to test if it's real for myself, okay? Ghost fucked him once and found him annoying. Imagine getting pump and dumped by a fucking ghost that's probably lived in your house for hundreds of years. And they're just like, I can't be here anymore, dude. Imagine. Motherfucking The Wastelander, thank you. FBI, open up! Not like that, though. Baja Cat, thank you. Narrator, in fact, this poor man was drugged and abused at a freshman party and was creating a fantasy to cope with the trauma. Massive Doge, thank you. Sexual assault ghost versus state and gay witch. If he's a gay witch, why can't he just use some kind of spell to draw the ghost out again? Like, there should be ways to do that. Lady Takadashi, thank you. This man is high on blue elephant and aphrodisiacs. What is blue elephant? Diego Free Spirit, thank you. Someone got visited by 3 spirits all at once. Oh my god. A Waluigi board. Jimothy Farm! Merry fucking Christmas, brother. About an hour behind, the zombie thing was kind of explored in Warm Body. It is a movie about if zombies regain a bit of their humanity. I think I remember people talking about Warm Bodies. I don't think I ever saw it, though. And I do remember a lot of people talking about how it was a terrible movie. Paradoxical Madness, thank you. Can you get Ghost Human Immunodeficiency Virus? Acronym not allowed on YouTube. Give? Wait, you can't type regular HIV on YouTube? Hold on. What kind of censorship is that? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. John in English, thank you. Chat, would you rather Roofie Ghost or the Evil Dead Grape Tree? I feel like Roofie Ghost would be better than a grape tree. Mufasa-san, thank you for your 5 gift subs on Twitch, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Warm Bodies was fun. It's a zombie Romeo and Juliet story. What the heck? Javix McJavi, thank you. The guy sat down and decided, yeah, I want the world to know this about me. Merry Christmas, Kirsche. Hope I got your gift. What was your gift, Mr. Jarvis McJavi? Speaking of, the movie I Am Legend is about AIDS. What? Chippy the Wizard, thank you. This feels like a be careful what you wish for moment for your Ghost Hunt collab. No, because, like, if the ghost starts graping me, right, I'll have friends there who can help, probably. Joventino Villa, thank you. What in the Scary Movie 2 is going on here? That's a great question. Next question.
It felt good. I embraced it. I'm willing to do it again. And, yeah. Let me know if you guys want more videos like this. I'm gonna call this like a Let's Talk series where I can just sit down and just blab my big fat fucking mouth to you guys. Just, you know, talk about life. Maybe more of a serious tone. I am gonna be doing, some
Missed opportunity for him to say, you know, it'll be a segment where I take the fat cock out of my mouth and actually talk for a bit. You know, I would have gone in that direction. All right, like that could have been funny and another pun like the intro of the video. Dude needs to shut up. If we want another movie that explores zombies turned human, try The Cured. I haven't heard of that one either.
Videos in this series. I'm going to be doing more videos. One is going to be how to bottom. I'm going to teach you how to bottom professionally. I'm going to teach you how to top.
I get that some people need help learning how to top because they're, like, not naturally confident and dominant, and so being in complete control of a situation can be foreign. But, like, do you have to learn how to bottom? I don't know. Maybe it's a foreign concept to me because, like, I am about as subby-bubby as they come, but, like... It's just like when I've been asked, like, how do you know what to do? I'm like, I don't know, brother. I work on pure animalistic instinct. I do and say what feels right at the time. You know, like teaching him how to bounce on it, Dio. True. Mr. Sweetie Squad, thank you. The fact that I help you get your Medicare fix and I'm a fellow native is funny. Fellow native. Does he mean like New Englander? Is he also a New England kind of guy? Quick, Kirsche, save those videos for victims of your curse. What do you mean? Massive dollars, thank you. Professionally, what does he mean by this? It's tongue-in-cheek. Sergeant Buck, thank you. This man had a very strange phasmophobia run. Oh my god.
Professionally, because believe it or not, I'm a versatile woman. And I'm even gonna make a how to be verse video, because a lot of people think that you gotta be one or the other. You don't. You don't. I'm gonna clear the water.
I thought it was called switch, not verse. What is this lingo?
I'm gonna clear the air. We're gonna get some goddamn shit up in here. I love
no
you
pun
guys
intended.
to the moon and beyond. Thank you for watching this fucking disaster of a video. But no, I just wanted to come on here because I woke up and I was just a sweaty, in the middle of the night I woke up just sweaty and intense, and I was like, oh my god, you know, and it was just one of those moments where I didn't know what was going on. I got something in my eye, must like dust particles or something in my eyeball. I don't know what was going on there. I don't know what happened, but embrace it. Embrace your fucking ghosts, honey. And by embrace it, I mean suck its penis up your asshole. I love you guys.
I don't think you can suck a penis up your ass. I don't think that's how that works. Wait, there's an update 4 years later? Hold on a goddamn minute. Hold on, there's an update.
What is going on, you guys?
Oh my god, he looks like Bo Burnham now.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Radcon Hazard, thank you. He means prepping for gay bottoming. It requires a bit more effort. Doesn't it just require, like, an enema? And, like, not eating Taco Bell, like, 2 hours beforehand? I don't know, man. Did he and the ghost break up? I don't know, but I need to know. Mr. Sweetie Squad, thank you. Yes, you're from Hyde Park, but you're currently in Germany. Why the fuck are you in Germany? Can't you get arrested for, like, making insensitive posts? Sumi Bito Zin, thank you. You know, it was in his eye. It's called sperm. Would it be sperm, or is it ectoplasm? Eat the Taco Bell, it's self-lubricating. I wish I could remember what show it was. I mean, there were, like, two gay dudes, and one was like, oh, it's okay. We ate some, like, they ate something with, like, cheese, and I can't remember if it was, like, nachos or lasagna. They were like, we still have 5 hours. And I was like, what the fuck? You can time that shit? He's going to have a ghost baby. The Wastelander, thank you. This is Kirsche stream we're talking about. Like Maserati going from 0 to 70 in 6 seconds. You go, Merry Christmas! To let's talk about ghost penis just as fast. Well, You know, sometimes I just have to know about things, chat.
Madame roast beef here. Honestly, it's Madame roast beef. When people say Madame roast beef, I'm like, what the fuck? Do you think I am some French goddess? It's Madame roast beef. I get anxiety when people say Madame. Excuse me, there's no E at the end, honey.
But why would you get anxiety? Madame sounds pretty cool, though.
This is an updated video, though. Hello. I don't even know how
he
many
has
years
stuff in
it's
front of his
been.
attic door now. He's safe.
Obviously figure it out in the title. But it's been a long time since I've done this video, and this is my most popular video. It's really actually really sad of doing daily live streams on YouTube and Twitch. I cannot even get like over 100,000 views. Kind of pathetic, but
neither can
but,
I.
Oh, well, that's life.
What
That's
do you
the
mean?
world. I wanted to share my experience because I'm having kind of a really weird, kind of uncomfortable experience just with life and spiritual, supernatural, whatever. It's kind of creepy, but I just want to see. Is there?
I'm gonna say, if you're gonna be a live streamer though, please get a better mic, my man. This was a 4-year update. How many years ago was this? This was 4 years ago. So this was 4 years after he first got fucked by the ghost, but it was 4 years ago from current time. His mic has this like weird echo kind of effect to it, where it sounds like it's reverberating, and I get like this weird like thimble feeling in my ear. You gotta like, first and foremost, before you try anything else as a streamer, get a good mic.
Having experiences like this, has there anyone else that thinks there might be a ghost that's fucking them? Leave comments down below. Tell me if you think there's anyone else that could be having some supernatural orgasms or whatever. Regardless, it's
I'm gonna have to look at the comments because I want more.
But but I love you. And so
unless you're Medicare, that's true.
I just moved back to my mom's house. This is actually This is actually the same house that I filmed.
It is the same house with a dead plant now. New dead plant.
Flashback to the past. Really kind of weird, spooky, and scary.
Nick the Meme Daddy, thank you for the biddies. This is the female Sasquatch video all over again. What is the female Sasquatch video? What is that? Mr. Sweetie Squad, thank you. It's doing what the U.S. government tells you to do. You're in the military. You're in the military. Maybe you're gonna be there and you can help liberate the Germans, just like before the wall fell in 91. Look it up, please. What? Engage target, thank you. Kirsche, I'm begging you. Tabs, financial audit, whistleblower video. The empathy shirt alone is too much. You know what I think is really funny? The shirt that I talk about, that I bought as like a, this is fucking weird as fuck shirt. It's the exact same tie-dye pattern, but instead of empathy, it says femme fatale in Barbie font. I was like, this will ensure that no one at the gym speaks to me. That is what I endeavor to wear to the gym. Just things that will make sure no one wants to interact with me. Jamie, pull up the female Sasquatch video. You're so confused and concerned. If you're getting fucked by a ghost, it's not a ghost, you know? Joe of the Masks, thank you. Thank you, wonderful Foxone, for keeping you entertained as you work through the holidays, keeping the government from burning down the IT room. But what if we did burn down the government's IT room? What if we did do that? Also, I'm just realizing this guy left clothes on his floor before he recorded this. There's a laundry basket, like, 5 feet away. He could have at least picked up those clothes on the floor, man. John in English, thank you. You swear this dude is 12 of your 13 reasons. What does that mean? A Leaf, thank you. Jarvix McJarvey reminded you, Foxwoman, there's a present in my Twitter requests. Will the ghost of his dead plan to give him a paranormal encounter as well? There's a present in my Twitter requests? Somebody in Not Safe for Work the other day mentioned something about checking my DMs, and so I took a screenshot of the 151 DM notifications I have, and that was my response to him. And that was just in Discord. You wouldn't interact, but you would be definitely asking questions to yourself for the rest of the week.
And what's really been kind of weird is I kind of have noticed a little more of the ghosts activity to be coming up and appearing more often now that I've moved back than when I was in Vegas. I don't know.
Is he saying the ghost missed him? The ghost missed his pussy specifically?
Super weird.
Is that a pink COVID mask behind him?
I don't even know how to
on the bed?
about. It just makes me really uncomfortable to, I don't know, to think about this and to think about like all the things that like I experienced, like the ghosty having like orgasms with me. I don't know if the ghost is orgasming. I know that I'm not orgasming.
What?
Which is really the frightening part of it. Like, you know, if I was loving it and I was feeling it and it felt good, I'd be like, you know what, ghost, penetrate this pussy hole. But I'm not. It doesn't feel good. I don't even really know what's going on, honestly, when it happens. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like,
I do not wish to hear any being, straight woman, gay man, gender confused Twitter war freak. I do not wish to hear anyone talk about jamming it in the pussy hole. That just sounds grotesque. Don't phrase it that way. Don't do that.
like, most of the time I'm like not even conscious, which is the really weird part. But yeah, guys, I don't know. I don't really know. I wanted to do a ghost update video, and I wanted to talk about the update, and I just wanted to say, like,
is there an update? Did you get fucked again?
Many years since I've been raw dogged by the supernatural.
Oh, okay.
But it hasn't. It hasn't been many years because it has been happening, you know, especially in the last year or whatever. It's just been really weird.
What?
Really spooky, really scary. And I know
is he talking about having an on again, off again relationship with this ghost where whenever he comes home, he gets like his bussy bungled by some after spirit? Like what? What is that? Do you think his parents know? How do you come out to your parents about fucking ghosts? I think is the biggest question here. Like they could be understanding about being gay, but fucking the undead? Like, I don't know, man. Ham the Third, thank you. Okay, check me on this. Orgasm is a lady thing. Coming is a guy thing, right? No. No, ladies have, we don't have semen, but we have like mucusy cum stuff that comes out. And also, guys experience orgasm even if it isn't like a full body experience like a lady has. The woman juice. Yeah, we have woman juices. And to the best guys on the planet, the woman juices taste great. Mom, Dad, I have to tell you, we know. Getting fucked by a ghost. What? Yeah, exactly. It's like, I could have handled my son taking dick, but over my dead body will the dead be fucking my son. Mommy, Daddy, Grandpa came to visit last night. Oh, no, dude. The ghost update just that he got pumped and dumped and won't return his calls? I don't know. He hasn't been very specific yet. He's dragging this one out a bit. You think the most normal thing he'd come out to his parents with? What do you mean? Lambie Chop, thank you. The ghost is not a considerate lover. You would think they would be. They have all the time in the world, right? Woman juice merch idea, gamer subs flavor. Use code Kirsche for 10% off your order.
That they deal with often. I'm so sorry. Because honestly, same, and it's really frightening. But, yeah. Really, really weird. Alright, guys, I honestly I don't really know how to film this video. I just wanted to do, like, an update on my supernatural experience with the supernatural and the spirit realm and whatever else. There was a few times when, you know, when I lived in Vegas, I just moved back from Vegas, and there was a few times where I tried, you know, some sage, and I tried saging the room, and like,
but if you were enjoying getting fucked, why would you try and get rid of the ghost? That's my next question, you know?
Like a few weeks, the ghost would like not penetrate my pussy hole, which is really weird. I don't know if there's a correlation there or whatever, but it was just really bizarre. And
wait, hold on.
Really, like a few weeks, the ghost would like not penetrate my pussy hole, which is.
Sir, you are not a ma'am. You do not have a pussy and thus do not have a pussy hole. Please stop referring to your anus as your pussy hole. I think even gay men would reject you for that. You think he said pussy? No, because he said pussy hole earlier. He said pussy hole earlier, and I had a whole spiel on don't call it that, and he just said it a second time. He's not saying bussy with a
Spicy
B.
cat raid. What the hell is a spicy cat raid?
It's really weird. I don't know if there's a correlation there or whatever, but it was just really bizarre and very scary. And
what a
like,
raid time. John Dead VT, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the pussy hole, question mark. Welcome, raiders.
It would seem like if I was talking to a guy, which I have a boyfriend now, hello, but
do you think his boyfriend gets jealous of the ghost fucking? Do you think that's a thing?
In Vegas, you know, I don't think I ever actually had a boyfriend in Vegas. I think it was just like boys that I was like hooking up with or whatever. But
Ew.
Whenever I would be talking to somebody and they would come over, it would seem the ghost would get extremely jealous, or the energy or whatever the fuck it was. It would seem that it would get very jealous when I would bring someone over the house.
How do you know?
There's a few times where I woke up with loud noises in my room. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And you could just you know how that
the boyfriend probably dresses as the ghost. Like, babe, I need you to put on this sheet with the eye holes in it, and then you can fuck me. Oh my god, no, we're not cosplaying the Confederacy. Although maybe next time. I feel like that's definitely gotta be a thing. That's definitely gotta be a thing where like some gay guy like convinces one of the KKK members to fuck him in the ass, and then he can hold that over the KKK guy's head for the rest of his life. Be like, if you don't keep putting your fat hog in my pussy with a B, I'ma tell your wife. Too much of a flaming candy ass? What do you mean? Ghost, thank you. You just want to say you have nothing to do with this. I'm glad you're clearing your name, Mr. Ghostman.
feeling like you know when you're being watched. It was very much that, like, all the time.
Put on a hood and start a fire in my loins.
I had my underwear taken off of my body. Not, like, removed from my flesh, but, like, when I was asleep, I woke up, my underwear was off. I'm like, what the fuck? And I didn't have anybody over or anything, so it's not like anybody else was doing that. Just really weird. Just really a lot of really weird and really peculiar things. But, I have a boyfriend now, and I'm saging the fuck up.
I don't care about your boyfriend. I care about the ghost. Oh no, it's loud. Oh no, it's loud, slaves, because the gay man stopped talking loudly. The more you hear from him, the more you think he just can't handle DMT. Is DMT a big drug in gay circles? Thank you, XX_bussybreaker_XX. Thank you for the 100 slaves. Maybe you should cosplay as a ghost now. And then you will just be asked to break bussy every night. Drugs in general are very big in gay circles. I thought it was specifically like Quaaludes. Thank you, Loose Change, for the 100 slaves. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a bit late, but here's your monthly check from Big Lolly. Merry Christmas, Foxy in chat. Remember, don't tell anyone. Also, curse YouTube for blocking Lolly. What a strange thing to have done. YouTube is afraid of the 4-letter word. Loose Change, I hope you enjoyed the recent art Tora did that I posted on the Twitters. It was very cute. Very cute, and throw commies from helicopters. It's not the fucking 1970s anymore. No one does Quaaludes. I just like, whenever I think of gay drugs, I think of Quaaludes first. I wasn't even alive in the 70s. Quaaludes aren't exclusively a gay thing. Lots of druggies seem to enjoy them. If somebody asked me to tell them what a Quaalude was, I don't think I could even do that. I just know that they were very popular with gay men at one point. You sure you aren't thinking of poppers? No, but poppers are like a new current word I learned from the gays. Ketamine helps fully relax one's anus. Do you ingest the ketamine or do you rub it on the anus? Because, like, people boof drugs to get them in their bloodstream faster. So, in theory, if you rubbed a drug on the anus, then wouldn't it work faster? Ingest. Poppers also help loosen up. What is happening? Ketamine is a veterinary tranquilizer. I feel like if I was gonna have sex, I wouldn't want to be tranquilized? I don't know. Silence, thank you for the BGNs. The loony bin is strong in this one. Help, Fuzzy Animator, my guy. Thank you for the 20 months. Almost 2 fucking years. Big, huge. Nick's Cobalt, thank you. He might be going through psychosis legitimately. I need a where is he now video since this is still 4 years ago. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Wonder if he had Benadryl before these encounters. Do you think the Hat Man would fuck your pussy? Alpha Chad Fenor, thank you. Imagine dressing as Casper for Halloween and accidentally knocking on this dude's door. You would never see the light of day. You would be trapped forever. Battleizer, thank you. That's what that picture was. You thought it was Foxu using an attack chopper. No, I'm doing the Pinochet.
Aw, I really like this guy. He's very sweet. Maybe you guys will meet him someday. Hello.
Hello.
He's super sweet, super cute, just very nice. Hope for the
He's
best.
a top-ranking Democrat advertiser. That would be funny.
Pussy hole. You
Stop saying pussy hole!
But yeah, I just wanted to do an update because guys, this really is something that does happen, you know, and this happens frequently. For me, for the past couple of years, it's just been nonstop ghost orgasms. Also, with like the editing of
what
this,
the fuck
I'm uploading this
what
on
the fuck
like
jump
I don't even know how many years
shit
it's been,
was
but it's
edited into this
something
video?
anniversary
Why
of
did he
when
do
the
that?
exact fucking date, the exact day of when
It's literally his September 11th. Mr. President, a second ghost has hit the pussy of this man.
uploaded my first I had sex with a horny ghost video, and so hello, like throwback, kind of iconic. I just wanted to like give an update on it because I know some people are still like probably wondering, oh my god, is he still being raw dogged by that horny ghost?
What the fuck?
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
What do you mean, unfortunately? If you're making a follow-up video, I don't know how unfortunate it is. He even said that, like, that's his most viewed video. So, of course, you would want to do an update, even if it's disingenuous and you're not getting raw dogged by a ghost anymore.
And it's not like it doesn't really seem creepy. It doesn't really even seem like a person. I don't think it's just like some old man named Frank that wants a piece of his ass. That's not what I'm saying.
But what if it is?
It feels more like an energy more than a person. But it's like kind of territorial and possessive, and like the few times when I was in Vegas and I would be talking to a boy and I'd have a boy come over, it would not like it. The following day it would be.
But like, okay, if the ghost is at his mom's place and he's back at his mom's place after being in Vegas, how would the ghost get angry and jealous about him going home with a boy in Vegas? How would the ghost know? And how would he know that it was jealous if he wasn't back at his mom's place where the ghost is? I'm feeling like there's a little bit of inconsistencies in your ghost fucking story. Diego Free Spirit, thank you. This is why you set a hard limit on audio. I had to have it cranked because he managed to fuck up his audio, and he's way lower in this video than the last one. Mr. Squeedy Squad, Squeedy, by the way. Mr. Sweetie Squad, thank you. You haven't seen a vid worse than this since the Transtastic Tales. Jesus Christ.
Very uncomfortable and angry, and it makes me really uncomfortable to just even think about that.
That's why he's doing an update video.
That's life. That's life. That's the world. That's when I would bring out the sage, and I'd sage up the fucking room, and I'd say, oh no. Oh, no, ghost, you're not having this pussy hole.
Why does he keep referring to his anus as a pussy hole? I need to understand. Where's Tangerine? Where is he? I got so many fucking Merry Christmas DMs. Where is Tangerine? I found him. Bean. What do you think of gay men who refer to their anus as a quote-unquote pussy hole? I find it very off-putting, but I am not a gay man, surprisingly enough. Mental illness! Why do this to Tangerine? For those who might not know who Tangerine is, Tangerine was my first head moderator. He is gayish. Technically, he's bisexual, but he says he can't stand being around women long enough to date them, which is why I just call him gay. So So whenever something confusing about the gay community comes up, I always go and I ask him. Simo, thank you for the the more he describes his energy, the more it starts to sound less like a ghost and more like a demon. Yeah, or more just like, I don't know, maybe he's got some weird inner thoughts going on and he doesn't know how to fucking explain it. He hates women for having everything he wants, particularly the attention of straight men. I mean, it would be very interesting if he and I, like, ended up going out, like, not together, like, as dating, but he typically has to turn down straight men, and I am only attracted to gay men. So we could go out to, like, a bar and pick two guys, and I could, like, we would just switch, right? Like, he picks a guy, and it's going to be straight. I pick a guy, it's going to be gay. But he also said he can't stand the kind of gays I seem to be attracted to. So who really knows at this point, you know? Not being able to stand women long enough to date them is normal. The difference between tangerine and straight men is that he has other options. That's just mean! How the fuck does that even work? That's a great question. Next question.
Top, get the fuck away from me. But yeah, I don't know. It's a really weird and strange.
Rogstar, thank you for the 10 gift stubs. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Big gift schmeats. Thank you. Engaged target, thank you. Again, this is just an auto gyno. I don't know. He's not dressed like a woman. He's not dressed like a woman, but the constant pussy hole comment kind of, you know, I kind of feel where you're coming from. It's a little, makes me feel a little queasy, you know?
Thing to be dealing with, and I just thought I'd share it with you. I want to get some other people's, you know, thoughts and opinions on it. Leave comments, tell me your experiences. You know, let's get the discussion going. Share this video. Help this video do well. The first video that I had sex with a horny ghost was my most popular video ever.
I don't care.
Let's see if we recreate that. I don't know. I don't
But
like I said, just really weird. I've had a lot of weird sexual experiences with some sort of energy or something. In you know, recent years. It's just been strange. I don't understand what it is. I don't need to understand. It makes me uncomfortable.
He keeps on bringing that up. It's kind of annoying.
You
yeah,
guys
exactly.
Let me know what you think in the comments below. If anyone else is having any sort of supernatural, spiritual energy penetrating their pussy hole or whatever, you tell me. And yeah, I love you guys. Subscribe. You know what you need to do. Do you know what you need to do? You need to, yeah. Subscribe and turn on the bell. Oh yeah, and don't forget to follow me on Twitch, because I stream every single night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. Pacific.
Chat, this is why I don't like shilling myself. This is what I feel like I sound like, man.
Twitch streamer, and literally she sent over like 1,300 people. I said, holy hell, what's happening? My biggest stream ever. Most streams we struggle just to get 10 people there, so like it's really kind of
There's still like 4 minutes left. Do we ever get back to the ghost fucking?
Depressing. Haha. So that was really awesome. It was really nice.
Why does he keep going ha? And it's not even like a laugh. He just says ha. I'm so confused.
But yeah, so guys, I've been having supernatural, spiritual sex with the supernatural realm, with some sort of energy, with some sort of spirit, some sort of something, and it's
I just don't
really
believe
weird.
you.
It's been really an interesting experience, but at the same time, it hasn't been anything that's like, I'm so scared. It hasn't been anything like that, thank God. It hasn't been anything like that. Thank fucking devil, deep Donkey Kong, mother goblin shit.
What?
Let me know in the comment section down below what you guys think of this. Fucking years. It's been years. I don't even know how many years it's been. How many years has it been?
4. You said 4.
Even
like I remember that.
Years, I think, since I uploaded I had sex with a horny ghost video.
Why does
Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below. I actually now, know I have brain cancer and all these other things. I wonder if this is like.
If he actually has brain cancer, I'm gonna feel so bad for making fun of him. There's no way. There's no way after you make 2 ghost fucking videos at the end of the second 9/11, 9 minutes and 37 seconds, and you just drop that you have brain cancer. That's not real, right? That can't be real.
That's connected, or I don't know.
You're getting a
vigorous
spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Spiritual experience of this ghost happening. It actually might even be 3 years. I really don't know how long it's been. Maybe it's been 4. I don't know. 3, 4, 5. It's been one of them. But oh, let me just look it up.
Why?
Let me just look it
Small
up.
Nyanta, thank you. You just got assaulted with the physical embodiment of a schizophrenic episode. True.
It's been 4 years. Okay, good.
You said that at the beginning. This is a recorded video.
Anyways, I might make a follow-up video to this, you know, maybe discussing this with another friend of mine. I have a friend named Julia where she also thinks that she has had some sort of supernatural experience.
I hope his friend Julia is the other lady I have pulled up in a tab. That would be really fucking funny.
I actually asked her, and I'll put our messages here. I actually asked her, and she actually was like, no, I actually like to keep my sexual life with the supernatural private. I was like, what the fuck? Like, call it exorcist. You should not be keeping that private. How scary is that? Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Make sure to subscribe. Come on now. Subscribe. Hello. Turn on the bell. I post reactions. I do vlogs. I do.
No wonder people fucking hate content creators. Jesus Christ, I'm embarrassed.
Meet my boyfriend video soon, and then I stream every single night. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. Pacific. Oh. So don't forget to follow me on Twitch. It's really
I'm gonna assume that the ghost doesn't come back in the next 40 seconds. So I'm kind of done watching that. I can't believe you did an update video. It didn't really have much of an update in it. Didn't really have much of a fucking update, man. Drag Race Canada's Jada Shada Hudson. That's a series of words. Remarks about her encounter with a ghost that may have been having sexual intercourse with her. Season 3, Episode 7, Squirrels Trip the Rusical. It starts around 26:45, and it's astounding the other queens aren't the slightest alarmed. What the? Drag Race Canada's Jada Shada Hudson. Ghost sex. Okay. All right. There's a clip on YouTube. On a little clip here. A little clippy. Wait, this is only 28 seconds. The one on Reddit is a full minute. Hold on. Let's watch the one on Reddit because it's a full minute. What a sentence, right? What the fuck is happening? Brown Bear, thank you. The guy's voice is making you envy the deaf. It was a little hard to get through. Marmalin, thank you. This feels like he uploaded the raw video and didn't edit it at all. He edited in that one jump scare sound for some fucking reason. You get it? Raw dogging. Ha ha! Artemis Kane, thank you. On behalf of the entire alphabet person community, I'd like to apologize. Thank you, Artemis Kane. At least you have me summon demons, not get fucked by them. Battleizer, thank you. He feels like the midwit version of a flamboyant gay. True. Diego Free Spirit, thank you. This is the worst version of Titus's laugh. Cease. Do not besmirch Titus in this manner. Wastelander, thank you. This guy worries you, same. Battleizer, thank you. Call me Godzilla because you think you're having a stroke. Trying to parse that sentence. Holy shit. All right, so here's a RuPaul Drag Race clip. I guess. And the top comment is, I don't know why, but the concept of gay ghosts sends me. I don't know, man. Here we go.
Real talk, I was sleeping and my door was closed. So I wake up in the middle of the night.
Chat, how do you contract gay accent? Like, is it if you have the gay accent, then you like sucking dick? Or is it after you've sucked so many dicks, the gay accent just becomes part of you? How does the gay accent happen? I need to know. You just do. It's a canon event.
And my door was open, like a little crack. And I was like, well, that's weird. Like, I had my door closed. I closed the door. Okay. Woke up again to use the bathroom this time. The door was open. And I'm just like, what's going on? What really had me like scared and thinking, like my booty hole, it felt weird. Like, it
At
felt like
least
a
you didn't call it a pussy
sensation,
hole.
like a tingling. What the You know, if you did the do, you know, like how you feel afterwards. Like it was pulsing and stuff. I was just like, I didn't have sex like recently or nothing.
Did you have hemorrhoids?
No, nothing. Then I actually Google it, and there are people that actually had like sexual encounters like with a ghost. Like I literally was fucked by a ghost.
The ghost made his booty hole pulse. Oh my god. That's kinda crazy. Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Gabeline. They're demons. So gay sex is like hemorrhoids? Well, no, but I mean, maybe that person was saying if you have hemorrhoids, they can pulsate? Is that true? There's gotta be a streamer I can ask, right? Because, like, you can get hemorrhoids not just from gay sex, but for sitting for too long. And so if there are streamers that do, like, 12-plus hour streams every single day, they've had hemorrhoids. So I just gotta find one of them and be like, Mr. Streamer person or Miss Streamer person, could you explain to me what it feels like when the hemorrhoids on your booty hole start pulsing while you're in the middle of streaming? Yes, your head mod has had a hemorrhoid, but oh, okay. Mr. Head Moderator, do the hemorrhoids pulse? Can you feel them pulsing? Is that a thing? Why do body parts sound worse or more gross when you add hole to it? I don't know. I don't know, man. Where the fuck are you getting this info? Doctors? Sitting for a long time, you can get hemorrhoids. If you're an office worker, you're at risk for hemorrhoids. If you're a marathon streamer, you're at great risk for hemorrhoids. You personally haven't had them pulse, just painful to the touch. Interesting. Interesting. The craziness of these videos has overridden your black pill about dating. Good, I'm glad! A new JD Vance meme. Can you hear the pulsing? Jesus Christ. My anus felt weird, therefore it was ghost cock. Me, he shat himself. Wouldn't that feel like more than just pulsing? Pakistani National, thank you. Stop the planet. You're getting off. I don't think we can stop it, man. What the fuck are Kier's head mods? What colorful characters they are. Yeah, you have to be a strange individual to be my head mod. Oh, okay. I was watching a video about a very flamboyant gay claiming he had a ghost fuck his quote-unquote pussy hole. And it was really vomit-inducing for him to call it that. Tangerine said, thankfully, most of the time, the internet weirdos don't go outside. So maybe this is just... Maybe only the weird internet ones call it that. Diego Free Spirit, thank you. Invest in a standing desk, true and real. Or getting like one of those bouncy things to sit on occasionally instead of a hard chair. Phoenix DS, thank you. You thought hemorrhoids itched and burned? I wouldn't know. I've never had the hemorrhoids. You don't ever want to hear some lefty talk shit about Kirsche after the shit we've witnessed today. You know they will. You know they will. Shades, dude, thank you. Hold on a second. My chat is having an issue. Bounce on it, Dio. Surprised Tangerine even asked for context. Oh, he didn't ask for context. I just freely gave it to him. Shades, dude, thank you. Local mailman might not super for a while. Your mom shot her motorcycle into a brick wall and got airlifted to a hospital. Holy shit. I would not worry about super chatting at this current time. Please send hope and prayers. Sorry to bring down the mood. Do not be sorry about that. Hopefully your mom will recover well. Gonna be thinking about you and your mother. Please spend all of the time you can with her, and hopefully the doctors will be able to take care of her and she'll be able to go home. It's a very fucking scary thing to have happen. Really sorry to hear that, Shades, dude. Hopefully things will work out for you guys. I just freely gave it to him, so did the guy in the last video. Jesus Christ. You thought Kirsche is typing messages to Chat GPT? No, just my Chat GP gay. Chat gay PT. That sounds like the sort of person I would just not naturally find myself anywhere near. Understandable. It's me who finds the objectionable gaze Except for you typeys emote. Okay, time to find a stud. Words I never thought I'd type. Why did you just type that? Oh my god. The Shards family, thank you. Last time you heard of a gay ghost was 16 years ago in an old YouTube video. Not the spooky ook. That guy reminded you of it now. I don't want to see any kind of ghost, but if I have to see a ghost, I guess a ghost fucking ghost would be better than the spooky ooky ghost. Speaking of spooky ooky ghosts, I have done the unimaginable and I opened a BuzzFeed article. Dropkick Flop, thank you for the 35 months. Big fucking huge, my guy, thank you. Dual Wielder, thank you for the 29-month resub. Show up to the Foxwoman watching the most cringe CC you've seen in a while. That was pretty fucking rough. Hex02, thank you for the 17-month resub, my guy, thank you. Nick the Meme Daddy, thank you for the bits. You found the female Bigfoot video? It's by Peter Kane Dog Training. It's identical to this video. Why is it by a dog training channel? But this BuzzFeed article says, I was today years old when I found that spectrophilia, the attraction between ghosts and people, is a real thing. It defined what I felt when I had a major childhood crush on Casper in his human and ghostly form in his 1995 live-action debut with Christina Ricci. Okay. As someone who gets nightly visits from sleep paralysis demons, it's only a matter of time before my once innocent attraction reaches third base, and I lose my phantom virginity to some apparitions. I don't think it works that way. In all seriousness, my curiosity led me to wonder if anyone out there had actually talked about their relations with ghosts before. Turns out they have! And not only that, there are some famous people who have claimed to have sexual encounters with ghosts too. Here are the celebrities who have claimed to have had a sexy rendezvous with a ghost. In a 2016-2020 interview with Robin Roberts, child pop star turned R&B legend Bobby Brown admitted that he had sex with a ghost. Brown said that after purchasing a really spooky mansion in Georgia, he woke up one night to discover he was being mounted by a ghost. Brother, what? In 1999, this guy's favorite Charlie's Angel and ass-kicking assassin, Lucy Liu, told Us Weekly that she got busy with a ghost while taking a little catnap. She described her experience with the spirit as sheer bliss, and even claims that her former love specter watches over her now as a guardian angel. Pussy so good, it brought that ghost out of purgatory and gave it angel wings. What the fuck is happening? In 2004, Anna Nicole Smith, a former model who walked on reality TV so the Kardashians could run, claimed to have frequent sex with her ghost. Damn, she got a lot of gum. I never even noticed how much gums she had. She even has like a giant gap in her mouth. What the hell? Not surprised denizens of Hollywood are being visited by demons. What the hell? What the hell? She told FHM magazine that a ghost would crawl up my leg and have sex with me at an apartment a long time ago in Texas. At first she was frightened, but once she realized it was harmless, she welcomed the quote-unquote amazing sex. Why would the ghost need to crawl up your leg? Why would it need to do that? Not all celebrity ghost encounters have been positive. TV personality and amateur ghost hunter Coco Austin described her experience as an unwanted advance. On the talk show Naughty But Nice, Coco claimed that while she was watching TV, she felt her nightie being pulled up and felt breathing in her ear. Is this like the celebrity version of needing to get more attention, but you're no longer attractive enough to actually have someone grope you? Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. There's only one guy in here, too. It was later reenacted on The Haunting of TV series. Luckily, she included years later, the ghost didn't follow her and her husband, the rapper Ice-T, when they moved to New York. I didn't even know Ice-T had a wife. much less a TV personality named Coco. The fuck? I could actually see my hair on my face move from his breath. How could you see the hair on your face move? Because the hair is on your face. And, like, it's supposed to just be peach fuzz, right? Like, if I look down, if I jut my lip out, I can kind of see my lip. But, like, I can't really see anything else. Like, in theory, if you cross your eyes enough, you can kind of see your nose, but your eyes have been conditioned to, like, blur your nose out of your vision. Hair, not mustache. She had a mustache. How would she see that? I don't understand. Actor Natasha Blasik, I've never heard of this woman. She looks like a vampire, who ironically starred in Paranormal Activity 2, says she has had 2 intimate encounters with a ghost. Ice-T and his wife Coco. Of course, who could forget their son Vanilla Latte? Does everyone in their family have a drink name? In an interview with This Morning, Blasik could feel the energy of something touching her. At first, I was very confused, then I decided to relax, and it was really pleasurable. I really enjoyed it. Once the ghost left, it returned a month later. The way that this is written, I can't tell if this is someone from BuzzFeed having brain damage or if, like, she actually had her first sexual encounter during an interview. I just, like, I don't... What the fuck? I've never heard of this woman. Actor Paz de la Huerta, who starred in Boardwalk Empire and my favorite obscure trippy movie, Enter the Void, never heard of either of those or this woman, claims her ghostly rendezvous was no random old spirit. I like her weird, freaky-ass earrings, though. De la Huerta told the New York Times in 2011 about her experience with the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley's ghost. While visiting Graceland, she felt his spirit, and it gave her pleasure. That's true. How do you one-up all these other bitches getting fucked by ghosts? Obviously, get fucked by Elvis Presley's ghost. Obviously. Arguably, the most famous night of passion with a ghost comes from pop star Kesha, known for singing about the experience in her song Supernatural. Chat, with how many times I've talked about ghost sex and the 2 women who left their husbands for ghosts and their ghost cocks, how the fuck have I never come across Kesha and her supposedly writing a song about having ghost sex? How is this the first time I'm finding out about this? The Wastelander, thank you. They had a very short-lived reality TV show. I've never heard of it, so it must have been. Massive Doge, thank you. Ghostly Whisper. Plap, 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 get pregante. You knew you remembered this. What the fuck? What the fuck? While being interviewed on Conan, the eccentric singer claims it was sexy time, even though she didn't know his name. The fact is, sexual ghost encounters are happening, but I'm not the one to say whether or not these experiences are real, imagined, or just a variation of sleep paralysis. What I do know is that Casper, aka Devin Sawa, grew up and looks like this now. So I'm crossing my fingers that if and when I get my ghostly visit, it's him. I mean, he's not unattractive. He just looks like a regular dude. He's got a big nose. Those are nice for riding, I guess. I fucking guess. I have that Conan interview here, though. I have that Conan interview. So,
congratulations on Warrior. You collaborated with a lot of rock artists on this.
Why is she breathing so heavily? Like, you guys can see that, right? Like, it's like she just ran. Ham the Third, thank you. As said from K, Men in Black, Elvis is not dead, he just went home. Elvis was an alien? The Shards family, thank you. New meaning for ectoplasm. Not like this. B Jammin', thank you. Super Chad, Elvis Presley pulling some strange down at the Jungle Room 40 years after leaving. He's still got it, bro. Dragonblade 501st, thank you for the 19 months, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I do know this is the wrong holiday for ghosts. No, it's not. You have the ghost of Christmas past, present, and future, my stinky. Whole VoD is going to be blocked worldwide by NBC or TBS, depending on how old this is. Can we really not watch this, like, 3-minute clip, dude? 13 years ago? That was no ghost. I just don't get out in the sun much. Yeah, why does she sound like she ran 3 miles directly before sitting in that chair? Thank you. Someone else noticed it. Observing Libertarian, thank you for the fucking 50, thank you. Off topic, but of interest, I was featured as a cameo in the latest Skybrows video I saw. We watched that sometime last week. We watched it. It was funny. I liked it. My whole channel about to get slapped. We'll just have to pause it like every 5 seconds.
Pop.
Yeah, he's my favorite.
Okay, how did you get Iggy Pop to be on your album?
It took a couple years, and...
Her hair kind of looks like what the t-shirt looks like when you're trying to do tie-dye. Like, it looks like it has the same texture as a dreadlock. Like, it needs to be taken care of, and she just hasn't. Or like a little plume of cotton. Like, her hair kind of looks like cotton that you could just pluck off of the little bands. If it's posted by Team Coco YouTube, it's probably after NBC. Yeah, it looks like it was posted by Team Coco. Yeah, Team Coco, 9.11 million. Cotton candy braid. I don't know if I could eat that.
I'm really good at stalking people, so
I would believe that she's really good at stalking people. I would believe that that's one of Kesha's superpowers.
I like knew somebody that knew him, and I just kept emailing them, and they changed their email address, and then I literally stalked him.
You stalked Iggy Pop?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say that, you mean
See, why is she so out of breath? What is happening here? What did she do before sitting there? Ironic you call it Cotton Candy. Arguably her most popular song recently was Cotton Candy. Maybe I am more like Kesha than I previously thought. I must look at the responses to this comment. She seems out of breath, probably just performed a song on the show before sitting down. Clearly on stimulant drugs. I was gonna say, doesn't Conan usually have them perform songs at the end? So it wouldn't make sense if she had just performed a song before sitting down. Drugs, my friend. She performed a song before the interview. That would be out of order. This girl is fucking crazy. She has an IQ of something like 140. She's got so many fooled. How do you know that? How would you know? How would you know what Kesha's IQ is? She dropped out of school at 17 after being convinced by Dr. Luke and Max Martin to return to Los Angeles and pursue a music career, and earned her GED after, according to Wikipedia. The amount of gullible people in the world is too damn high. She didn't get accepted into Columbia, especially not on merit since she didn't even finish high school. I bet she said she did, though. Everyone's just making shit up. No one knows shit. Everything's a lie. Who the fuck is Dr. Luke? Great question. Next question.
You were in a darkened van outside his house?
I mean, kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, I do tend to do that, but I just like weaseled my way to like get to him, and then finally he was like, fine. And I was like, yes. And then
I feel like that's a little weird, right? Like if you're stalking someone and they like confront you about the stalking, normally they're not like willing to do anything with you. So that seems kind of weird. She claims to have fucked a ghost, and you're surprised she might have lied about her education. I'm not even saying she lied. I'm saying that guy is also making shit up. Has she ever said anything about Columbia? Because that guy didn't even say that she had. He was like, I wouldn't be surprised if she did. So he's also just making shit up. Stephen Tonge, thank you. You can fix her. I don't know about that. You'll have to drain her of all the drugs first.
My favorite song on the record.
You were in your shower at the time,
yeah.
Probably, yeah. How did you, now, is this true? You've claimed that you have broken into the homes of famous people.
Even if you had, why would you admit that? What the fuck? Oh, no. Tangerine hit me back with a, yeah, you are like platonically attracted to gays, or like gravitationally attracted. I don't want to be gravitationally attracted to gay men! Kesha casually doing some B&E. You can have a little B&E as a multi-millionaire, as a treat. Adam Wofford, thank you. Your wife had supernatural encounter, but it wasn't sexy. It was scary. Back when she was 13, when she was living in Japan, she ran into black-eyed children. I would just be terrified of everything in Japan from how much horror I've seen.
Well, yeah.
That's a pretty simple question. You've broken into their homes? What do you mean you really broke into their homes?
I didn't break anything. I went under a fence.
That's still breaking and entering. I hate laugh tracks. I forgot how obnoxious that shit is.
I did, though, but...
Did they know that you were there?
Well, when I was like, hey, Prince.
When did Prince die? You'd rather have Kirsche than Kesha? All you need is to convince her to come back to church? I don't know about all that, man. Where's the ghost
broke into
fucking?
Prince's home?
I did.
How did you get
a long time ago.
Okay. What's the statute of limitations legally on a crime like that?
I don't know what the statute of limitations is, but also if they die, can their family press charges? Is that a thing? I'm not entirely sure. When did Prince die? Shortly after this event. Oh no. She's like that chick that was with Kurt Cobain. What we've seen, Kirsche's got nicer thighs. I don't know if I'd say nicer. I'd say probably similar. Tucker Carlson said he was attacked by demons in bed. You think they fucked him? What? What? I read that one, Ziz. You silly?
So you went into his home. Was he surprised to see you, or?
Yeah, he looked excited and surprised.
Why does she have a gold tooth? That looks really bad. That looks like insanely bad. Why would you get that? Also, I'm still really distracted by her hair looking like little cotton puffs. I just want to like pick it off of her head. I don't know. It's like cotton puffs or popcorn, and then these are 100% cotton puffs down here. We now have a model for her girl thighs combined with like the feet pics. We know what 1/3 looks like. What the fuck? What the fuck? Kirsche wants to pick cotton. I don't know. It just looks like I could grab it, man. Shirotabi-kun, thank you. She's what Kirsche should have turned out to be like. I don't know if I want to be doing a B&E at other celebrity houses as Kesha. You know, I don't know, man. I don't know. Kesha outside. How about that? No.
This should be a reality show. There should be a reality show. Kesha breaks into celebrity homes.
No.
It would be fun to watch. I would watch that. Wouldn't you watch that?
I would watch that, but that is incredibly questionably legal. So, you know, I feel like most of it would have to be faked and people would have to know what's happening, you know? I'm saying that if I could just tee-hee I'm a girl your way out of sneaking into people's homes, you wouldn't, not even once? No, I want people to invite me into their home like a vampire. I don't want to have to break in. She spells her stage name with a damn $sign. I mean, you know.
You have a very close relationship with your fans, to the point that you asked each of your fans to send you a tooth.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, let's talk about that a little more.
Chad, if I asked people to send me teeth, do you think they would? Do you think I could make a strange, like, ask like that and people would do it? She had to have had, like, a P.O. box or something, because, like, how would people send her teeth? Yes, absolutely, they would. Doesn't have to be mine. Roadkill, thank you. Have I watched Tucker's Demon Story? I have not watched Tucker's Demon Story. I have no idea. I have no idea what Tucker's Demon Story is. I don't know. I mean, I guess I did get people to salt their foreskins, so sending a tooth seems like less of an ask. You need to have your wisdom teeth removed. You got a P.O. box. I don't have a P.O. box yet. I've been trying to locate that demon story. You saw it before. He got mauled by a demon. I don't think Tucker Carlson has looked like he's gotten mauled before. I'm sorry, you did what? You know, we frequently talk about how your foreskins can hold snacks for the homies, and you know, if you got your foreskin removed, you've had your like personal snack pouch removed, unfortunately. But I was wondering, like, if you put salty snacks inside your foreskin, would that hurt at all? And some people in chat were claiming that salt on your penis would burn. And I was like, I don't know, man. I don't think it would. And so I asked if someone in chat would salt their foreskin for science. And someone said they did, but they lied about it. So someone else actually did. And he said that, no, it doesn't burn. It doesn't really feel like anything. And I was like, duly noted. We can now put salted cashews in the foreskin. Adam Wofford, thank you. Yeah, they would, but it wouldn't be their own teeth. Ollie Wally, thank you. Don't even joke about that. You're gonna get so many teeth even for joking. Oh my god. Diego Free Spirit, thank you. The teeth thing would not help with the allegations. Wait, what allegations? Andrew B, thank you. Human teeth? That's actually a good question. What if some guy sent me like a shock tooth necklace? That'd be pretty fucking cool. That'd be pretty fucking cool. What about the dick cheese? Please do not the dick cheese. You know, hand sanitizer hurts, so salt might. Apparently it does not. Apparently it doesn't.
What was the plan? What was the plan? You get the teeth.
Well, I don't know. Okay, so I like wearing body parts as jewelry. So I thought I wanted to wear my fans because I love my fans more than anything in the world.
Right.
So I thought they could send me their teeth, and then I made a headdress out of them, and I had like 1,000. So now I'm making a.
Hold on a minute. I gotta look this up. Kesha fan teeth headdress and bra. Okay. Is there a video of it? Apparently this happened in 2012? Apparently? Dismiss. I don't care about that. Okay, there's no pictures here. I want pictures. Kesha wears things made from her fans' teeth. Yes, but show me the pictures. I want to see them. The Wastelander, thank you. You got guys crushing pumpkins in your name? Yeah, but that's fucking hot, bro. Crushing pumpkins, that gets me going, man. Kesha wears things made from her fans' teeth. That's cool. Why are there so many articles on this that don't have pictures of the things that she made with the teeth? What is even the point of making the article if there's no fucking pictures? This makes me angry. Why did we allow journalists to exist for so long? TMZ, surely you'll have pictures. Kesha wants your teeth. Okay, no, this is before she made it. You didn't know Kesha's last name was Gine? Battleizer, thank you. Wish you weren't eating mashed potatoes when dick cheese was mentioned. Thanks for vomit. I don't think dick cheese has the same texture as mashed potatoes. At least I hope they don't. At least I hope they don't. A Joventino Via, thank you. You give Kirsche an indefinite invitation to your home. But if it's indefinite and I show up without a specific this image is no longer available. I'm so angry. I'm so angry that all of the images got deleted from this article. Where the fuck am I supposed to see what this looks like? What the fuck? Is this the headdress? No, that headdress doesn't look like it has teeth on it. So you expect me to believe that a celebrity collected over 1,000 of her fans' teeth and made a headdress and made a bra and then never wore it anywhere that anyone was able to get pictures of it? 'Cause, like, I just don't believe you. I just don't believe that there's not a single picture of the tooth headdress or the tooth bra, if they existed. So I'm gonna have to go with she's a filthy fucking liar, and every single person that made an article about this should be ashamed of themselves and should never be called a journalist ever again. To be fair, mashed potatoes have a variety of textures. Ooh, the worst mashed potato texture. Hold on. It's images. These. All right. It's really weird. Okay, let me open that image in a new tab, and then let me open this box in a tab as well. We gotta see the box, and we gotta see the bag. So, oh god, why is it so small? Why the fuck is it so small? Why did you trick me like this? Okay. So these are the best textured instant mashed potatoes. So if you don't have access to regular potato to make your own mashed potato, you should be getting the Idahoan boxed mashed potato. What you should not get are Idahoan bagged potatoes. If you're getting the Idahoan potatoes in a bag, these have an abhorrent, disgusting texture. They are so fucking bad. Idahoan box, 2 thumbs up, perfect, beautiful, lovely, eat them. Idahoan bag, disgusting, 2 thumbs down, would not even feed to a dog. The box mashed potatoes are great for whipping up to make fried potato cakes, absolutely fantastic. They're the same thing, they're not the same thing. If you compare the flakes aren't even the same. Add milk. I always add milk to my potatoes, regardless of whether it's instant potato or actual potatoes. If they're getting mashed, they're getting milk. All right. Used to coat chicken. Use those to coat chicken for breading. Weird. Hoomstead buys mash from a bag or a box. The bagged ones have like, if you've ever had like really grainy grits, it has like a grainy grits texture and not a mashed potato texture. The bagged instant mashed potatoes are absolutely abhorrent texturally, which is a shame because like the flavor isn't bad, but the texture's like bleh. Captain Lag Spike, thank you. What about in the microwave cup? I don't use a microwave. I don't own a microwave. I will never use a microwave. Next question. Dudes out here getting mashed and milked. Hell yeah. You had the roasted garlic bag on the commissary list when you were in prison, and you swear that was worse than anything the kitchen could put out? Yeah, it's real bad. It's real fucking bad. All right, so Kesha definitely lying about the teeth headdress and the teeth bra, because there is literally zero visual evidence of either of them existing online. There's no way a celebrity of her caliber would be able to get away with not having any pictures of that. Zero fucking chance. Microwaves are for throwing brothers into. True and real.
Bra. I had so many left over.
You're making a bra out of human teeth. Okay.
When you say it like that,
it's not real.
Really weird, but it looks cute.
Instead of bra of human teeth.
I think you found the teeth headset. It's on TMZ from 2014. Do you have the link? Because I checked a TMZ article and like literally every single picture had been like removed, like 404'd. There's a few pictures of the headdress on Google Images. There's pictures of her wearing a headdress, but it doesn't have teeth on it. Visandra, thank you. How come none of these ghost sex havers call it sexual assault? You feel like if a stranger, ghost or otherwise, tried that with you, you'd be horrified? Yeah, same. Yeah, same. Ghost of Aces, thank you. If they're getting mashed, they're getting milked. Great rap lyrics from Kirsche. True. Here is a TikTok video with the teeth headdress. If this is just one of those... Hold on. I'm gonna be really angry. I'm gonna be really angry if this is one of the pictures that shows up in the Google image search. Not at you, but at the TikTok person. Kesha used to collect human body parts for art, blah, blah, blah. The teeth are... I asked my fans to send me teeth, so I could wear them. Wait. Is this a different... Okay. This is like an interview. This is like an interview. How does some, like, random TikTok account have the only living evidence? Where's the volume? Where's the volume? How does TikTok fucking work?
Couple, like...
She has teeth around her neck.
Questionable teeth. But had, like, a little bit of remnants of what seemed to be... I didn't test it, but it was, like, red, dried liquid. Seemed like maybe pliers.
I think people were pulling their teeth out for you.
There, like, is a possibility that maybe that happened.
So these are your fans' teeth?
Yes, I love my fans. I miss them so much, so I take their teeth with me.
Comment if you find this wholesome or weird. Did you know that Kesha used to collect human...
Okay, but this isn't the headdress.
I didn't test it.
She does have her fans' teeth, allegedly. But they're just on a necklace. She's claiming to Conan that she had a headdress and a bra made. But right now, they're just a necklace. So she does have human teeth from her fans, just not in a bra or headdress form. Duck lips and fillers. If you had told me, like if I had watched this without any of the knowledge, if we were looking at Kesha, I wouldn't have thought that this was Kesha. She looks way too normal here. There's some witch doctor shit. Star Phoenix, thank you. You once did event staff backstage at a Kesha concert? Was it fun? Was it exciting to do that kind of stuff? Put the link in stream suggestions? Is it a different link than the one that I was just looking at? Roadkill VT, thank you. Tucker's Demon Story is on YouTube if interested. I think my mods linked it to me. Ollie Wally, thank you. Sweat is salty too. Ocean and Sweet, both on men lots. Sweat is salty too. Ocean and Sweet, both on men lots. I don't understand, I'm sorry. Is she talking about the cocaine ghost? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Fuck. I have to get Discord to behave. Discord takes so long to open stuff. Help me. Tooth blocked. Rehab won't let singer accept human teeth from fans. I didn't know she went to rehab, but I'm not shocked. Well, Kirsche is still being treated for an eating disorder. The singer recently had a friend post a message on Twitter asking her fans to send in their chompers so she could make art to pass the time. As weird as it sounds, Kirsche has been dabbling in tooth art for a while, using real teeth in bras, bandanas, and in various pieces of jewelry. See, I saw this on Google Images, and I was like, yeah, I guess it kind of looks like teeth, but these could potentially not be real. Right? Like, this looks like you could just go to a craft store and, like, get some weird popcorn-shaped things. Like, look at how blurry and low quality this image is. I don't know if I believe those are human teeth. It kind of looks like teeth, but not clearly. Yeah. I was like, I could bring up this image in Google Images, but, like, I don't know if I believe those are actually teeth. You know? I don't know. Her PR people probably told her to stop and delete all the evidence. I don't know. I feel like that would have been really interesting if she didn't delete all the evidence. The rep explains there's always a risk that it could be biohazardous material, so we're not able to bring in anything that's real. However, the center will accept fake teeth if her fans want to round up a bunch of fake falsies. Like, I could believe these are fake teeth. I'd believe that. Star Phoenix, thank you. It was a blast. Got to see concerts for free. That does sound like fun. I still wish I had been able to go to Warped Tour, man. Ollie Wally, thank you. Men get salt on the boopus all the time. Oh, that's what you mean. That makes sense. I never thought of, like, your boopus getting sweaty, but I guess that makes sense because, like, the balls get sweaty, and the boopus rests on the balls like a royal crown. So it's gotta get sweaty by the transitive property. That makes sense. Thank you, Ollie Wally. Does Washington's wooden dentures count? It would be interesting to hold Washington's wooden dentures. All right. So, she definitely did have teeth on a necklace. Headdress is in forensics. We're not sure if those are real teeth or not. Bra, yet to be seen. Has not been shown. I feel like if I was trying to date and I had a bra made out of the teeth of my fans, that would probably rightfully make any guy feel really fucking weird. You know? Like, I'm trying to think about how I would feel if I was dating a guy and he's like, yeah, I made boxer briefs out of my fans' teeth. And I'd be like, I don't know about that guy. That's kind of strange. I don't know how I feel.
Great. I don't know how that's gonna feel, you know?
Point the bottom part out.
Oh, smart idea.
Right.
That's right.
And there's actually a picture in my book of my headdress that I made out of my fans' teeth. When you walk in my house, it's the first thing you see.
Which is that image that we did see. So it could be real teeth. She could be telling the truth. But the picture is so low quality. And also, how has no one gotten a picture of the headdress at her house? I mean, I guess if I was a celebrity, I would have a, like, no pictures in my house policy. Which would be logical. But, like, if somebody posted a picture, what would the recourse be? It's not like people sign contracts to enter your house, you know? Did she do her nose? I don't know. Probably. If you're dating a guy and he showed you his fan tooth necklace, he'd probably just be like, oh, that seems fine, and ignore the obvious red flag of him making fan teeth necklaces. I feel like this guy just doesn't listen to the things that come out of my mouth sometimes.
teeth.
That is so fantastic.
I know.
That gives me a great idea for our fans.
What?
I don't know what we would ask our fans for. You've done teeth, and I don't know, and there aren't a lot of body parts that were, you know what I mean?
I can think.
You can hear her breath coming through the microphone. Is she okay? I'm kind of worried, man. It's literally like she just finished a workout. I think the bra was designed to look like the teeth were biting the nipples. I want to say no, that's too, like, icky. But we're also talking about celebrities, so I don't think anything's off the table, really. Smug Go At, thank you for the biddies. Now tell us your favorite Idaho potato flavor. Yours reds with the skin. I just get the brown box of Idaho potato, regular potato flavor. And then I put the potato flakes in a bowl. I put, like, half of the amount of boiling water necessary. And then I put in some butter. And then some milk. And then salt and pepper. My brain died in the middle of my sentence. I'm not having a stroke. Salt and pepper and garlic and parsley. And that's it. That's what I have in my potato. Ollie Wally, thank you. Finger and ear necklaces are more fashionable, but also harder to get. Right? Like, I wouldn't want to ask for something and have people, like, cutting off perfectly fine body parts. That's kind of weird, you know? A Wastelander, thank you. As soon as she sat down at the table wearing that, you'd be like, yeah, no, wait a check, please. Nice to have met you, crazy lady. If somebody sat down on a date with me with a headdress that looked like it was made out of human teeth, I wouldn't leave immediately because I would need to ask about the headdress. I would need the story. But then I would leave. Oh, God. It depends what part of the world you're in. What did he mean by this? Chat, send your foreskin to Kirsche. No, I do not wish to make a foreskin coat.
No. Oh, okay. No, we're not going to do that. You said, I have to ask you this. You're telling me out of time that you've slept with a ghost. I have to ask you.
Yes, finally! It took us 3 minutes of a 3-minute, 49-second clip from this man's show to get to the fucking ghost! Do you have any idea how many times I've had to pause this so I don't get DMCA'd? Sorry, ma'am. I don't see a relationship here, but before I leave, can I ask, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly.
I did go to the Bone Zone with a ghost. I mean, do you want details?
Obviously, we want details or he wouldn't have asked. Like, what do you mean? Yes, what happened? A Psycho, thank you. Your ex's twin sister collected fingernail clippings to make jewelry. You should have seen the signs years ago. You see, that's really fucking creepy. I hate when I break a nail because it's like, it's so fucking strong that, like, when I pick it up, it's just like this giant piece of, like, strong material. And I'm like, why did you break? Why have you done this? You piece of shit. The Bone Zone, home of the necromancer Kathleen? What did he mean by this? Send Kirsche the foreskins of your enemies. She needs a biblically accurate dress. I don't want to wear a foreskin dress.
Yes! Ghost of who? Was it a ghost of a famous person? Was it like...
I don't know.
Who the fuck has been sitting next to her this whole time?
House.
You don't know his name.
Well, he's a ghost. And so he just started, like...
I like how to tell the ghost sex story. She shifted a little bit so we could see her ass cheek. It's very clever. I missed a Sweetie Squad, thank you. PP Skin Sweetie Squad coat, please do not. If remembering correctly, she goes into it more during her reality TV show. I have to find another clip of this?
Wrestling me like this.
Oh. This story's getting
better. Conan.
And so then things proceeded from there.
Right, it was a sexy time. It wasn't like sex.
How is it not like sex, but it was a sexy time, and then you're also claiming you had sex with the ghost? I'm a little confused, lady. Adam Wofford, thank you. Kirsche's fan would send you teeth or lock of hair? No, please. Please keep your body parts attached to your body, chat.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
That's it?
Don't even know the guy's name.
That's it? No wonder people watch streamers instead of late night TV anymore. What the fuck? That was not worth it. That was Team Coco. You've disappointed me for the last time. Instructions unclear. I'm now a transformer. Yeah, and then there was an article about Kesha having sex with a ghost. I don't know what the fuck she's wearing, but this is probably one of the worst pictures of Kesha I've ever seen. Because instead of looking like Kesha, she looks like a drag queen. A la, she look like a man here. And apparently the KKK found her in the forest. I don't really... no one knows how to mix the spooky and the sexy quite like gay people. What? You have Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Elvira was gay? Elvira was gay? Is this how I learned that Elvira was... I thought Elvira was a straight woman. What the fuck? No, she wasn't. She is now. Did they just want her to be? I'm very confused. Elvira came out as gay and turbo lib a while ago. What? I'm so lost. Elvira has teeth. Wait, Elvira's a real person? I thought it was like the Addams Family. I was like, you know, fake TV thing. She became gay when she saw you. Jesus Christ. Her middle name is Gay. Oh, man. It's a real person. Oh, fuck. Okay. Steve Man Art, thank you. You'd send me yours if I promised to make I'm not gonna make jerky out of your foreskin. I can't believe I have to say that. She came out as a lesbian in 2021. Cassandra Peterson, that is. I see. I did not know that was a real person, so that makes a bit more sense now. I was very confused. I'm thinking of Morticia or Wednesday. No, I'm not thinking of them. I thought Elvira was also, like, not a real person like the Addams Family are not a real family. Man, really living up to the foreskin denial tag in the stream. Help! Be jammin', thank you. The woman that plays Elvira has always claimed to be bi, but she had a huge help liberal and anti-Trumper, and is like 80 years old and looks great. It's always nice when you can look great in old age, right? Oh my god. Her middle name is really gay. You had to look it up. That's funny. September 2012, Kesha tells Ryan Seacrest about her sexy ghost encounter. I like this bustier teddy thing. I don't know what it is, but it's cute. The Kesha ghost sex story first kicked off September 2012 when the singer opened up about her supernatural experiences in a Kiss FM interview with Ryan Seacrest. Is this Kesha? I'm Lucy Dacus. Why the fuck do I want to listen to Lucy Dacus? What is this? Kesha told Seacrest that her song Supernatural is about experiences with the supernatural, but in a sexy way. I had a couple of experiences with the supernatural. When pressed about the sexy ghost, she added, I don't know his name, he was a ghost. I'm very open to it. What if she asks you for a threesome, but then specifies that she doesn't want the threesome to be with another living man? And she also isn't asking you to go grave digging to get a third person, but she wants to be on top just in case a ghost wants to join in? Why does everyone ask for the ghost's name? I don't know. I don't know, man. This just in, Israel has recognized Somaliland as an independent state. I can't tell if you're joking or not. I can't tell if you're joking or not. Mad Hatter, thank you. Looks great for her age. Is something Ong hear people say when sheepong used cars? I'm trying to figure out what he's trying to say, because I'm assuming Ong here is something he had to type to get around the YouTube censors. But what is sheepong? I don't understand. I'm so confused. Help, the butter dog is loud. ONG is on God? That being on God in his sentence wouldn't make sense, though.
Wouldn't foreskin work better as pork rinds? You know, a tasty snack. Since you want foreskins, I'll ask around for donation.
I don't want removed foreskins! And also, I don't like pork rinds. I don't like pork rinds. Apparently not a joke about the Israel thing. Alright, okay. Hold the fucking phone. One hour ago, Israel becomes first country to formally recognize Somaliland as an independent state. Well, that's it. Israel is no longer our greatest ally. Israel must go. Free Palestine. Israel has become the first country to formally recognize the self-declared Republic of Somaliland as an independent and sovereign state on Friday. A decision that could reshape regional dynamics and test Somalia's long-standing opposition to secession. Brother, how many billions of dollars have they sucked from our country? If we had an ally that goes to like, oh, this country has just stolen fraudulently billions of dollars from our number one ally who pays for all of our defenses, let's just go ahead and recognize them as a state. What the action? That's not an ally! With allies like this, who needs Russia? Am I right? What the fuck? Friendship ended with Israel. Now Palestine is our new best friend. What the fuck? They're recognizing the people trying to secede from the people sucking us dry. What is going on? All right? Because it's like, there's Somalia and it's broken up into like multiple different areas. So it's Somaliland versus Jubaland. And we have Minnesota and Maine both fraudulently sending money to both sides of the Civil War. Somalilanders don't want to be in Somalia either, I guess. They can recognize them as a country. They can declare war on them. Not thinking much of this. Lots of regular geopolitical fuckery with that region. Somalia isn't Somaliland. Somaliland is a region of Somalia that's trying to secede. Yeah, Maine and Minnesota, the fraud in both of those states are going to different sides of a civil war in Somalia. So it doesn't really matter which one is sucking us dry, because they all are. Don't worry, guys. The government will retaliate by sending Israel another $5 billion. Jesus Christ. B. Jammin, thank you. Somaliland is the good part of Somalia? It's the only good part of Somalia because it has a real government. Somalia is the southeastern coast. It was formerly occupied by Italy. That's why it's fucked up. Somaliland is the northern part formerly occupied by the British and is relatively civilized. You mean the less bad part? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I didn't know he was still Prime Minister. I could have sworn somebody said that there was a different Prime Minister like last year. Said Israel would seek immediate cooperation with Somaliland in agriculture, health, technology, and the economy. In a statement, he congratulated Somaliland's president, Abdirahman Mohammed Abdulhali, praised his leadership and invited him to visit Israel. Netanyahu said the declaration is in the spirit of the Abraham Accords signed at the initiative of President Trump. The 2020 Accords were brokered by Trump's first administration and included Israel formalizing diplomatic relations with the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, with other countries joining later. Netanyahu, Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, and Somaliland's president signed a joint declaration of mutual recognition, the Israeli statement said. What the fuck is happening? Amalgamite, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, we're reading about Israel at the moment. Welcome, Raiders. Somalia is already recognized as a country. Somaliland is a subset of Somalia. Israel is endorsing the split because it makes Somalia even more broken and prone to civil conflict. They'll be too busy fighting themselves to be a threat to the world, in theory. Bro, they were already busy fighting themselves, and then they came over here to defraud our welfare systems because we're gullible and want to believe people are telling the truth even when they're duping us. And we were funding both sides of the Somalian civil war. So, like, I don't understand what the argument here is. They tried getting rid of Netanyahu, kind of like the Brits tried leaving the EU. Somalia bombed Somaliland in the 90s and killed like 200,000. I'm surprised there was that many people. I'm surprised they had that many bombs. Isn't us being gullible the problem there? Yes. Yes. We need to actually be strong and say no, but apparently saying no makes you like a bigot or some shit. I'm so tired. Abdulali said in a statement that Somaliland would join the Abraham Accords, calling it a step toward regional and global peace. He said Somaliland was committed to building partnerships, boosting mutual prosperity, and promoting stability across the Middle East and Africa. But Somalia's government condemned Israel's move as an unlawful step and a deliberate attack on its sovereignty, rejecting any recognition of Somaliland, according to a statement from the Prime Minister's office. The federal government affirms its determination to pursue all necessary diplomatic, political, and legal measures in accordance with international law to defend its sovereignty, unity, and internationally recognized borders, the statement said. Is that something Israel normally does? I've never heard of Israel sending the IDF to foreign countries to help them fight anything. Maybe Israel will get some of the scams. Would be nice if America didn't get scammed for a change. It would be nice. Not our problem. Stop supporting our enemies. True and real. Egypt said Foreign Minister Badir Abdelhadi held phone calls on Friday with his counterparts from Somalia, Turkey, and Djibouti to discuss what they described as dangerous developments in the Horn of Africa following Israel's announcement. The ministers condemned Israel's recognition of Somaliland, reaffirmed their full support for Somalia's unity and territorial integrity, and warned that recognizing breakaway regions posed a threat to international peace and security, Egypt's foreign ministry said. The African Union also rejected any recognition of Somaliland, reaffirming its unwavering commitment to Somalia's unity and territorial integrity, and warning that such moves risked undermining peace and stability across the continent, the AU Commission chair said. Somaliland has enjoyed effective autonomy and relative peace and stability since 1991, when Somalia descended into civil war, but the breakaway region has failed to receive recognition from any other country. Over the years, Somalia has rallied international actors against any country recognizing Somaliland. The former British protectorate hopes that recognition by Israel will encourage other nations to follow suit, increasing its diplomatic heft and access to international markets. In March, Somalia and Somaliland denied receiving any proposal from the United States or Israel to resettle Palestinians from Gaza, with Mogadishu saying it categorically rejected any such move. What? That's such like a random thing to throw at the end of the article. They weren't even talking about Palestine or Gaza. Can't wait for the Franco-Italian colony of Kirsche. We don't have any allies other than Japan. Every nation is out to bleed us dry and praise for our downfall. Case in point being Europe. They constantly whine about us while begging us to finance them and prop up their existence. True and real. Japan is our one true ally. I wish we could operate in that manner. And just to help me when I see Proctorate, just think of Proctor. Oh my god. The Proctactic ghost struck again. Sounds like that's why Israel wants to use them as a dumping ground, maybe? I don't think so. That's still like a really fucking weird thing to have happened. They might not have mentioned it, but that's actually a component of the situation. They want to send Gazans to Somalia so that they can live in their Islamic paradise. But why Somalia, of all Islamic nations that they could be sent to? No Islamic nation on earth wants anyone from Palestine? Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, I guess a question could be posed as to why none of them were taking refugees. El Salvador is also a great ally, very based. Oh, I have a tab for that. Oh god, I have so many tabs. Oh god, why are there so many tabs, man? Here we go. Naib Bukake. Hillary Clinton said some dumb shit, which isn't surprising. Curious to learn more about CCOT, hear Juan, Andre, and Wilmer share firsthand how the Trump administration branded them as gang members without evidence and deported them to the brutal El Salvadorian prison. And this is 11 minutes PBS, so I can't play it. It might be public broadcasting, but they'll kick my ass on YouTube. So I don't think I can play this unless Ziz tells me otherwise. I don't think we can watch this. Somalia has a thriving small boat shipping industry. Why did Hillary Clinton disable comments? Doesn't she believe in free speech? Hot take. I believe if you are a politician or were a former politician, you should have the ability to restrict comments on your social media posts completely removed. I don't think that people who run as a politician, who have served as a politician, or previously have served as a politician should be able to say these kinds of things and turn comments off. Not sure you never looked into PBS? You Swanas, thank you. Hello, Fox Lady. Hope you had a merry and blessed Christmas with your family. God bless. I did. It was wonderful. I hope you had a merry Crimbus too, you Swanas. Windstalker, thank you. Somaliland is not part of the Somali Civil War. The Somali Civil War has a number of factions, including Al-Shabaab, the Somali Feds, Atmis, and others. You forgot Jubaland, apparently. DRT is king, thank you. Somaliland has been trying to separate from Somalia for decades, and Somaliland is relatively peaceful, such as being relatively pro-Taiwan and anti-CCP. Somaliland has been outwardly pro-Trump to try and get him to recognize them. Yeah, you see, I just don't trust any leaders of African countries. Considering the amount of, like, corruption and fraudulent stuff that goes on from anyone in power, I just don't trust that, man. Cursory look seems to be like PBS's stance is fuck you. Okay, so cannot play this then? A merry post-Kirschmas. Merry. Still gonna call it Jubilee Land? But that's not as cool as Jubaland. Munya. To be fair, everyone forgets Jubaland. How? Correct, cannot play. Thanks, I hate it. Hillary Clinton, you bitch. Well, she posted this thing where people are apparently talking about how horrible the prison is. And Mr. Bukake himself replied and said, Madam Secretary Hillary Clinton, if you are convinced that torture is taking place at CCOT, El Salvador is ready to cooperate fully. We are willing to release our entire prison population, including all gang leaders and all those described as political prisoners, to any country willing to receive them. The only condition is straightforward. It must be everyone. This would also greatly assist journalists and your favorite NGOs, who would then have thousands of former inmates available for interviews, making it far easier to find additional voices critical of the Salvadorian government, or willing to confirm whatever conclusions are already expected. Surely, if these testimonies reflect a systemic reality, a much larger pool of sources should only reinforce the claim, and many governments should be eager to offer protection. Until then, we will continue prioritizing the human rights of the millions of Salvadorians who today live free from gang rule. Respectfully, Nayib Bukele. And Musky Man responded here, of course. Master level trolling. Yeah, it's like a lot of these lies are able to run around and run amok because the amount of people pointing out that they're lies aren't usually the people who can prove it, right? And so it's nice to actually see people push back on this and be like, all right, if you want to make up some dumb shit, if you want to post propaganda, you can fucking have them. We'll give you all the prisoners. You just gotta take all of them. Hope you had a happy Crimu with lots of yummy food. I did. It was a great Crimbush. Thank you. You wish Trump was half the president that guy is. Yeah, we need to get like a mix of President Bukake and Millet and just have whatever that person is become our president. You vote that we send them all to Hillary's house.
Spicy
true and real.
Cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat
Can we send
raid?
Hillary to CCOT? She'll probably just start crying like Ocasio-Cortez did. Outside that like fucking abandoned parking lot. Riri Gaki, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, French Rat Raiders. Welcome. Haven't we been taking their prisoners in Democrat-ran cities? Really? We need cheese. I fucking love cheese. I fucking love cheese! I need more delicious specialty cheeses, man. I need the specialty cheeses. I need the onion cheese. Oh, God. Hillary can't cry. I saw a weird specialty cheese the other day that was like some aged sharp cheddar. And it had some sort of... It wasn't blue cheese. It began with an S, I think. It was some other moldy cheese that wasn't blue cheese and began with an S, and I'm pretty sure was a British cheese. But it was like Stilton. Yes, thank you, chat. Stilton. S blue cheese. So it was like, it looked like a layer cake where it was like 2 layers of Stilton encased in this like orange cheddar. And I was like, I don't like Stilton, so I'm not gonna eat this, but I wish I could because it looked fucking amazing. Stilton is a pretty famous cheese. I have not heard of it, I'm sorry. So it was a cheesecake, but not what one might think of as a cheesecake. Pretty fly for a guy, thank you. I hope you had a merry Crimbus, even though you were in the hospital. Day 13, physical therapy is going well, waiting for a decision on your short-term disability from work. Every bill for every test and scan and day here is all going to your lawyer to build a big case. Let's fucking go! I hope you get a massive mega payout from the people who caused the accident. Good luck, my bro. Stilton is a pretty famous rat, really? Cheese to meet you. I am very cheesed to meet you. You love cheese, you just can't do blue cheese? I can eat a little bit of blue cheese if it's like in a salad with a bunch of other stuff, but it is definitely not a cheese I enjoy or would outwardly ask for. JK the Slacker, my FBI agent, man, thank you for that gift sub to Ririgaki. Thank you. Thank you. Haven't heard of it, but you don't like it. I'm just not a fan of like the mold cheeses, I guess. They have weird flavor. You like brie? Dick cheese, what the fuck? Have I seen Rat Chef by Filthy Frank? I might have back in the day. I used to watch Filthy Frank pretty regularly, but I'm not going to be able to remember every single one of his skits. Just like I frequently forget about some of the lol cows that Mediker talked about back in the day. Back in the day. I guess I should go through some of my tabs, because I kind of got distracted by ghost sex for the first couple of hours of stream. I guess we have like, what, 15 minutes left of that one fucking documentary thing? That whistleblower lady? Where are you? Ooh. I found it. We had 3 hours of ghost sex to start the stream. I mean, you gotta get excited for stream somehow, right? What other way to get excited other than ghost sex? All right, we got like 15 minutes left here.
Fair. There's a bad example I used by Starmer because people didn't really vote for him. I think he got 20% of the electorate actually voted for him, and it was only because the right was split that he got into power. But the point I was trying to make is that we, the people, have a choice, and we could hypothetically, as they've done in America, voted in someone who goes against the devil's worldview. This was like the last bit that we listened to
100%.
last time.
And that's, another question you asked earlier is like, when did the backlash happen? It really happens in 2022. You have all these stories of greenwashing come out. You have ESG portfolios underperforming. I would say I agree with her on that timeline as well. 2022 is when people were starting to be like, hey, wait a minute. Isn't this kind of like actually racist? Hold on, wait a minute. Isn't this actually just discriminatory but in a different direction? Was 2022 when affirmative action got repealed as well? I can't remember if that was in 2022 or if that was sooner, but that checks out, especially as when people were starting to notice just how bad ESG and DEI were. Bridge was sort of, I don't want to say like a theory, but it was like starting to come together in like 2021, 2022. And Bridge's entire purpose is to inform companies how to keep doing this kind of work while not having the public notice what they're doing. Which is very interesting because like if what you're doing is actually good, you shouldn't have to hide it. But you gotta hide those DEI vegetables because the fussy babies don't want to eat them. Well, hypothetically, we can vote for a non-Davos candidate. Not in the UK. Oh. Can we go back and unshoot Harambe? I would love to. The fussy babies. Predcon, thank you for the fucking 2-month resub. Pre-subbing for 6 months. Too many numbers. Too many numbers, Twitch. You gotta fix these alerts, man. Thank you. Thank you, Predcon. Red State financial controllers going like, hang on a second. We've been entrusted to invest pension money from teachers, firefighters, police officers.
And somehow we were steamrolled into a default option by BlackRock to invest in an ESG fund. Well, hang on a second. It's like the example I gave earlier. That didn't optimize financial returns. These people have worked hard. They didn't give, their money over to a pension fund. That's like running around saving a polar bear. They worked hard so that they have, decent financial returns for retirement, right? And that's where you have, a lot of people think it was this redneck movement. No, it was based on financials. People understood that this was a scam, and they didn't elect for their pension money to go into DEI projects or to go into net zero.
That was also a massive issue. Was like with BlackRock and Vanguard using people's retirement money to kind of push this kind of shit. And it's like, well, what are we going to do? All of the money is tied up with these financial companies, and they're spending all of their money on this nonsense shit. But, ESG funds are designed to steal from you. Do not invest 100%. Fink, Klaus, everyone in Davos is out of Common Rider.
They wanted to invest in the overall market. They wanted to optimize their retirement money. So you have like pushback in the US. The story comes out, financial returns are bad, energy prices start going up. You're looking around saying like everything is about identity politics, right? People are getting hired, promoted based on what they look like instead of what they're doing. And people are getting really agitated by this. So the Americans, obviously, eventually push back.
So much so now that they're being penalized if they have ESG policy or DEI policy.
That's right.
I wouldn't really say that there's too much penalization for having the policy right now. Trump did put it forth, those executive orders, but executive orders can obviously be repealed by whoever gets in the next administration. So right now, again, what we know from Bridge is that they have lawyers who are working with them, they have advisors who are working with them, and they send out weekly, bi-weekly newsletters to inform companies about what's going on the legal landscape and how to continue doing the DEI work without losing your federal funding or without having a group like America First Legal start looking into you and start trying to push some kind of lawsuit against you for discrimination. Because what they're doing is definitionally discrimination, but they believe that they're doing it for a good reason. How to shift the language, exactly. That's why we can't let the Marxists get power again. That's why it's very important for people to pay attention to Bridge and to not just wave it off as just another rebranding of DEI, because that is not what it is.
Meanwhile, in 2022, whilst the great debunking begins,
I'm debunking.
Schwab is doubling down and he publishes The Great Narrative, which is absolutely hilarious. And just to a point you made earlier, which I always find this puzzling, but kind of funny. He writes of that book that it's a hopeful book that categorically rejects the doomsday mindset, consigning humanity to a future of oblivion, whilst, and then I've listed every single term of every time he uses climate catastrophe, climate crisis, point of no return, catastrophic effects of the climate change in our lifetime, existential threat facing humanity, weather disasters. We stand on the brink of not just abrupt and violent change, but disaster. And we've reached the point of no return. I mean, but this is just a fraction of the book being littered with this stuff. So they're going and wondering, they're doubling down.
I love fear porn.
At what point are you finally going, enough of this? Because you're still in this. We're still in the Davos elite.
I'm in deep. So in 2022, I'm already pushing back. By 2023 and 2024, I'm an outright critic in the room. And I'm thinking to myself, and I remember talking to Ian Kirsche Ali about this, and I said, I'm still, part of like all of these kind of sustainability boards, and, I'm the only one pushing back. I just maybe need to just leave, this circle. It's just, I really...
And once again, it's interesting how she was a most devoted acolyte. At the beginning of this interview, she said that she was like, a designer. She was somebody who put in a lot of the policies in place. She was like an instrumental part of doing ESG stuff. And it makes me think about how, like, the most devoted swallowers of the slogans are not only women, but once the end goal is achieved, it would be people like her that get expelled immediately. And while she was still sitting on these boards and trying to be critical because she was breaking the conditioning of thinking, all we're doing are good things, this is a good thing. And even though I don't think she quite understands how bad things are, she has named Marxism, she has named socialism, so she has some kind of an idea of how bad things are, but she still keeps referring to it as just a marketing scheme for some reason, when it's way more than just that. And it seems like it might be a bit lost that as soon as she started criticizing, they not only removed her from her busy work job, where she could be one of these acolytes, but they started apparently spreading smear pieces against her. It did start as a liberal thing, but when the commies got a hold of it, it became what we see today? Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. ESG and DEI were never anything actually good. It seems like there was breaking news out of Israel with a terror attack that 2 people lost their lives in northern Israel. Not sure if I reported on that. I didn't even hear of that. I don't typically report on things that go on in the Middle East because I don't give a shit about sandbox wars. It's not my country, not my problem. I don't want my money or my countrymen going there to fight the war, so I don't really typically pay too much attention to what's going on there. Commies and liberals are the same, and current year pretty much. You're getting too intelligent, time to delete.
I get a clearer and clearer picture.
When it was affirmative action, it was at least capitalists gonna have to disagree. How is affirmative action capitalist when affirmative action wasn't taking into account the most meritorious for the position? Affirmative action was elevating people based on race, based on sex, based on gender identity. Affirmative action was DEI before a name change. They were the exact same thing being pushed by the exact same people. And by calling it something nice like affirmative action, well, who could be against something like that? It's doing good. Congratulations, you fell for the propaganda.
Sure. That these initiatives are harming society. And I remember Ion said, no, Desiree, that's your role. You have to be there. We need a voice of common sense of reason in that room. We need debate, right? And it can't just be one view.
It did at first.
And so I remember...
and remember, when they transformed affirmative action, they didn't go right for the equity. Affirmative action became diversity, equality, and inclusion. So the change from affirmative action to DEI was originally also a very nice sounding thing. And then when they traded equality for equity, that's when a lot of people started being like, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, what do you mean by that? And then once you got used to exactly what diversity, equality, and inclusion meant, and especially once people realized the switch from equality to equity, that was when a lot of people woke up and understood exactly what affirmative action was as well. We've had this commie subversion since well before the 60s, but that's kind of like one of the first bumps where it took off. And I would say the 80s was also another bump. And we had a pretty down time, I would say, in the 90s, where it felt like not a lot of this was being pushed. And then back in the 2000s and the 2010s, we definitely felt a lot of the repercussions from what was going on. Affirmative action was not good, was never good, and was a precursor to the shift to DEI, and then again switching from equality to equity. It was always part of the plan, always part of the goal, and Sherm had even said as much because they were people who were pushing forward with affirmative action before switching to the DEI. It was part of the plan. And so thinking that affirmative action was a good thing, but then DEI is bad, it's like, well, you gotta update your ability to check propaganda, mans. Interesting. Now we're going to sue you bitches even harder. True and real. McCarthy tried to root it out back in the 50s. Yeah. And again, I don't remember when affirmative action got overturned by the courts. I can't remember when that happened. But they did overturn affirmative action. And it felt like the push within companies to do something about and with DEI, and then especially on college campuses when it came to different identity groups for students, it felt like that really took off. But at that point, a lot of people were already paying attention to what was going on, and they needed to do another name switch, which is again when Bridge comes in. You know?
You know, just going along with it, always objecting to it. You know, they would put out this propaganda, you know, net zero is profitable, renewable energy is profitable.
Thank you.
It is going to lower electricity prices for everybody, and pushing back and saying, no, here are the real costs. If we look at the net zero countries, right, Germany and the UK, you know, unfortunately have some of the highest energy prices. And you can see the economy is starting to flatline, particularly in Germany. Germany is going on its 3rd year of actual shrinkage. It's declining, right? The UK is flatlining. You know, I'd be in the room, you know, here in the UK where some government person would say, you know, net zero is adding jobs to our economy. And I'd say, no, it's not. Actually, the ONS report just came out. Joblessness is going up. And they're like, nope. McKinsey did a study. And McKinsey has said that it should add 10,000 new jobs in the renewable and the green sector.
And from reading Bridge stuff, we have known that there was major pushback on the McKinsey studies. The McKinsey studies were found out to be based on a false pretense, and they had fudged numbers. So anything coming out of McKinsey, I would genuinely not trust at this point in time, since we know that they do not put forth actual studies.
Sector here in the UK. And I'm like, wait a second, McKinsey, the one that pushed the opioid crisis in America, that's the McKinsey you're talking about? An old report that says maybe there would be, but your own government, the Office of National Statistics, has just told you in the last quarter, this country has lost over 100,000 jobs. That's the real world. That is what it's like to be in these meetings, and I argue this all the time. Right?
Spicy
it is
cat
like
raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
There is no climate catastrophe.
Moomy playing games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders.
There is, however, we do have issues. We have a cost of living crisis. We have a
I would say I'm not going to give a fuck about any climate crisis until people start looking at, like, Southeast Asian countries and China and India. Like, until these climate activists start caring about the countries that make far more pollution and far more waste than we do in Western countries, I'm not going to give a single fucking shit about anything climate crisis related. You cannot make me. I will not use your paper straws. I do not give a fuck. Care about the worst polluters before you come at me for anything. I don't care. They've been sounding the alarm about this shit since decades before I was even alive. Pay attention to the countries that make more waste. I don't know what to say, dude.
Birth rate crisis. If we're not here in 5 years, it's not because of climate, it's because of war, right? We do have war, geopolitical tensions, right? These are the issues here and now. And to address the cost of living, just repeal net zero. I've said it over and over here in the UK, at the WEF, because that unleashes economic growth, right? Everything today is based on affordable, abundant, reliable, very important, reliable energy. Compute is easy. Like, don't even start talking about technology or AI, because the foundation is just your energy policy.
Prices.
There's no AI, there's no quantum computing or anything. There's no technological hub without good energy policies. And if we do want to move away from fossil fuels, we do that through economic growth, investment in new technology.
And we have to stop being afraid of embracing nuclear energy just because some commies fucked things up one time. Like, come on, man.
That makes energy cheaper than what we have. But we can't move from fossil fuels today to something that's more expensive because of intermittency issues. That also destabilizes the grid, like what happened in Spain and France. It was because of a solar surge. You know what's incredible? In these circles, there's no debate. What happens? I'll raise my issues. I'll put out my economic charts. Totally disregarded, and personal attacks start coming.
They were going after
I'm called a flat earther.
a climate change denier.
Yeah.
That's a very pernicious word.
Yeah. How would she be called a flat earther? That doesn't make any sense.
By the way, the word deny is a reference to the Holocaust denial, I think.
It blows your mind that you're in a room of like leading experts and it's total cancel culture. It is just their worldview. because they're only thinking about their paycheck. It relies on their academic funding.
I would only push back on this, that you're in that room with these thought leaders and these people who control tons of money from the corporations that they head. It is not just about their paychecks. It is about solidifying a hegemony and them being part of a ruling class and changing the culture for the rest of existence, essentially.
The next consultancy fee that they're going to get from ripping off, taxpayers, banks ripping off their clients. So
it's more than that, though. It's climate derangement syndrome. They're not just worried about the money. I think they're true believers. I think they believe this stuff. You don't?
I think there are a few that do. I think most of them are bureaucrats. They don't give a shit. They just know that fear sells.
Yep.
And that this is the policy, and they implement it. I don't think they think further.
They don't
than
give
that.
a shit, or are they NPCs who are just kind of nodding along and not really looking into it?
This is once again where we come in with the true believers, the acolytes like this woman was. They're taught to respond to certain stimuli and to push certain things and not really know the ins and outs on how things work. Because if they do, they'd realize the utopia they're trying to push for isn't real, doesn't really exist, and they've been sold a lie. So they need these, like, not real thinkers, but true acolytes, true believers to push forth and help them usher in the cultural change that they want. But the people who actually know what's going on, the people that she is in a room with talking to, the ones at the top of this, people like Fink, they are not true believers. They are using these things as a cudgel to push forth what they want to see as a reset, as a cultural shift, what they want to do to solidify them and their families as part of a ruling class that will never be able to be shifted. Pods for thee, but not for me? Yeah, absolutely. It's why, like, there's so many double standards. It's why, like, the two-tier system has existed in Western countries for a while now, Nuclear is the way to go until we come up with something better, like hydrogen. I would not know what would be better than nuclear. I just know nuclear energy tends to be very fucking efficient, but we're all terrified of trying it again. And people like Fink believing in taking your things to add to his hoard. True.
And like, don't give a shit and even bothering to look into it, or know it's not true and are still pushing it, peddling.
I think it's a mixed bag, right? You've got a few believers. The most people there, overwhelming majority, they've never read anything. They get their speaking notes. There are speaking notes. This is the party line, right? Implement it. And they know their job, rests upon it. So they're not.
I think she's looking at it as a bit too dumb. Not that she's dumb, but she's looking at them as being more dumb than they actually are. Like, yes, they're going to be given their talking points, but they also know what's going on and know what to say to keep the majority of people like her believing in what they're doing. She was able to break free, so that's a good thing. The difference between fact and conspiracy is time. Liam Dell, thank you. Look up thorium reactors. I don't know what a thorium is. Mr. Texas Preacher, thank you. Happy day after Christmas, Foxu. Happy after Christmas.
Not gonna read climate research. They're not gonna go on an expedition to Antarctica or to the Arctic. They're not gonna even look at real world effects. Right? These people are so wealthy. They don't even care. I remember at one of the events where I was banging on about high electricity costs. And I remember one of the guys in the room was like, Desiree, this just gets really tiring from you. Why is this such a big deal? It's not as if you struggle to pay. And I'm like, did you just say that? I'm like, well, first of all, I don't have a cushy corporate job like you. But secondly, we're here.
I would bet, I think you did have a very cushy corporate job where you were basically in adult daycare and you just had to repeat talking points instead of really caring about doing anything, which is crazy because she started working in banks doing financial stuff and then moved from a real job to a daycare job.
Here because of a people's mandate. Are you kidding me? Did you just disregard the people you're here to save? You just said it out loud? Right? But that is exactly what it is like. So I would say this, no, the majority of people don't care. They don't care to believe it or disbelieve it. They just have, they're just clipping their coupon. It's an easy life. And they're not affected by the cost of living. Their wages went up, right? It's like they're not stagnating, right? They're not, having a heart attack every time you have to walk into the supermarket because everything is just going up and it's really hard to make, ends meet on a monthly basis. They're not part of that. They could care less.
So I need to understand the final part of your story then, or at least up until the present day, because I'm sure there's a bright future ahead. But you are still on the inside calling out the bullshit. But you are now an open whistleblower. Not least you're coming on this show and calling this out. So at what point then do you make that final leap from, as IN is advising you, to stay on the inside and argue the point, to actually I'm going to go outside and see clips of you kind of calling out the EU elite on X now, and what's the final stage then?
So, well, I guess this is the final stage. It has definitely been a metamorphosis, of course, right? I used to be a very corporate person where I just towed the party line. I was trained at JP Morgan. So it was nerve-wracking to speak out for the first time when I was clearing my name. And then, about a year later, I start calling ESG a bureaucrat. But by 2022, I'm already saying in the press, ESG is a bureaucratic tax on society. It's driving up energy prices. But my language is still a little bit corporate. I'm not using social media that much. I'm maybe using LinkedIn a little bit, right? But still not sure how to use X. And, it does take me a while to find my sea legs and just to say, actually, I'm just working for myself. I have the privilege. I can just say it. And
Michael Turner, thank you. Bridge commies not only push Hegelian dialectic materialism, but postmodern deconstructionalism. They believe that qualifications are a social construct, and all that matters is having those they deemed worthy seated within companies and government. That's a pretty interesting way to put it. But yeah, they only believe that the qualifications that they make up are the ones that matter, which is why merit does not matter under these systems. Battleizer, thank you. You ever wonder if the disaster at Chernobyl is why the Marxists cannot allow nuclear to get popular? It would be a damning indictment of the utopia they want to bring about, since it was party men at the helm that were responsible? That would be an interesting theory, but I think it's just natural for humans to look at, what happened at Chernobyl, and then the, lightning strike, act of God incidents at, Nagasaki, right? Where they had, a meltdown there as well. And just be okay, well, 2 instances happened. Maybe this is Fukushima, thank you. I couldn't remember which one. The Fukushima reactor. And it just seems like a natural response to be defensive and worried about that kind of thing happening again. But a lot of human history is well, if we don't keep trying, we won't make any progress. And so we kept trying to do things that were dangerous. Fukushima had an earthquake that made a tsunami. Nagasaki did have a meltdown of sorts, but that was our doing. True. King El Sedan, thank you. Thorium is a metal that is more abundant than uranium. Thorium was used in a research reactor that also used molten salt as a coolant in the 1960s. The other advantage is that thorium reactor can't be used to make nuclear weapons as easily. That sounds like it would be great, but I don't think any country would give up the ability to make nuclear weapons while other countries still have nuclear weapons. Mixture of materialism and postmodernism might actually be a defense mechanism. If you describe what they believe, you sound like a schizo for blaming them for 2 diametrically opposed viewpoints, when what you're actually doing is merely describing a schizophrenic ideology. I'm not sure what you mean by the diametrically opposed when you're explaining these people. Democrat would give up nuclear weapons? I don't think so. Mr. Texas Preacher, thank you. If nuclear power is so bad, why do nuclear reactors power subs and aircraft carriers? That's a good question. I don't know anything about those. J-Rock, thank you. You wouldn't be financing high-rise condos on Miami Beach if you thought it would be part of the Atlantic in 5 years. Also a good point. Roadkill VT, thank you. Thorium reactors are safer than uranium. Perk is no surprise nukes strapped to the power grid. Uranium can be refined separately. I don't know enough about nuclear energy to really formulate responses well in that manner. Military relies on nuclear reactors every day without incident. I don't know why we wouldn't want to make more nuclear reactors for electrometricities then. But really accurate, easy to digest info about nuclear power. There's a channel called Illinois Energy Prof that covers the subject really well. Nuclear power is safest and cleanest power source we have ever made. Adam Wofford, thank you. One of the reasons people are scared of nuclear power is the tree-hugging hippies not understanding it, and they would point towards Chernobyl, also 3 Mile Island and Fukushima, but we've been using nuclear reactors. Yeah, like other people have said, apparently we have military stuff that runs on nuclear, so I don't really see why we would have to avoid it.
Nothing about the response to Chernobyl. The fear was preyed on by big oil who paid media billions to demonize nuclear for decades. They every funded the green movement to provide another anti-nuclear angle.
That seems even dumber. I guess big oil has the fucking reasoning to not have people want nuclear energy. But it's not like, even if we had nuclear, it's not like we would get rid of oil entirely for everything. I'm sure they would take a massive hit, but I don't think we could phase it out 100%, you know? When you were still in uni, you had a professor obsessed with nuclear energy. He would constantly give you courses where he calculated the fuel costs, and energy outputs of coal contra nuclear power plants. Apparently it takes 1 ton of coal to make the same amount of energy as 1 kilo of uranium. I don't know how much is in a ton, and I don't know how much a kilo is, so I can't understand what you said. We will boil that water real good, I tell you. Big oil has a stranglehold on electricity generation. Any other form of power is an open threat to big oil's bottom line. A ton is 2,000 pounds. The kilo will last longer? I wouldn't know. 2,000 pounds is a ton. Okay. And a kilo is 2.2 pounds. Okay. So the kilo is smaller. German Green Party is funded by the coal industry, and all they do is attack nuclear programs. Wouldn't this be like a reason why, like, being beholden to certain lobbies is bad? Because if politicians are bought by, like, an oil lobby, then they'll never talk about nuclear energy. Lancer, thank you. Merry late Christmas. If you already saw your earlier well wishes, my bad. I don't know. Maybe. To answer your nuclear question, almost every state has standards for how to build one, making it overly expensive to build. How do we know that those standards aren't overly strict on purpose in order to prevent people from building them? And thus we would have to, like, restructure how we build nuclear facilities in the first place in order to make them buildable? The demonization of nuclear power was the same as the propaganda to demonize meat. That said, meat was the cause of heart disease when it was actually the seed oils, overly processed foods, and heightened consumption of carbohydrates that cascaded into our current myriad health problems. Yeah, I mean, other than, like, the high fructose corn syrup and all the fucking seed oils we have in the US, I've heard lots of stories of people, like, going over to Europe and eating a lot more carbs than they do in the US. And because of, I guess, Europe's food standards, it being, like, they didn't, like, gain weight or feel bad if they had some sort of, like, gluten allergy or whatever. I don't know. But I've heard a lot of stories about that, and it makes me wonder, like, exactly how much is an issue in the US. And I do have a tab on that, but I shouldn't pause the video for that, because this has nothing to do. Let's finish this video before I get fucking tangenting into a million different holes.
I just start, like, yeah, now I am the whistleblower. Like, absolutely. I might as well, like, it's there. It's like, it's pegged to me. It's on my forehead. I might as well live up to it, right?
Yeah.
And tell people, because I have been on the inside, right? I'm stepping down from the FCA this month. I stepped down from the WEF, and it was December of 2024. My information is fresh. People need to know. This stuff, it's not just that these are, like, greedy control freaks. This is really harming society, and every single day I see it getting closer and closer to Klaus Schwab's ideals.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whether that is with energy prices and grid instability,
you will own nothing
digital
and you
IDs
will be happy.
and central bank digital currency. And then, like, what is just horrific is censorship. I mean, this is horrible, but it's all coming from, this is the WEF agenda.
This is the WEF agenda. Well, as your star rises into the sky, the Schwab star begins to sink, and he has now been found to have been embezzling WE funds.
So the Wall Street Journal broke a story, that there was inappropriate funding happening there. And
I'm so shocked.
Also some discrimination cases against Klaus Schwab. So he was forced to step down. And my understanding is that investigations might be continuing. But yes, Klaus Schwab did not live up to his ideals of, transparency and
I don't know why she says it that way, because again, that's the whole point. They push a set of rules for all of the plebs to live by, but they do not have to live by the same rules. They are outside of the game, as they are the masters of it. They are the ones in control.
Management. He was it was a little ropey what he and his wife were doing at the WEF.
Desiree, I should ask, did you ever meet Klaus Schwab?
Yes. I've been to several WEF events in San Francisco and in Dubai. So yes.
Anything to say about it?
Truthfully, I'm just going to say it, very unimpressive, a very stiff figure. He can, he only gravitates to the most famous in the room. Out in San Francisco, it was Arnold Schwarzenegger. When we were in Dubai, it was, to the government officials. But a very awkward, stiff man. That's what I would have to say.
Little did he know that you would be his undoing, or if only he'd spoken to you.
And the Wall Street Journal.
Quite. So I want to invite you over to the Substack to explore a little bit more about what is this WEF ideology that we're dealing with, and also go a little bit deeper on the dark side of net zero, which you've been calling out. Before we go over to the Substack, but don't worry, you're not going to have to move seats. We'll stay right here. But is there anything to this part of the story that you think I might have missed that listeners and viewers should know about?
No, I think I hope we've covered it.
Very long.
The biggest thing is that, this agenda is coming down, and, we, the voter, don't have a say on it. And it is so crucial to do what we're doing here, because mainstream media doesn't objectively cover this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so important to, again, you can look at mainstream media, but you have to, be on platforms like X. You have to listen to citizen journalists. You have to hear both sides of the debate. I do a lot of talks at universities. And the good news is I'm being invited more and more, so that I can bring back, shareholder capitalism, to say to students, there's not just one way. Because remember, it's not just that we, the voter, have been swindled, that this has eroded our democracy, but our kids, okay, maybe that's the point I want to bring up. Our kids are being indoctrinated, right?
You're a little behind on that step, lady. The long march through the institutions is one thing that happens first. The kids getting propagandized in education happens before the takeover of the corporations. So, yeah, that's a little backwards.
It starts in high school, in universities, executive training, right? People aren't taught like there's capitalism, socialism. That stakeholder capitalism is not capitalism; it's socialism.
Mm-hmm.
It's about top-down mandate. It's about state control, right?
Which is why stakeholder is always the red flag word when you're reading stuff. You want to see shareholder, you do not want to see stakeholder.
Other one is about let the market decide, right? Shareholder primacy capitalism. Here are these
high school. Wow, she's blind. It starts in kindergarten. Jasmine's nothing like you. She's black.
Philosophies, right? These two economic models. You can decide, but right now that's not how it's being taught. It's like Milton Friedman has been banished, and it's all about stakeholder capitalism. That this is the great reset of capitalism. This is the better version of capitalism.
Yeah.
Not at all.
They're so good with their language. It's brilliant rhetorical use.
Yes.
Stakeholder capitalism all seems so benign and so benevolent and so.
And that's how it gets a lot of people, because it sounds good, or it sounds like corpo language they don't need to pay attention to, right? Black Lives Matter sounds good. Antifa, anti-fascist sounds good. Stakeholder capitalism, we're gonna have more people who have something involved with the decisions being made, involved in what's happening, sounds good. But it's all just repackaged commie gobbledygook, man.
For maximum prosperity and for the people, but at sort of tale as old as time, if you scratch underneath the surface,
Yes.
There's something a little bit more insidious
Dodgy.
going on. A little bit dodgy going on. Desiree, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much. Let's head over to the Substack. We had a whole chapter in the great narrative.
Okay, bye. Furious Dan, thank you. Not one person has passed from radiation because of Fukushima. I would have no idea. Arclight Sniper Shy, thank you. Kira, imagine a pile of coal the size of a car versus one spicy rock the size of a baseball. I would pick the spicy baseball. EHEF, thank you. You drive past 3 Mile Island every day. There are thousands of homes in a half-mile radius from it. 3 Mile Island is a bad example of a nuclear disaster. Interesting to know. Spocky Redhead Supremacist, thank you. The fear-mongering of nuclear is a ward against investment in the sector, but it also made the tech ultra-safe because the standards are schizo-safety. We love schizo-safety. Sean Duncan, thank you. Did the Kirsche have a Merry Christmas? I had a very Merry Christmas. It was fucking wonderful. I had a great time. Battleizer, thank you. Where did you go? Response, if I own nothing, I will have nothing to lose, and I will be glowing. The expectation is that you will be so browbeaten by everywhere in society. You have been demonized since early childhood. You have been told there's nothing you can do. You've been told that these are all of the good things, and if you don't play by the good things, then you are a bad person. You are allowed to get stabbed and murdered by criminals out in public, and nothing is done. The criminals are set free. If you try to be a good Samaritan, if you try to help someone, if you try to prevent them from being stabbed by one of these criminals let out 50, 60, 100 times, you are then prosecuted. You are then turned into a bad person. You will be so demoralized that it won't matter when you own nothing. You will have no will to fight back. You will crumple and you will say, well, it is how it is. That is what they want, and that is why I try to express, don't fucking black pill, bro. That's what they want. They want you in that state. No. Lancer, thank you. You could be right. You just know your grandpa hated building the nuke plants in USA. Euro plants could be built cookie cutter designs, not US. I think that's what that guy was saying by, like, the schizo safety standards, maybe. Ollie Wally, thank you. Stakeholder is an ergonomic/design term for a random passerby in an area of foot traffic. I've never heard that before. Baja Cat, thank you. Reminders, and she keeps using the term, that capitalism was a term created to disparage private ownership, free market supporters. It's meant to be a mocking slur to anyone not supporting communism. What was it called before capitalism was coined by those kinds of people then? What would you even, just normal life? They had to give like a slur word to normal things in order to fucking trick people, I guess. Just free market. Common sense. Give them nothing, but take from them everything. And I'm glad to finally get through the whistleblower video, because damn, it was long, and listening to Corpo talk for so long, it can hurt, man. It can hurt your brain. But after this, I wanted to get into the article that came out around the same time, where it says, beginning in 2014, prestige industries decided they urgently needed to diversify. They didn't purge established boomers. Instead, they did everything possible to avoid hiring white millennial men. This is the story of a generation derailed by DEI. Diversity mandates encourage a specific kind of ideological conformity. White-bread people feel pressure to model allyship in order to justify their presence in the room. Ethan, a liberal academic, was passed over for jobs because he was white and male. The experience changed his self-understanding. Other identities have receded, he explained. Being a white man, meanwhile, moved into the foreground in a way that I didn't expect. This is a story chock full of unlawful discrimination. Andrea Lucas, chair of the Equal Opportunity Commission, weighs in. Jacob Savage joins Against the Pod to discuss his viral essay on the fate of white millennial men under DEI. Interesting. I didn't know that there was so much more. Harmeet Dalon, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, urges people who have faced this form of discrimination to come forward. So let's get into the article. I think I showed this tweet by JD Vance as well. This one, a lot of people think of DEI is lame diversity seminars. Oh no, I didn't. I might have had this in a tab though. A lot of people think DEI is lame diversity seminars or racial slogans at NFL games. In reality, it was a deliberate program of discrimination primarily against white men. This is an incredible piece that describes the evil of DEI and its consequences. This is why the Trump administration has so dedicated itself to eradicating racist discrimination. We've eliminated funding for DEI, required government grantees to certify that they're not engaged in DEI, fired a number of DEI employees, and asked Harmeet Dillon to aggressively prosecute all forms of racial discrimination. For too many Democrat leaders, racial discrimination was bad unless it targeted white men. This was an injustice, plain and simple. The above essay explains why. This is your friendly reminder that whenever you see anti-racist, I always think of the Cartoon Network commercials that aired during the kids' cartoon hours where they said it's not enough to not just be not racist, you have to be anti-racist. And they framed anti-racist as being actively not racist. But actively not racist and anti-racist were again code words for the correct kind of discrimination. Anti-racist meant that you were racist against white people, which is the correct kind of discrimination and the kind of discrimination you should strive to have. And this was blasted at children on Cartoon Network. And this is why I canceled my cable, because I only had it for Cartoon Network. Heckin' Steven Universe commercials. Did you know black people invented everything? Evil Mandrake, thank you. Reminder, the term capitalism was popularized by Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto. I did not remember that they coined it, but I'm glad that people do make mention of that every time. Anti-racist because reverse racism just wasn't selling anymore. Reverse racism was a different kind of code word. Reverse racism was peddled to us in like my age bracket when we were children as a way to say, oh, it's racism when you're racist against black people or like Mexican people or Asian people, but it's reverse racism if you say something discriminatory towards white people. It was already trying to force children in my generation to other white people from everyone else. Everyone else can be an ally and be put together, but white people have to be completely segregated in the fact that you can't even use the word racism for when people are anti-white. And I've talked about the subversion of reverse racism a few times, because it's one of the things that a lot of us carried into like teenage or early college years, not even realizing when we said reverse racism that we were participating in being propagandized. Reminder that late-stage capitalism was coined by a Marxist that joined the Nazi Party, Jesus Christ, which is exactly what anti-racism also claims. I don't think it is, no. Anti-racism goes a step further than reverse racism, where anti-racism is you cannot be racist to white people. There is nothing you can say that is racist to a white person is anti-racism. So it goes a step further than just reverse racism, right? Reverse racism at least makes you feel like, okay, there's a case for being discriminatory to a white person, but it's different from real racism. And then the advancement went from reverse racism to anti-racism. Now there is no longer any racism towards white people. You can say you hate white people and you want them murdered, and that's not racist, because you can't be racist to white people. That was the advancement. That was the terminology shift. That reverse racism meant being racist towards your own race, like the Auntie Esthers and white saviors. Nope. Reverse racism was when you were talking about someone saying something derogatory to a white person. Anti-racist is denying racism against whites exists, and that one must fight racism at all times forever because the battle will never end. Yes. And which is why you can see so many people on Twitter saying racist things and then claiming you can't be racist to white people. We're going to make raising your own children, monogamy, and Christianity illegal. Me breaking the law by Judas Priest intensifies. Here in Sweden, you get your uranium from Australia. That's kind of far. That's far shipping. Most black pilled you ever got was the years you worked in the financial aid office at a college. It's madness. I can only imagine. Where did I finish reading? One other thing. Over the weekend, I met with some friends who work at colleges. They told me they already see the effect of our policy in hiring, trainings, and promotion. There's a lot more to do, but I'm very proud of our team on this. And I also want to say it's a very good thing that they've put the executive orders in place. It's a good thing that America First Legal has been going after companies. It's great seeing more people try and stamp out the DEI nonsense going on. Firings need to happen. You can't just take someone who's a DEI acolyte, remove their DEI title, and put them somewhere else. Because again, this is what Bridge has been informing companies to do. So moving that DEI acolyte somewhere else to obscure the work that they're doing, that is what's dangerous right now. One final observation about the above essay, so much of this was generational. Older white men created a system whereby they'd be fine, but millennials and Gen Z would get screwed. Cowardice and evil are a deadly combination. And this kind of ties in with me saying that, you know, people before us never did enough to combat the communist menace. And so we're kind of left holding the broken pieces and needing to fix a much messier situation than if people had started in the 80s, if they listened to Bezmenov, or if they had started in the 90s, or even the 2000s. And so we have a much larger mess, and it's going to take a long time to clean up. And I've said before, you know, I black pill sometimes because it feels like things just aren't happening at all. And maybe it's a lot slower than I would like them to. But it's still some small steps are actually happening. Liam Dell, thank you. The funniest thing is Australia refuses to make nuclear plants because your government's completely cucked. I'm sorry, Island Man. Alright, so. Boomers have a strong I got mine, get fucked mentality. It's a bit sad. It's a bit sad. And I think I reposted this video on Twitter.
I'm Andrea Lucas, chair of the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Are you a white male who's experienced discrimination at work based on your race or sex? You may have a claim to recover money under federal civil rights laws. Contact the EOC as soon as possible. Time limits are typically strict for filing a claim. The EOC is the federal agency charged with enforcing federal anti-discrimination law against businesses and other private sector employers. The EOC is committed to identifying, attacking, and eliminating all forms of race and sex discrimination, including against white male applicants and employees. Check out eoc.gov to learn more and read our one-page explainer about DEI-related discrimination.
Thanks,
7
lady.
companies in a row where it's all we've never interviewed someone experienced as you. Till HR sees my face, suddenly we have decided to search for more qualified candidates. Unironically, would it disqualify me from good GF to give fem name and wear wig?
Well, no, because you're not supposed to be hunting where you work. You know, don't shit where you eat, brother. You gotta play by their game sometimes. If you gotta wear a pencil skirt and put on a wig to secure that job, fucking go at it, dude. Like, they've been playing the discrimination game for so long, I would not beleaguer a man who had to do that to get a job. Evening, Kirsche in chat. Hello! You know, I saw Australians booing the Prime Minister. Hope you guys sort yourself out and get rid of him. Yeah, I hope the same for the UK as well, because damn, shit is getting crazy in a lot of Western countries. But to the actual article here, it is called The Lost Generation by Jacob Savage. For 15 years, I've scalped tickets to pay the bills, but in January 2016, I almost managed a real career. I was 31, I'd been in Los Angeles for 5 years writing scripts, there had been minor successes, a couple of small projects optioned, and I'd recently started writing with my best friend. We were writing constantly, making each other better, building momentum. Success felt close. Back then, it always did. We'd written a pilot script that a veteran showrunner had agreed in a very theoretical, very Hollywood sort of way to come onto. That project had fizzled, so we were surprised when an executive emailed us out of the blue to meet. The showrunner explained he'd submitted us for an upcoming writer's room he was going to run. The exec had loved our pilot and wanted to hire us. And that was it. The moment our careers were supposed to take off. We'd put in our time, I'd been tutoring SATs and reselling tickets to make ends meet while I wrote, and 5 years seemed par for the course, based on the slightly older guys we knew who'd made it. But of course, by 2016, we were already too late. The showrunner emailed us back apologetically. I initially thought I might be able to bring you guys on, he wrote, but in the end, it wasn't possible. We met with the executive anyway, a Gen X white guy who told us how much he loved our pilot. But the writer's room was small, he explained, apologetically, and the higher-level writers were all white men. They couldn't have an all-white male room. Maybe, if the show got another season, they'd be able to bring us on. They never did. The doors seemed to close everywhere and all at once. In 2011, the year I moved to Los Angeles, white men were 48% of lower-level TV writers. By 2024, they accounted for just 11.9%. The Atlantic's editorial staff went from 53% male and 89% white in 2013 to 36% male and 66% white in 2024. White men fell from 39% of tenure-track positions in the humanities at Harvard in 2014 to 18% in 2023. In retrospect, 2014 was the hinge, the year DEI became institutionalized across American life. In industry after industry, gatekeepers promised extra consideration to anyone who wasn't a white man, and then provided just that. With every announcement of promotions, there was a desire to put extra emphasis on gender or race. A former management consultant recalled, and when you don't fall into those groups, that message gets louder and louder and gains more and more emphasis. On the one hand, you want to celebrate people who have been at a disadvantage. On the other hand, you look and you say, wow, the world is not rooting for you. In fact, it's deliberately rooting against you. It's also a little weird for them to say you want to celebrate people who have been at a disadvantage, right? Because how do you know which person has been disadvantaged just by looking at them? Right? If I enter a room and I look at a black man in a suit and a white man in a suit, and I have to pick the person who has been most disadvantaged, if I pick the black person, would that not be racist? Would that not be racist to say because he's black, obviously he's had a much more difficult time doing anything in life than a white man would? That is a wild thing to think, in my opinion. I don't think you should judge people based on what they look like. But apparently, in current year, that is considered racist. Mildly OCD, thank you. Hey, wasn't 2014 when Gamergate happened? It was. It was. You're not an internet person? What does KEKW mean? You see it in every stream you've caught this week? If you're not seeing an emote, then you might not have the right extension, but it's a laughing face. You think he means in the abstract? He doesn't want to celebrate the black person. He wants to celebrate the person at a disadvantage without particularly imagining what that person at a disadvantage might have looked like. We are literally reading an article talking about how they have purposefully discriminated against white men on the basis of race and gender, and you want to say something dumb like that right now? I'm very shocked. Thanks, Fox. No problem. Battleizer, thank you. You can tell because they're wearing the I press dodge pin. What did he mean by this? 2014, you came back to regular civilian life and everything went tits up. What a horrible time. I'm so sorry, dude. Guess you're missing something because you see letters as well. It might be 7 TV. I think it might be 7 TV. Sounds like the excuse for voter ID laws. We can't have that because, yeah. Yeah, I've always thought that the argument for not having voter ID was really racist. Because it's like, what the fuck do you mean? And we even have, like, interviewers who have gone down on the ground and been like, do you feel like you can't get an ID because you're black? And like they all sound like, what the fuck do you mean? Like they all sound insulted, and they should be, because that's an insulting line of dialogue. Bored DevOps, thank you. Don't be racist. Of course you know who's had it worse just by their skin color. Jesus Christ. Shades dude, thank you. Local mailman update. Mom got several spine fractures but doesn't need surgery. And insurance covered everything, including property damages, except for the 20-year-old bike. Thanks for the prayers. That's really good. What's not good is I have experience with spinal fractures. Mine was on my tailbone, and your mother should get pretty regular care because I had residual pain from the fractures ever since the accident, and that was what led to me needing opioids recently. Was because the pain had gotten so severe and so bad, I was starting to get pinched nerves. And when I had went and gotten an MRI, it was because my spine had been growing extra bone after that incident. So I would say, just to make sure she doesn't end up in a situation like I have, definitely keep up on going to doctors and make sure her spine doesn't start growing extra bone or getting out of control from the fractures that happened. Kirsche on Fent. No, I was on, oh god. It's one step below OxyContin, but I don't remember what I was given. I can't remember the name. Has that stuff been sort of fixed yet, or is there a plan? There's nothing you can do. It was hydrocodone. Thank you, Binary Mind. I was on hydrocodone. But there's not really anything you can do to fix it. They were like, well, we can give you spinal surgery, but whenever surgery on your back is suggested, you want to delay that as long as humanly possible. You absolutely never want to get surgery on your spine unless there's no other option. And so as long as I'm still able to take like opioids to reduce the pain and actually have like pain management through massages, I'm not going to be getting any spinal surgery. I feel so bad for you, Fox. You know, you like the nice chill, not oxy pills. I mean, that's what like weed helps with as well. When I get high, I feel a lot less pain and a lot less anxiety. But when I needed the like something more harsh to deal with the pain and I was given opioids, I wasn't gonna fucking get high at the same time. That'd be irresponsible. If only people could be more like me. Your dad had 3 spinal surgeries in his life? Yeah, everyone I've ever talked to that's had spinal surgery, their advice has always been, don't fucking do it unless you have no other choice. Every single person I've ever spoken to who's gotten any kind of back surgery, that's been their advice. They can't all be wrong if they've been through the surgeries. Spinal surgery is scary. You'd be terrified to go under the knife. I'd be fucking terrified of even getting like, what's that fucking long needle thing that pregnant women are given in their spine to help give birth? I forget the name of it. They're gatekeeping spinal, an epidural thing. I'd even be fucking terrified of that. Because I've heard a lot of pregnant women who have complications after getting an epidural. I'd be terrified. Can vouch sister got spinal surgery and is still fucked up from it? Yeah, absolutely. There's no harm in combining THC and opioids. In fact, they're synergistic. I just wouldn't want to do that. I'm not a fan of like mixing drugs. Yeah, I'm not gonna like go housewife cocktail myself, as it were. So like if I'm gonna take one drug, I kind of don't want to pile on others, you know? If 3 is a lot, 2 is a lot, 1 is a lot, any number is a lot. Yeah, exactly. You had a spinal tap once. It was wild. Ooh, I'm so sorry, dude. Back surgery, unalived your grandfather. That's also fucking horrific. I'm sorry, dude. Imagine getting a marrow extraction. I don't want to imagine that. I know a kid in I can't remember if it was elementary school or middle school when he did it, but his sister had, I think, leukemia. And so he would get bone marrow suctioned out to like give to her. And I was like, I could not imagine just like how painful that kind of shit would be. You got to get a spinal tap soon? Ugh. If you're already getting a buzz on, the pain pills getting high on pot is just chasing a high. Yeah, I don't want to combine stuff like that, you know? Can do a steroid injection in the back and you've seen it help a lot. My pain doctor did float the idea that if like I ever felt bad about taking opioids or if I felt like I was getting, you know, some sort of dependency on them, that they'd be willing to try the steroid injections. I am terrified of needles. But I would definitely do the steroid injection before surgery as well. Had major back surgery in 2003. Your back was all messed up. 6 weeks in the hospital and almost a year of recovery. Jesus Christ. You watched Spinal Tap. It went to 11. Droxash, thank you. Best not to mix and match or you could recreate a scene from Pulp Fiction accidentally. Yeah, I think that's probably why I've never had any kind of addiction issues despite being prescribed many, like, heavily regulated drugs. Is because, like, when I am prescribed those things, I don't want to fuck with them. Like, I have, like, a level of, I don't want to call it respect for the drug, but I don't know how else to say it, right? It's like when you know you handle a firearm correctly because you know what it's capable of. I don't want to fuck with potent drugs. And Kirsche's mom is also a good reason for her to be careful. I don't know how my mom did what she did, bro. You had 4 steroid injections in your back before ending up having surgery. They can work really well, but surgery was necessary and good for you. Well, I'm glad it worked out for you. Your wife has Ehlers-Danlos, and she had an appointment next month to talk about long-term pain management. She's afraid of the opioids and wants to do steroids. I mean, the steroids I've heard can be very helpful, and I think it's also very normal to be wary of opioids. I took them, oh god, how many months was it? I don't remember, but it was several months. I want to say it was sometime in like, what, January that I was given opioids, and then they changed the opioid I was on, because I was on a synthetic at first. and it wasn't doing much. And then they bumped up the kind that I was on and also the dosage. And I think I ended up at, like, is it 7 or 7.5? I can't remember what the dosage was. But when I was still on the hydrocodone, it was like a 7 or a 7.5 per pill. And I would take that twice a day. My prescription was twice a day. But if I didn't feel like I needed it, like if my pain was at a tolerable level, I just wouldn't take one. Because, like, I don't need to drug myself if I don't feel the need to, right? Obviously, when I first got them, I was like, oh my god, I need these to live. But then once the pain started subsiding, I was like, okay, I don't need to take this twice a day. Can kind of get off of it, you know? Commission a new muscle girl model, so it'll be ready when I start taking steroids. Jesus Christ. Eskill, thank you for the Canuck. You're supposed to eat the bone marrow from the meat. Monya. Yeah, I thought it was really weird, and I talked about this as well. When I got switched over to the hydrocodone, I was like, well, I still have a bunch of, like, this other opiate pill left. What do you want me to do with it? And they were like, oh, just throw it out. And I was like, I have to jump through, like, 7 trillion circus hoops to get prescribed this shit. But when I try to dispose of it by, like, giving it back to you, you say, no, just throw it out? What the fuck? Do I do any stretches or physical therapy for your back? I think physical therapy is a load of shit. I will never see a physical therapist because it's a fake job that peddles in fake bullshit. But I do stretches. I do stretches. Some of them were taught to me by my massage therapist. And they have been very crucial in me being able to get to sleep some nights. Like, literally have not been able to sleep if it weren't for some of the stretches I did. Depending on what is wrong with the back, they have something called a nerve stimulator that can dampen the pain. Where you work, you have patients that have had them, and it is life-changing. That sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. Wait, why? Anytime I've gone to physical therapy, it's basically someone watching you do yoga. They're not helpful. They don't tell you anything you can't do on your own. And they're just kind of worthless, actually. You've had far more improvements from massage therapy over physical therapy? Yeah. Like, if you need to learn how to walk again, I could see how physical therapy is helpful for you. If you're going to physical therapy for pain management, that money would be much better spent on a, like, good massage therapist. Like, find a massage therapist that specializes in deep tissue or sports massage or pain management specifically. Any one of those three, and they'll have the knowledge to be able to help you, and the hundreds of dollars you'll spend on that massage therapist, much better spent than on any physical therapist if you're doing it for pain management. Interesting. That's an awful PT. Physical therapists are that you work with all do stretches and massages too. I never had a physical therapist that would even, like, touch me. Like, none of them did any kind of massage. One of them had one of those, like, electrical unit things, but when they put it on me, it did absolutely nothing. And so when I started going to a chiropractor and they said after, you know, the chiropractic adjustment, we'll put on the, I forget what they're called, the TENS unit, thank you. He put on a TENS unit and I was like, holy shit, this actually is doing something, unlike when physical therapists tried it. And that's what led me to getting the Chirp discs, I think is what they're called, Chirp. And the Chirp discs actually did way more than the TENS units the physical therapist had as well. So I was like, well, what the fuck? Do physical therapists literally do nothing? Chiropractors are quacks? I can see why a lot of people think that. The chiropractor I went to, the first thing he did was he took x-rays of my back and neck. I had gotten many x-rays, so I was just like, oh god, I don't want to pay for these again. As soon as he put my x-rays up on the board, he was like, yeah, your neck is backwards. I don't know how you've gotten as many x-rays as are in your file, and no doctor's ever mentioned this to you before, but your neck curve completely backwards. And I was like, oh, can I do anything about it? Is there any way to fix that? And he's like, well, no, not really. I mean, we can do some adjustments and, like, maybe it'll help, but I can't really tell you I can fix it. So I feel like he's been nothing but honest with me. I mean, I haven't seen him in ages because he was in fucking Georgia, but the chiropractic adjustments felt fucking great. And I mean, there were a few times I think I was a little late to stream because, like, I needed to go get an adjustment done because I woke up and I just felt like shit. Hey. Grandpa had the same condition and had surgery the year before. Look up Schuerman's disease. Also, you were on the operating table for longer than they expected, and you lost the ability to walk because of nerve damage. Still have numbness in parts of your body, but hey, you're bionic. That's a pretty cool thing to be able to tell people, that you're part bionic. Some chiropractors are great, others not so much. And I feel like there are probably some people that have the same opinion of, like, physical therapists, right? Maybe a physical therapist was great for them. I've only ever had the shitty experiences. Reverse scoliosis. I don't think it's scoliosis. I don't know what your neck being curved the wrong way is called. I wouldn't have even known it, because, like, there's no way to tell, right? Like, physically, it looks normal. So, your spine is broken. Can I fix it? Nah, a true professional. You've only had one chiropractor that believed in some quackery, but he still helped your split rib that was too painful to handle. Some of the cracks that guy got out of my neck and back were fucking crazy. I'll take rapist for 500. What the heck? Kirsche crooked like an old witch. Some chiropractors are good, but you've seen many step way too far outside their expertise. Yeah, that was like, when I went to a massage therapist recently, I was telling him about, because this was the first time I've ever seen a male massage therapist. I've only ever seen women before. And the women have to put in a whole fucking workout to get through the concrete that is my back. But I was explaining to this dude, like, everything that my massage therapist normally would do, and how, sometimes when she would do certain stretches with my legs, she would get these crazy cracks out of my hips. And he's like, oh, well, you know, as massage therapists, we're not supposed to do chiropractic adjustments. I'm like, no. She wasn't trying to crack my hip bones. It was just a consequence of her trying to get in there to do, what is it called? Like myofascial release or some shit? I can't remember all these names. But she was, like, trying to get in there doing the stretches for that kind of, like, tension release. And occasionally, it would, like, crack my hip bone in a way that, like, the only way I can describe how it felt is, like, you know when you look at those pictures of a skeleton and you can, like, see the ball joint safely nuzzled into, like, the hip area? It felt like someone took that ball and pulled it out and pushed it back in really fast. Is, like, the only thing I can describe the way that felt. Obviously, that wasn't happening, but that's what it felt like. And the crack was, like, so loud and so deep that whenever she hit that and it did it, she would, like, jump back and be like, because she was really, like, creeped out by any bone cracking noises. So when I cracked, she hated it. That's just called a distraction. Your bones are scary. I'm very crunchy. Hip joints will collect nitrogen in the empty space. If it was a bone really cracked, it would have been destroyed. No, I mean, obviously she wasn't cracking bones. I'm talking about, like, the cracks that you hear when you get adjustments or, like... Of course, my knuckles don't want to crack right now. When you crack your knuckles, you know? I'm not talking about, like, her breaking a bone. And Kirsche's cracked, confirmed. Wait, her? Wrong line of business for that lady. I loved my massage therapist in Georgia. I don't think I will ever find someone as amazing as she was. I love her. When it's hips and legs, it tends to be a thunk. Yeah, it was crazy. Now you want a bone crack waifu? New fetish unlocked! Yeah, me walk into the kitchen to get a drink of water in the middle of the night and I sound like some fucking witch doctor running through a swamp in New Orleans. You've been stiff your whole adult life and you wish that you can crack like I do? I highly recommend massage therapy. I think it's pointless to go to a massage therapist if you're gonna get like a light massage or something like a Swedish massage. Massage therapists that can do sports massages, pain management, and deep tissue. One of those three things, those are massage therapists worth their fucking salt. Like, I know their bread and butter is Swedish, and so they're gonna get tons of money from people who just spend money to get, like, a nice relaxing thing. Whereas any kind of deep tissue or sport or pain management is gonna be a literal fucking workout for that therapist. Like, they're gonna need to drench themselves in water later, right? It's the more difficult part of their work. But I highly recommend if you have any kind of pain suffrage, and it might, like a therapist, right? Like a normal talking therapist, it might take you a while to find a massage therapist that can do a technique that works for your body. Because I've been to massage therapists and I've walked out of that massage feeling worse than when I went in. And it's just like the kind of technique that they do isn't matched up to my body. It's not that they weren't doing enough pressure or they were doing it too hard or they were doing like something wrong. they weren't doing anything wrong. It just, the techniques that they use aren't matched to like what my body would need to release tension. So sometimes it happens, and sometimes you go to a bad massage therapist and it's like, oh, well, I just spent $150. I don't want to do that again. You know, but sometimes it'll take you a bit of trying them to see which one works. There was a massage anime this season, Sawaranaide Kotesashi-kun. It's really good. Interesting. Your grandfather was an orthopedic surgeon, and your dad used to tell you a story about the first time he visited you while you were an infant, and the first thing he did was stretch your legs in all possible directions to see if you'd have any problems later in life. I saw some kind of massage therapist person degassing babies. So like if you have a really fussy baby and it might be like extra bloated, this guy like showed what the stomach looked like before he decompressed baby. And then he like pushed in specific parts of the baby's stomach while pushing the legs back towards the baby's head. And the amount of poot that came out of this baby, holy shit, it was a literal gas bomb. But then like the difference in what the stomach looked like, and obviously the demeanor of the baby itself, like you could tell how much relief had just happened. It was crazy. Was he German? He was speaking English. I can't remember if there was an accent. The baby smiles so much. Okay, you've seen the video, yeah. You saw that one? Do not rapid decompression the baby. Kirsche is a woman you can understand. That is otherworldly. Hell yeah. Fist of the North Star is real. Decompressing baby was not on your bingo card today. Filipino boy may need the degassing. Oh god, I should bookmark that clip.
Spicy
and I should bring it up next time I collab with Fillion. Trace Devils, thank you for the raid. Welcome Raiders. Welcome Raiders. And speaking of Fillion, thank you Fillion fan for that 16-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. It's so good. A showerman's kyphosis. Some discs are wedge-shaped, causing a curve in your youngest. He has 5. Oh my god. That's crazy. I wonder if that's something you can fix while you're still growing, right? Like, they might have to put you in some, like, weird back brace kind of thing. But while you're still growing, that would be the time to be able to fix it, I would imagine, right? Once you're fully grown, it's kind of too late. If Fillion ever streams again, what do you mean? How long is this article? I hope I'll be able to finish it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Okay, well, let's get back to reading, shall we? On the other hand, you look and you say, wow, the world is not rooting for you. In fact, it's deliberately rooting against you. As the Trump administration takes a chainsaw to the diversity, equity, and inclusion apparatus, there's a tendency to portray DEI as a series of well-meaning but ineffectual HR modules. Yes, there is this tendency. And I have been screaming that it's not just well-meaning but ineffectual HR modules. In fact, it's very insidious. And it's much more effectual than I think most people want to admit, which is why there's so many lawsuits that have to go on to get rid of this shit. Undoubtedly, there has been ham-fisted DEI programming that is intrusive or even alienating, explained Kianga Yamahata Taylor. Oh, that's Kianga Yamahata Taylor in The New Yorker. But for the most part, it is a relatively benign practice meant to increase diversity, while also sending a message that workplaces should be fair and open to everyone. This may be how Boomer and Gen X white men experience DEI, but for white male millennials, DEI wasn't a gentle rebalancing, it was a profound shift in how power and prestige were distributed. Yet practically none of the thousands of articles and think pieces about diversity have considered the issue by cohort. And this goes back to what we were talking about earlier between affirmative action and DEI. DEI was the natural evolution of affirmative action. Boomers and Gen X had affirmative action. It sounded good, and they thought, yeah, okay, let's give people who can't quite compete with white people a leg up, and for some reason to them, that sounded, instead of racist, it sounded benevolent. And so they didn't feel the repercussions quite as harshly as people under DEI, because DEI wasn't just changing the name of affirmative action, it was changing it and fundamentally changing how it was rolled out as well, because now they can go farther. Everyone had already agreed that affirmative action was normal. It was just a part of your everyday life. Affirmative action in college admissions, normal. Affirmative action in the workplace, normal. So finally, once that was mostly normalized, everyone could move on to DEI, and there would be minimal complaints. Thankfully for us, a lot of people did complain. It wasn't quite as easy of a rebranding as they thought it would be, especially after they tried moving from equality to equity. And that is a good thing for all purveyors of normalcy and wanting to live a normal life. It's not a slippery slope, it's their roadmap, 100%. 100%. This isn't a story about all white men, it's a story about white male millennials in professional America, about those who stayed and who mostly stayed quiet. The same identity, a decade apart, meant entirely different professional fates. If you were 40 in 2014, born in 1974, beginning your career in the late 90s, you were already established. If you were 30 in 2014, you hit the wall. Because the mandates to diversify didn't fall on older white men who in many cases still wield enormous power. They landed on us. It may be hard to remember now, but a decade ago, the prevailing critique of American journalism was that it was woefully lacking in gender and racial diversity. There had been hope that new media would be different, that the internet might bring in a wider range of voices. But by the mid-2010s, that optimism was waning. New media ventures like Vox, BuzzFeed, and Politico are trying to shake up the way people get their news and entertainment online, NPR reported in 2014. But critics say those newsrooms and leadership roles are overwhelmingly made up of white men. It's forever going to be burned into my brain, like the picture of the Huffington Post versus an average poll meetup. And the Huffington Post being almost all entirely white women, and the poll meeting being all different types of people. Eskill, thank you for the 5 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. The critics were mostly right. Gawker was still 57% male and 79% white. Vice was majority male and 70% white. At 5:38, Nate Silver complained about a gender gap so severe that only 15% of applications were from women. Why would anyone take this seriously? This is equal opportunity, is it not? It doesn't matter that women were only 15% of applications. It just means that there were only that many women interested in taking a job at that organization. I really hate talking about like the percentages of people, because there should be no correct percentage of like white men or white women or brown men or black men or whatever the fuck have you. There should be no correct percentage of these people. It should just be who is best for job, if yes, hire. It's the old difference between X is for everyone versus X is for anyone. Yeah. It was into this world that Andrew arrived in 2015. He took a job at prominent new media organization and was put on the general assignment desk, monitoring breaking news and cranking out overnight write-ups. It was rewarding, he told me, but if you can imagine working a full-time gig, nights, weekends, and then, on top of that, trying to build up a beat on the side that could eventually propel you into something sustainable, it's always difficult. If these guys are going to try and get me to feel bad for white men being discriminated in journalism, that's just not going to happen. Considering how much journalists were some of the people who pushed this shit the hardest, I just don't care about the journalists here, man. He was paid for cranking it. He enjoyed the work and developed a beat. There was still a general optimism in the air, especially around new media. I had very well-regarded deep dives and occasionally scoops, he said. I had credibility as someone who had come from a more left-leaning perspective. What does that mean? What does he mean by this? Because that's kind of like overwhelmingly what the media had been regardless. Was well-sourced on the left, but was willing to give them a kick in the teeth every now and then. At the time, it felt really about holding power to account and giving new ideas a fair airing. After college, before he'd moved into journalism, Andrew had worked in the non-profit world. Ambient talk about diversity and power structures had been part of the general atmosphere, and he'd never much thought about it. In any progressive space, there was always at least some concern about representation, he explained. I did not see that in any way impeding my advancement for the first 6 or 7 years of my career. So, once again, we're supposed to feel bad for a guy who pushed this shit forward or otherwise ignored it thinking that it wouldn't come for him? No! Why would I feel bad for this guy? But that view became harder to sustain. In 2019, David Haskell, who had just been named editor-in-chief of New York Magazine, was asked to respond to staff disappointment that another white man had been elevated to the role. I understand that reaction. Part of me shares it, he told his staff. What a cunt. The most effective way to move the needle on diversity hiring is for a strong, loud commitment to come from the very top of the masthead. I plan to do exactly that. Oh no. Oh no. I'm out of water. Wait, no, I'm not. I have another one. Hell yeah. How do I drink so much, man? Battleizer, thank you. Journos, what? It's not fair. Me plays smallest violin. Yeah, if anything, I'm happy to see that this guy got cucked out of his career. He was literally supporting the shit that caused it. Wow, the consequences of your own actions, Mr. White Male. You get what you fucking deserve. Yeah, they definitely should not have led this article with a fucking journalist, man. Holy fuck. Andrew didn't work at New York, but he watched similar pressures reshape his newsroom. He'd been there for 5 years, a beat reporter who couldn't seem to move up. And suddenly, all anybody could talk about were diversity metrics. Management was, as he put it, obsessive about recruiting people of color. But the pool was small, and anyone promising was quickly poached by the New York Times or cable news. With all the declarations these newsrooms had been making, the imperatives, enough white guys already, seemed to be the mantra. He told me, and you couldn't help but wonder if that meant you were being passed up for opportunities even in your own organization. Institutions pursuing diversity decided that there would be no backsliding. If a position was vacated by a woman or a person of color, the expectation was it would be filled by another woman or a person of color. The hope was always that you were going to hire a diverse candidate, a senior hiring editor at a major outlet told me. If there was a black woman at the beginning of her career you wanted to hire, you could find someone. But if she was any good, you knew she would get accelerated to the New York Times or the Washington Post in short order. The truth is, after years of concerted effort, most news outlets had already reached and quietly surpassed gender parity. By 2019, the newsrooms of ProPublica, the Washington Post, the New York Times were majority female, as were new media startups Vice, Vox, BuzzFeed, and the Huffington Post. And then 2020 happened, and the wheels came off. In the aftermath of George Floyd's death, "Ah, St. Floyd of the fentanyl, in whose name we pray, amen." Newsrooms tripped over themselves to stage a quote-unquote reckoning. The New York Times solemnly promised sweeping reforms on top of the sweeping reforms it had already promised. The Washington Post declared it would become, quote-unquote, the most diverse and inclusive newsroom in the country. CNN pledged a sustained commitment to race coverage, while Bon Appetit confessed that our mastheads have been far too white for far too long. What the fuck is even Bon Appetit? You sound like you write stuff about recipes. What are you doing here? And that the magazine had tokenized many BIPOC staffers and contributors. NPR went further still, declaring that diversity was nothing less than its quote-unquote North Star. I've been seeing this North Star terminology quite a lot when I cover Call Me Gobbledygook, and I have people in chat who resoundly assure me that North Star is just typical corpo speak, but the more that I see it in this kind of connotation, the more I'm wondering if they have co-opted regular corpo speak. Cheese facts. These weren't empty slogans either. In 2021, new hires at Condé Nast partners with Bridge, by the way, were just 25% male and 49% white. At the California Times, parent company of the Los Angeles Times, and the San Diego Union Tribune, they were just 39% male and 31% white. That year, ProPublica hired 66% women and 58% people of color. At NPR, 78% of new hires were people of color. I don't know if you guys remember it, but we read an article a while back, part of like diving through Bridge shit as well. There was an article saying that companies promised to hire more people of color and less white people, and they did just that. And they showed the statistics on how many more like women and minorities were hired in lieu of hiring white people. And you read it in this way where they were just like, well, we were finally finding the more qualified candidates we always wanted, but it was very obvious that it was like a racial and gender discrimination bias. Bon Appetit was a good food channel. Don't know about the mag. They got canceled because some chicks said they didn't take their recipes and ideas seriously, like the white people. What the fuck? For a typical job, we'd get a couple hundred applications, probably at least 80 from white guys, the hiring editor recalled. It was a given that we weren't going to hire the best person. It was jarring how we would talk about excluding white guys. The pipeline hadn't changed much. White men were still nearly half the applicants, but they were now filling closer to 10% of open positions. Suddenly, in Andrew's newsroom, everything was driven by identity. There were endless diversity trainings, a racial climate assessment. At one point, reporters were told they had to catalog in minute detail the identity characteristics of all their sources. Andrew had been instrumental in forming the union at his company and objected when negotiations shifted from severance pay and parental leave to demands for racial quotas. They wanted to do like emergency hires of black people, he said. You get what you fucking deserve, Andrew! When he questioned these new priorities, the response was swift. On a Zoom call, women would clap back at something I was saying, and other women would snap their fingers in the chat window, he recalled. It was this whole subcultural language being introduced wholesale. I love how this guy touted how much of a leftist he was, where he was like a trusted source in lefty circles and shit earlier. And he is now saying some wild shit. Desperate for advancement, he'd had the same job, the same title for nearly 6 years. Andrew looked elsewhere. I applied for positions at The Atlantic, Politico, CNN, The Washington Post, 3 different desks at The New York Times. But newsrooms were contracting, which only made the competition more intense. When scarcity sets in, you start to worry about these things a little bit more, Andrew reflected. Ah, yes. The stance of, it's not happening to me now, so I don't have to pay attention to it. Let's just keep advocating for the advancement of these things, because it doesn't affect me. Andrew fucked around and he found the fuck out. This is great. I hate journalists. This is great. I was like ready to get angry, but since this is all about a fucking journalist, I'm glad that this information is out here, because people will still call it a conspiracy theory that it was happening. But this couldn't have happened to a more deserving white man. Andrew reflected this was a business model problem that was exacerbated by the racial and gender preference problem. Simon SC, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Found out that the pot had been set to slow boil. True and real. And Kirsche, other white males are all racist woman haters. They deserve to be replaced. Actually crazy. At The Atlantic, Andrew didn't even get an interview. Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief, had described his hiring philosophy back in 2019. By opening up the possibilities of younger people, women, and people of color, by imagining their rise in a deliberate way, I've just widened the pool of potential leadership. There's no quota system here. That's true. He did widen the pool by excluding white men. Pool's closed if you're a white guy. Goldberg was candid about another, less comfortable reality. It's really, really hard to write a 10,000-word cover story. He said in the same interview, there are not a lot of journalists in America who can do it. The journalists in America who do it are almost exclusively white males. This kind of makes you wonder how many white males in journalism went trans in order to keep advancing their journalism career, not because they wanted to do anything other than that. This would probably fall under less autogynephiliac and more ideologically driven pretend trans. But it would just be interesting to see how many trans journalists decided to take that route in order to career advancement, since they weren't going to have any other white men any other way, you know? Non-zero, but you doubt it's a lot? I doubt it's a lot. I doubt it's like a huge metric, but it's still interesting that, like, if you're being discriminated against as a white guy, all you really have to do is put on a dress and say you're trans, and then suddenly you're part of a marginalized group and you're no longer just white male. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. The way he said black people in case of emergency makes you think there are black people behind a glass window, like fire extinguishers. I kind of would like that as like break in case of emergency, and it's like a newscaster on the ground, and then like they have to turn to someone local. That local person should always be an interesting black individual, right? Like that, the fucking, they raping everybody out here guy just lives rent-free in my brain. I love him. Programmer stock sales were booming. Have you ever heard of Burger Becky, the veteran game dev that used to be Burger Bob, who went trans for exactly the reason I said? No. The only Burger Bob I know is the one voiced by H. John Benjamin. The emergency is dropping mad N-words. Oh my god. Wasn't that a Cleveland show gag? Was it? You're trans financial, you identify as rich. Hide your kids, hide your wife. True. With or without quotas, The Atlantic succeeded in hiring fewer of these white males. Since 2020, nearly 2/3 of The Atlantic's hires have been women, along with nearly 50% people of color. In 2024, The Atlantic announced that 3/4 of editorial hires in the past year had been women and 69% people of color. The irony was, where older white men remained in charge, especially where they remained in charge, there was almost no room to move up. If you hired a team of white guys around you, you were putting a target on your back, recalled the hiring editor. At the New York Times Magazine, one of the few prestige magazines with a public masthead, Jake Silverstein, a Gen X white man, serves as editor-in-chief, and Bill Wasick, another Gen X white man, serves as editorial director. But of 9 millennial senior editors and story editors below them, there's just one white guy, and he's been there since 2012, effectively grandfathered in. Doesn't this kind of sound like white guys literally selling out other white guys in order to look like better people? I don't understand that kind of logic, man. Angry Asian, thank you for the 7 months of Prune, thank you. Thank you. It was Cleveland's wife had a break glass for friends who don't like your husband. Oh, that's great. That's a great gag. Thank you, Cleveland show. When you were in the service, you were attached to a particular civilian government office in NOAA. Part of your duties included sitting on one of their hiring committees. It was common practice to explicitly exclude white males. You tried to report it, but it never went anywhere. It was infuriating seeing it in action. I don't know how long ago that was, but I mean, the EEOC is asking for anyone who experienced this kind of stuff to write into them. So it'd be very interesting if you could get something moving, especially on the people who were very outward about wanting to exclude white males. At the very bottom of the ladder, the picture's a little different. Since 2020, only 7.7% of Los Angeles Times interns have been white men. Between 2018 and 2024, of the roughly 30 summer interns each year at the Washington Post, just 2 or 3 were white men. In 2025, coincident with certain political shifts, the Post's intern class had 7 white guys, numbers not seen since way back in 2014. In 2018, the New York Times replaced its summer internship with a year-long fellowship. Just 10% of the nearly 2020 fellows have been white men. Other pipelines dried up as well. The alt weeklies that gave misfit young men their start have shed them entirely. There are no white men on the editorial staff of the Seattle Stranger, or on the staff of Indie Week. As late as 2017, there were 6 white men atop the masthead for the Portland Mercury. By 2024, there was just 1, the boomer editor-in-chief. By the early 2020s, many journalists I spoke to noticed something else. The young white men who once flooded internship and fellowship pools had simply stopped applying. Gen Z men had absorbed the message that journalism was not for them. Very true, and I just had a clip flash through my brain. It was during like the Black Lives Matter riots. There was like a apartment filled with like white dudes, and they were like cheering from their window, and then one of the Black Lives Matter rioters threw something through their window and smashed it, and he was like, "What the hell? We're on your side!" Imagine. Imagine! The femaleness is striking, a well-known Gen X reporter with impeccable, literal bona fides confided. A well-known Gen X reporter with impeccable, literal bona fides confided. What does that mean? What is an impeccable, literal bona fides? What is that? Reverse the races in this article would be seen as white supremacist. Oh, 100%. Liberal. Obvious liberal virtue signal. Too close to the sun. Whatever they want it to mean. I don't know. Is she saying, oh, impeccable liberal bona fides? What does that mean? That doesn't help. What is an impeccable liberal bona fide? Liberal credentials, basically. They shot at him. Bona fides means credentials. Okay. Bona fides means you're the real thing. Okay. So he's also part of the problem. It's like where have the guys gone? So all of these people that were instrumental in blocking out white men from being anywhere are now going to write us an article about just how much white men were blocked out from being anywhere. Like, yeah, it's a problem, and white men shouldn't be excluded on the basis of their race and their gender. But I'm not going to feel bad for the white men who decided no more white men in my job. Means he's a proven ally, a bootlicking prog. Yeah, why would I feel bad for these people? Like, I guess they're having their boot on their neck Yuri Bezmenov moment when they realize, oh, I'm actually not one of the good ones. They're gonna get rid of me all the same. So I guess that's good that they're waking up, but it's still frustrating. Bon, good, fide, fidelity, basically. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Not exactly surprising that they didn't care about it until it came for them. Rip Bozo! I hate that mentality, bro. And I came up against that mentality quite a bit when I first started talking about transgender stuff back in, like, 2010, 2011. When I would talk about this with dudes, I would get, well, why should I care? Like, it's the feminists who are ushering them into their spaces. That's like a woman problem, man. And I was like, yeah, but in the future, what if your parental rights are affected? And they're like, well, I'm not gonna have kids, so I don't really care about that either, man. Look at where we are! You don't feel bad for these asshats at all? Yeah. There's a lot of the, it won't happen to me that goes on in people's minds. That's crazy, bro. In less than a decade, the entire face of the industry changed. The New York Times newsroom has gone from 57% male and 78% white in 2015 to 46% male and 66% white in 2024. Condé Nast today is just 35% male and 60% white. BuzzFeed, a media operation that had been 52% male and 75% white in 2014, was now just 36% male and 52% white by 2023. Nothing explains the new media story quite like Vox, whose explainers dominated 2010's discourse and whose internal demographics capture the decade's professional shift. Back in 2013, when Ezra Klein came under fire for his startup's lack of diversity, Vox Media was 82% male and 88% white. By 2022, the company was just 37% male and 59% white. And by 2025, leadership was 73% female. Help. The demographic shift reshaped not only who told the stories, but which stories got told. After George Floyd's death, Andrew's colleague Lucas was assigned a piece about why you should never call the police. I remember having to interview one of these abolitionists for a story about how if somebody breaks into your car or your home, it's white supremacy to call the cops, even if you need it for an insurance report. That always made me feel gross, and I think back on that with a lot of regret. You know, if I'm reading an article about how brown shirts are feeling regret for how they helped the Nazis advance their policies, I'm not really gonna feel bad for the brown shirts, and I'm gonna continuously say, first of all, you get what you fucking deserve. Second of all, you deserve far fucking worse. Like, what the hell? It's the same thing as the people who shout walls are racist locking their doors. Yeah, get fucked, idiot. I don't care that you feel regret. How about you maybe make up for it? Newsrooms were center-left places in 2005. The prominent Gen X reporter told me. Now they're incredibly left places. I imagine one reason newsrooms have gotten more explicitly lefty is that you have white guys and white women adopting a kind of protective coloration, allyship mindedness to get through the door. I would not bemoan people having to lie to get through the door, but if you continue to just like do everything they tell you and continue to push forward and discriminate against more people, that's not just lying to get in the door. That's like, you have become their foot soldier at that point, bro. The biggest problem is that people don't know their brown shirts. They're completely unself-aware, which is frustrating because they will be the first ones to call you a brown shirt. Andrew, for his part, was unable to adopt the performative allyship that had become expected. I always thought I was an effeminate nerd growing up, but my way of expressing myself now puts me on the most masculine end of men in media. That's really distressing. That's incredibly distressing if an effeminate nerd is part of the most masculine men in media. That is a distressing thing to read. Please do not kill off all the himbos. I started to pick up on the fact that there wasn't much room for people who even speak in my timber. He was recruited for a senior reporter position at a more prestigious outlet, jumping through hoops every step of the way, as he told me. But by the end, it felt like a cruel joke. Extensive interviews, writing tests, endless meetings with various editors, only to find out, months later, that the job had gone to someone a decade younger than him. A gay man of color who'd managed to go from intern to assistant editor to senior reporter in less than 2 years. I think we need to stop talking about white privilege and maybe start talking about brown privilege, brother mans. If you're a white man, you gonna be the superstar, Andrew told me. You can't help feeling like no matter how good you are, you were born in the wrong year. It's like this fucking retard can't even tell what's going on still. He's drunk so much of the Kool-Aid, he's trying to make this like some weird ageist issue when that's not what it is. Ham the Third, thank you. Okay, this is well and good, but what happened to your ribbon? I can't touch Fent every day, man. From intern to fucking senior reporter in 2 years. Holy fuck, you knew it was bad, but you didn't know it was that bad. I'm not even surprised anymore, man. Wrong year, you dumb moron. It's the wrong skin color and you made it that way. Yup. He still is not completely out of the Kool-Aid swamp, bro. As he saw it, the industry had its super successful white guys who'd made it before 2014 and were so functionally Gen X, but for everyone else, moving up in a contracting industry was nearly impossible. I was kind of grandfathered in during one era and had achieved a level of going into 2015 to 2024 where it just didn't really affect me. One of the superstar journalists told me. And again, if you see discrimination against people like you happening and you think that can't happen to me, I'm one of the good ones, you're so fucking wrong. Whenever anyone uses the like one of the good ones terminology outside of making a joke, that should be a massive fucking red flag. Sonic Extreme, thank you. Do you think we're gonna have more Anakin what have I done moments going forward? I think we're gonna have a lot of those, and it's going to become difficult to tell the difference between the duplicitous snakes claiming they're having a what have I done moment, and then the people genuinely having an oh my god, what the fuck have I done moment, right? It's going to be really hard to tell the difference, and much like after COVID, there's going to be a lot of, well, now's the time for forgiveness. After surviving years of buyouts, Andrew finally made senior reporter in 2023, but by then, it felt less like recognition than a consolation prize. He was coming up on 40, unmarried, with little room for forward or lateral movement. When the next round of buyouts hit, he decided it was time to leave. There are many stories we tell ourselves about race and gender, especially in academia. But the one thing everyone I spoke to seemed to agree on is that it's best not to talk about it. At least not in public. At least not with your name attached. This is true. I mean, again, look at the shit that I went through this year from literally talking about shit that Keir Starmer and Hillary Clinton had talked about on a public stage. I have repeated the words of leftist, and that was enough to get me canceled, get me harassed, get my sponsors harassed. I wasn't even giving literally my opinion. I was repeating words that leftist politicians had said. Some of the stuff they got mad about was my words that they then take out of context, because how can you get mad when I call out activists? No, they have to make it towards all trans people in order to make me some kind of devil object. Allies are discovering the hard way that they're also expendable. All of the foot soldiers are expendable, and people on the right have been warning them of this for ages. I mean, just think back to, like, Jordan Peterson warning Ethan Klein, right? Like, that's probably, like, the biggest one I can think of. Quoting Keir Starmer is considered a criminal offense in the UK. I wouldn't doubt it. Massive Doge, thank you. They know what they've done. They just want pity, and they will get none. I will pity these people with the same amount of pity I would give Hitler's literal foot soldiers. You deserve nothing. You deserve less than nothing. The Wastelander, thank you. Down with a whitey. You're fired too. What? Yeah, right, dude? All because these dipshits, like, yeah. Understand your regrets, comrade. Now face the wall! The humanities are so small, a millennial professor nervously explained. There's a difference between thinking something and making common knowledge that you think it, said another. So it became a bit of a shock when David Austin Walsh, a Yale postdoc and left-wing Twitter personality, decided to detonate any chance he had at a career with a single tweet. I'm 35 years old, I'm 4+ years post-PhD, and quite frankly, I'm also a white dude, he wrote on X. Combine those factors together, and I'm, for all intents and purposes, unemployable as a 20th century American historian. The pile-on was swift and vicious. You are all just laughable, wrote the New York Times' Nicole Hannah-Jones. Have you seen the data on professorships? White males are 30% of the US population, but nearly 40% of the faculty. Tweeted a tenured professor at GWU. Hard to make the case for systemic discrimination. This is once again, because you're witnessing the decline with your eyes, you cannot call it out. You cannot say that this is happening unless you follow that up with, it's also a good thing. You're only allowed to acknowledge this if you think it's a good thing, which is weird when you think about it. It didn't matter that as far back as 2012, women were more likely to be tenure-tracked across the humanities than men, or that a 2015 peer-reviewed study suggested that STEM hiring favored women, or even that CUPAHR, an association of academic DEI professionals, found that assistant professors of color, 35%, and female assistant professors, 52%, are overrepresented in comparison to U.S. doctoral degree recipients, 32% and 44% respectively. And I remember throughout my years, well before I became a streamer, there was an article talking about how there was a point in time where women finally surpassed men as the most educated group in the country. And they say most educated instead of most intelligent because they're basing that on the amount of women versus the amount of men who get degrees. And then years later, that elevated from just women being the most educated class, to then black women being the most educated class of Americans, far outpacing white males for the first time in history. And again, they use educated because they're counting the number of degrees gained rather than intelligence factors. As in other industries, what mattered were the optics. When people looked at academia, they still saw old white men, lots of them. A big part of why it's hard to diversify is the turnover is really slow, a tenured millennial professor explained. And that's become worse now because boomers live a long time. That's a really weird thing to say. I do think that the tenure system needs to be looked at because it allows a lot of really shitty teachers and really shitty professors to maintain their roles long before they should have, or long after rather, they should have been fired. I think tenure can be a very, very bad thing because of how different our educational institutions have become. Different meaning like, not with the people in them, but like the cultural ideological takeover from Marxist people wanting to reroute the entire shape of the American landscape. Darn the medical and health standards improving, causing troublesome generations to live longer. It's also a weird thing to say. Fallacy is that educated used to include intelligence and wisdom. Yeah. It's the point. Tenure was built to prevent removing the commies. Yeah, tenure needs to be kind of fixed, man. I remember being the last class that a teacher had when she was tenured at my high school. And she had taught my dad as well. And she was just a bitch to me the entire year because she didn't like my dad when she taught him decades prior. So she made my life a living hell and refused to help me with any math issues that I had. So I'd have to go like bother other teachers who had entire classrooms of children to worry about, you know? Your son probably got shafted by a tenured professor last semester. Teacher kept accusing him of cheating and using AI, but the guy didn't give a fuck because he knew anything your son tried would blow back on your son more than him. That's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up. Joventino Villa, thank you. Damn all of this A versus B. You just want to find a good woman, have a family, and live in the America you were promised as a child and fought to defend. Yeah, same. Except switch women with men. She passed the slur QuickTime event with that different I was trying to not make it sound like I was making it like a fucking immutable characteristic thing, but I just didn't want to say commies again, because I fucking ranted about commies so much already. Your tenured history, physics, and chemistry professors were the biggest gangsters we could have asked for. Your English teacher was a harpy born of hell. Oh no, dude. Destroying the credentials was the entire point of the exercise. That's why even serving coffee pretty much requires a bachelor's now. Thanks, I hate it. Many elite universities once had mandatory retirement at 70, but in 1994, Congress sunsetted the academic exemption for age discrimination, locking in the demographics of the largely white male professorate for a generation. Once again, I think they're looking at the wrong enemy here. I mean, this is only a couple of years after Bill Clinton pardoned Marxist terrorists. So I don't think this is locking in a white male professorate. It's locking in a Marxist professorate. It's locking in the communists who had been there for ages and wanted to make sure their work wasn't undone. White men may still be 55% of Harvard's arts and sciences faculty, down from 63% a decade ago, but this is a legacy of Boomer and Gen X employment patterns. For tenure-track positions, the pipeline for future faculty, white men have gone from 49% in 2014 to 27% in 2024. In the humanities, they've gone from 39% to 21%. White professors cheered. It's like, well, of course the majority of the commies who wanted to maintain their positions would be white. Like, America has been a majority white country. It just leads to believe that, like, yeah, of course the majority of people there would be that color, but their color isn't the problem. How much of Me Too was just to unseat the white male demo Hollywood producers? My take on Me Too is, like, if a guy is rapey, you should take him down because he is a disgusting individual and you should not be doing that, obviously. But if a guy says, hey, if you fuck me, I'll make you a star, and you do that, that's not rape. You wanted to do that in order to advance your career. And why would I feel bad for you when you got exactly what you wanted? Sex for favors is not rape. Hard agree on that. It's the fact that they're not white. I mean, you don't know that, though. You should tell the police, not the internet. That too. Coffee managers. If an AI checked the Declaration of Independence for AI use, it would give us 71% use of AI because it checks grammar. Oh, I have bad news for a lot of my fucking messages then. Imagine having the time to type everything grammatically correct. I like using commas and periods and other punctuation, but I will never use an apostrophe. Apostrophe slows you down way too much. Your history teachers in grade school hated your ass, probably because your grandfather used to beat their ass for being commies. What the hell? That's funny. Oddly enough, after the Me Too stuff started wrapping up, a bunch of the actresses who benefited from Schlorp and the director suddenly stopped appearing in movies. Funny that! Imagine. White men may still be 55% of Harvard's arts and sciences faculty, down from 63% a decade ago. Did I read this already? When I read numbers, my brain just like, yeah, I read that already. The pipeline and the cohorts haven't changed much. Newly minted humanities PhDs have been evenly split between men and women for over a decade now. And white men outnumber other groups in most applicant pools but who was getting hired certainly did. At Berkeley, white men were 48.2% of faculty applicants in the physical sciences, but just 26% of hires for assistant professor positions. Wasn't Berkeley the college that had a white people can't come to school today thing, and only one of the professors spoke up and said something about it? Wasn't that Berkeley? Evergreen? Was it Evergreen? No, that was Evergreen, Washington. Ah, okay. I know Berkeley does some fucking weird ass shit too, so that might be why I got confused. But thank you, Chad, if it was Evergreen. Yeah, and they held him hostage. Are we sure? Are we sure? Could they be sued for that? Hold on. Now I want to look it up. Berkeley Ben Shapiro speech. I didn't remember that. Mistake the Berkeley protesters made about Milo Yiannopoulos. Oh yeah, that guy was a thing. Campus argument goes viral. Yes, okay, hold on. It was indeed Evergreen state protest. New York Times, you bitch. Archive.is. I know it's 8 o'clock binary. I'm just looking this thing up. A fear of FEMA, thank you. Ran an AI check on the Declaration of Independence right now. It said 5% chance of being, or less than, greater than 5. Wait, what? Greater than 5% chance of being AI? Why would it say greater than 5? What the heck? Hello, please work. Campus argument goes viral. Now the college is under siege. This is in 2017. Started with a suggestion that white students and professors leave campus for a day, a twist on a tradition of black students voluntarily doing the same. I don't really think that's a twist. Like, if you voluntarily decide, I don't want to be here today, that's different from saying you can't be here because of your skin color. Professor objected, and his argument with a loud and profane group of protesters outside his classroom soon rocketed across the internet. So yeah, this was Evergreen College. Thank you, chat. I wanted to look it up because it seemed like there was some confusion. Some other people thought it was Berkeley too. If someone accused you of using AI to write a paper, you'd probably accuse them of using AI to come to that conclusion. If someone accused me of using AI to write a paper, I would just bring up that article of that woman who couldn't speak English and couldn't write English, and nobody ever bothered teaching her English, and she came here from, I think, Puerto Rico, and somehow her mom, who also couldn't speak English, afforded to live in Connecticut in a really wealthy neighborhood, and then she proceeded to do every single school assignment with AI and ChatGPT, and she somehow managed to not only get into college, but she got a scholarship. So, like, I just really don't give a fuck if that's the standard, alright? Foxu is AI, though. Alright, okay. Let me... Oh, this is my Berkeley fucking Google search. Oh no, I've lost my place. I've lost my article that I was reading. Okay, I found it. Alright. Since 2018, only 14.6% of tenure-track assistant professors hired at Yale have been white American men. In the humanities, that number was just 6 out of 76, or 7.9%. That's kind of wild. That's kind of wild. Let's see, where would be a good stopping point here? Because this is still a big chunk of this section that we haven't read. And then section 3 is down there. Okay. So I think we're about, what, halfway through section 2? Well, still in the beginnings. So I will try to remember. I'll put a pin in right here, because this is a mega giga long article. That woman couldn't even speak Spanish. She spoke a tribal language. Wait, really? I thought she did speak Spanish. I can't remember, man. That article was ages ago. You don't care if your great-grandparents barely spoke English when the country was still getting on its feet? You don't think that should be tolerated anymore? I agree. If you haven't seen the music video Home Stallone, we did. We watched it on stream. The bitches have no excuse. You learned English in less than 6 months and you're from Puerto Rico. Aprende inglés, maldita sea! I can't speak Spanish unless it's with a very terrible accent. Oh my god. The entire article looks like it was written or at least touched by ChatGPT. Normally with an article this long, I'd be like, I don't want to read the whole thing. I want to read this whole thing. Especially since it comes from, like, white dudes in journalism who had the, like, well, I'm an ally, it won't come for me mentality. I need to finish this, man. You also can't speak English without a terrible... Hey, shut the fuck up! I'm talking here! You went to an engineering-focused university 20 years ago and you actually got a real education. Sadly, probably not the case nowadays. Very sadly. Very sadly. It took till World War I for the German Americans to learn English en masse. I have no idea how long it took people to learn a language back in the day, but we are a majority English nation, and I don't think you can really use an excuse of like, oh, well, you know, back in the 1700s, there were so many languages spoken. It's like, well, we're not in the 1700s, baby. Battleizer, thank you. The chatter cannot comprehend past VoDs. It happens. It happens on occasion. Let me see. Homestead is alive right now. Asmongold's been ending stream at the same time I end stream recently, and that's really kind of fucking put a hamper on me rating stuff, man. It makes me kind of sage. Makes me kind of sage. Let's see here. I hate how Twitch kind of like refreshes shit after I try to expand my dong here. A little donger expansion. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Henya's playing a horror game, so I would like to relax and watch that. We're gonna watch cute girl doing cute thing. Please do not bring up anything political in Henya's chat. Do not bring up politics in non-political streamers' chats. And also, please don't... Please don't bring up ghost fucking either. She is say-so, so, you know, don't bring that up. Enjoy cute girl doing cute thing. This looks very Chillizardy. Actually, it kind of looks like a little more janky. Obsessed Night Shift? Looks a little more janky than a Chillizard game, but I'm interested. I'm interested. Please go have a good time with Henya. And I can spell the word raid correctly. Please give her Merry Christmas wishes since we're right after the Crimbos. We're right after the Crimbos. So make sure you say your Merry Christmases and give her happy loves. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll finish up this article, and maybe I'll finally watch another fucking Caleb Hammer. I don't think I'm actually in the middle of anything else. I don't have anything else to finish. I feel so free. I feel so free. I have other things to finish, but not like immediate things to finish. But, you know, fuck. I don't want to start anxiety beating. I hope you guys had a wonderfully Merry Christmas. And I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night.